And action. We are activated. But before we get into this is going to be a doozy. Know what I mean? I'm going to let the people pile in. Salute to the people that will be coming in. Salute to the people that will watch this on the replay. This is B-Eazy, that dude. Discussion with that dude. Actually, it's them dudes. I'm joined by BT. Let me change the lineup real quick. Joined by BT. But before we get into this thing, hold up. Where is it at, man? You know I gotta hit you.
私も地元民といっても
さすがいです。もう友達できたの？
うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ない。
This promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho, no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking the spread. Forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy, that dude. In the trap making packs smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really indie. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad.
And we are activated. Salute. They coming in early. And don't worry, I'm going to keep y'all waiting. I think this might be Brandon Blazing Game. That sounds like a troll name. I think you are the troll from Twitter, the bigoted troll from Twitter that was getting at me. Let me know if that's you, bigoted Brandon. But if that's not you, then salute to you from coming to Sunlight. The sophisticated, exquisite sunlight and building coming in early 2 times today. Yes, I don't really have a schedule, but I'm starting to get into it. You know, I had some free time over these next couple days, so we are definitely going to keep it rocking. Intellectual soapbox, none other than Mr. Best. Earlier was an illustrious guest. Salute to him. This is going to be a doozy. It's definitely going to be spicy. You know, kind of like ghost chili, you know what I mean? Habanero. Sunlight with the fire emojis. Yes, this is going to be extremely fire. And it's going to be have a lot of people triggered. That's okay. You know what I mean? I'm prepared for that. There it is. It looks like it is. Bigoted Brandon, check it in. Brandon, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Just give me a moment to cook. I'm going to let BT say a little bit of his piece because, you know, he has a limited time and I'm definitely going to let you up, you know, so just give me uno momento and you'll be allowed to speak. No trolling, you know, definitely don't disrespect the host. And, you know, you will have the floor to espouse your anti-black bigoted views. You know what I mean? I'm a free speech absolutist. You did disrespect. You was, you know, calling me all sorts of disrespectful names and insults, but it's cool. I got thick skin, so I'm not really worried about that. So bigoted Brandon, you will, you will have your time to speak. Braxton the Snake in the building. And he says, you're butchering the hell out of my name, but so be it. So what is your name? Could y'all see it? His name is Brandon Blazingame. I'm butchering your name. My bad, bro. When I come up, the first thing that you do, correct me. Is your name Brandon? It don't look like your name is Brandon. It looks like your name is Brandon. My bad. I'll call you BB. Is that okay? BB? Okay. Or Triple B. Oh, Brendan. Okay, got you. Brendan. Okay, you had the tricky spelling. My bad, Brendan. I was calling you Brandon. Okay, Brendan. Okay, Brendan Blazingame. That's okay. I'll call you BB, but nah, your name is Brendan. I'll respect the name. Blasting Game, that sounds like a Game of Thrones name. So salute to it. I actually like that name. Um, blame your parents. Nah, don't blame your parents. Congratulate your parents for being here. But let me get right into it. BT, you know that there's a lot of hype. Actually, while I'm gonna set up a question and I'm gonna bring up a video so we have some more context.
Okay.
Everyone knows there was the shot heard around the world. It was an unfortunate tragedy, an untimely unaliving, because we got to be careful on YouTube with the language. It's not as open as Rumble or Twitter. So be mindful of that. You know what I mean? That's why, but I think it gives people an opportunity to be more creative with the language. So you saw what happened with that. Before I get into my questions, what is just your overall opinion on the whole assassination, unaliving of the former Turning Point USA CEO and co-founder Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, I mean, like anything, if you're a person with a heart, it's awful to see, no matter who it is. It's really a shame to see, his wife and children. I heard they were there. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's awful. It's awful for everybody to see, no matter who it is. It's everybody is entitled to their free speech, entitled to their views and opinions to be shared. And that's really the unfortunate part about it, is that voice, unfortunately, will be gone, whether it's correct or not. In my opinion, I think most of the stuff he has said is off base, dangling the carrot of racism just for the new Christian grift, I would say. I don't think anything he said was of good theory or brilliance of intelligence or anything. He was a salesman, not a debater. He was trying to sell his shtick to anybody that would listen and follow. I don't see any difference between him and Alex Soros. Same, they have their own agendas, their own political affiliations, and their own what I should say, their own agendas to push through to their representatives. That's it. There is no difference between him and, say, an Alex Soros. The bad part is the way the right is going about it and consuming this and finger pointing and basically attacking anybody that disagrees with what he had said is absolutely absurd. If you're not crying like a North Korean funeral for Kim Jong-Kirk, you're a hater, leftist, awful, evil person. That's my opinion.
So hold on, let me say this, BT, because there's a meme from a movie. Most people, I don't know if they've seen it, but Paid in Full, and Cameron's character, I believe his name was Rico, and he said something: people die every day, B. And it was kind of funny, a tongue-in-cheek, satirical, but it is true. Unfortunately, people do die every day. So some people, their family members have died, or someone that's even closer to them has died. And many people don't know Charlie Kirk. And you're saying, hey, because he was popular or he had X amount of followers on social media and trumped like him, then suddenly you should be boo-hooing. And then if you say, hey, look, I'm indifferent, you know what I mean? Right. I'm not celebrating, I'm not mourning, then you become this woke leftist socialist bigot that needs to be basically groveling down to MAGA and apologizing for leftists. And then the suspected shooter, who is alleged to have done this heinous crime, they say he's not cooperating with the police. What they mean is he's not admitting to the crime. And if he didn't do it, and if he's a patsy, why would he admit to it? You know what I mean? If he believes that he's not guilty, and I'm not saying whether he is or not, because he hasn't been convicted yet. It's just alleged. It's alleged that he is a patsy. You know what I mean? Some say, no, he's the stone cold killer. Cool. The evidence and the facts will bear that out. Most of the things that they have right now is speculative and circumstantial. So we don't really know who truly did it, but let's go with it and say that this dude that they had was the stone cold dude that did it. He comes from a family of MAGA people. He comes from a lineage of Trump supporters. He comes from a Christian loving, Bible thumping family. He comes from an intact family. You know that trope. The problem with the Black community is fatherless homes, and that's why they're so violent. So that was a pretty atrocious, violent act that we seen. So he didn't come from a fatherless home. We don't know if he listened to rap music or if he was, some thuggish character. But suddenly he's still accused of a barbaric crime. What am I missing here, BT?
You're not missing anything. It's the general MO of a disgruntled white youth that was, obviously angry, could be easily groomed online, which I believe that many of these people are being groomed by other very evil characters and foreign ops that are trying to push different acts of violence to start and initiate problems. I really think it's the scapegoating of trans or this or of deflection is absolutely
hold on, BT. I had to stop you. I didn't want to cut you off because I know you're gonna cook. I'm gonna pass it back to you. There is this narrative that they're running around saying, well, he had a trans boyfriend. Like, are you kidding me? And I was like, okay, let's just go with that. Was the trans boyfriend white? See, when it's us, when they say, what about Chicago? They make it a racial issue. They emphasize black on black crime. And this instance is very brutal, barbaric, disgusting, abhorrent white on white crime, but no one is calling that. They're calling him a lefty, a radical, trans. And I'm like, okay, but what race is he? Well, he's a lefty. I'm like, yeah, but what race is it? He's a socialist. Yeah, but what race is a communist? Like, suddenly the race doesn't matter, but trans and all this other stuff does. Go ahead, BT.
Yeah, it's just exactly like I said. Degenerate white youth commit the targeted shootings, mass shootings, that sort of thing. I hope I can say that the shooting part right, but
yeah, you should be good.
We have a massive problem in the white community. It's not talked about. This is brought to light, which is nice. The fact that it is white on white violence, no matter how you slice it. It doesn't matter what kind of music they listen to. If he had a trans boyfriend, what my thing is they say, oh, trans and ideology and stuff like that. But no, you just argued that trans doesn't exist, that he is that they are men or women, and trans doesn't exist. So therefore, no matter what, it's a white male problem. So white male violence, no matter what the ID is, because you said they don't exist. So let's go with that. And I believe that's true. Let's go with white on white male violence that needs to be talked about. There is no excuses. They're the easiest to be groomed online. The fact that he grew up in a conservative household really doesn't hold weight, really. As far as his ideology, it can change. I actually personally worked with somebody who was the biggest Looney Tune leftist I've ever talked to. He really wasn't a leftist because he just spouted a bunch of things and wore, a white kid in wearing a mask, his mask up, and he was all about the Antifa type stuff. But when it boiled down to, he just hated his father, who is the local sheriff, and previous actually was in the army, the armed forces. So he just hated his parents, and that's
I
what
forgot
happened.
his parent has some law enforcement background. I almost forgot about that.
Right. So a lot of the times a disgruntled white youth, it doesn't matter if they have a 2-parent household. They could just, it doesn't matter. If they hate their parents or they've been enabled or never been told no, this is kind of the stuff they do, and this is what we need to talk about. Poor parenting. Obviously something was missed. They can say, well, he was living it with somebody else and blah, blah, blah. It's hard to radicalize someone with a good mind, in my opinion. You can change opinions. You can certainly become conservative or leftist or liberal. But to commit violent acts and stuff like that, there's something else there. I have a different theory. I'm not going to blame the Jews. I totally different theory on that. I think everybody's missing a boat on that. But that's my opinion.
Got you. No, I hear what you said. And Brendan was itching to get on. So I think he's extremely pissed about what's being said. And, he's saying, I've got some good notes. Don't back out on letting me speak. No, I already told you I will let you speak. I told you don't disrespect, don't overtalk. Make your point, state your case. No need to sling mud. We can sling mud, and I sling mud a lot better than you. Trust me. But yeah, just make your point. I'm a free speech absolutist. Plus, already, I've seen your points that you were making. You were accusing me of things and just flat out lying and making inaccurate statements. So, you're pretty much lying. So if that's all you have, then that will be easily dismantled and debunked. But if you have any scholarship or enlightenment to bring to the discussion, yeah, I would welcome that. But while we're waiting, I'm definitely going to bring this up because there's more than one perspective, and some people want to elevate Charlie Kirk to martyrdom,
right?
And I think that's okay if they want to do that. Okay, yeah, hold on. Actually, it looks like Brendan might be in the building. I was gonna go a different way, but let's just see what Brendan has to say. Hold up. Give me uno momento. I'm gonna go ahead and close that. Hold on, Brendan, is that you? Bigoted Brendan, is that really you, bro? It's really him. Okay, I thought that was AI for a minute. It looks like that's really you. Okay, bam. Okay, Brendan. We had some heated exchanges back on Twitter, but it was all up. That's why you're here. I think even though you said some disrespectful things to me, we had a fair exchange. So I think it was I think it was a draw. So I don't think that you crossed the line with any of the stuff. But you were taking notes, so you seemed a little bit disgruntled on what was being said. So first, let me ask you this, because you did make a bunch of accusations of me, accusing of me being a lefty and all this other type of stuff. What is with you guys trying to blame the left right now? We're just gonna get straight into it, bro. What is with you guys blaming the left when all signs of this alleged shooting point to someone being on your side, on the right side of the aisle? Go ahead, Brendan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What's up, guys? Yes,
hey.
It is Brendan, and it's Brendan blasting.
Hold on, Brendan. My bad. I was not really trying to butcher your name. I do.
That's cool. I don't.
Yeah. Fine. Go ahead.
Brendan blasting game. Really, the best place to start is it's got to be motive. When you talk about murder, when you're trying to put a murder case together, you talk about the elements of the crime, right? And one of the major elements of any crime, of any murder, is going to be motive. They want to know why. Who stand to gain something from this person being killed? Would you agree? Yes or no?
Hey, go ahead. Go ahead and go back and forth, BT. I gotta mute for like 1 minute. Go ahead, BT.
Are you talking about foreign outside foreign like advantages?
Stop. It's a simple question. When you are trying to convict somebody of murder, yes or no, motive is a critical factor in the prosecutor's approach. Yes or no?
Right, but I'm trying.
That's it. Stop.
Two different things.
Stop. It's a really simple question. Yes or no? Motive is a very powerful part of any prosecutor's approach. Yes or no? It's a real simple question.
Yeah, it's very simple, but I'm trying to go. I'm trying to get where you're going with it.
No, you're dancing. You're dancing. Answer the question. I've got all these notes. We haven't even gotten. You are so dishonest. You won't even answer a simple question. So I'll answer it for you. Yes, motive is a huge piece of any prosecutor's toolkit. If they are going to get a conviction, motive has to make sense. Okay, now that we got that cleared up, who stands to gain? Who stands to benefit? And actually, I'm gonna back up. We're gonna back up one assassination attempt. We're gonna go to when they tried to kill Trump. Okay. Mm-hmm. So when that guy tried to kill Trump, everybody said, "Oh, he was a Republican. He was a Republican." So I ask you, why? Why would a Republican try to take out the head of the Republican Party? Why? What sense does that make? Okay, so that's the first assassination that we've dealt with this year. Oh, that was last year. Never mind. I'm getting mine anyways. So that's the first one. So fast forward to Charlie, okay? What do they stand to gain? If this guy was on the right, if he was and I wrote it down. Hang on a second. It was his family is MAGA, Christian, conservative. So if his family's
that was all facts.
Correct, right? So that's his family, correct? That's his family is MAGA, and
correct.
Let me just say, his family is the one that turned him in, and nobody in his family has ever committed assassination prior to this. So the family, y'all really want to dive in on the family, when in reality, that proves that he was just not on the same page. Like him and his family did not see eye to eye. But I digress. The question is, who stands to gain or benefit from Charlie no longer being alive? And if your answer is somebody that's also on the right, then you're not having this conversation in good faith.
Hold on, Brendan.
But I'm confused because nobody said that.
There's no reason.
Exactly. You're creating that straw man, Brendan. And how, Brendan, I hold on, Brendan. I'm gonna let you. Right.
Okay.
You about to have the floor. I'm just saying, like, you are creating a straw man that.
Explain.
I didn't say he was Republican. What are you talking about?
Yeah, go ahead, BT.
Y'all. The whole thing was about his family. Everybody. His family. He's MAGA. His family are conservative. I don't care. His family's the one that turned him in.
Hold on, Brendan. The reason why we said that, we were actually saying that because many people on your side of the aisle, that's what they do, is immediately when there's an unarmed black person get killed, they say, well, who raised them, right? This is what your people say. So people were just flipping it around and saying, well, who raised these people? Most of it is probably satirical, but genuinely, isn't that a legitimate question to ask? Okay, this person was radicalized. Who raised them? Was it the institutions? Was it his parents?
The question was asked, was it his family? And the answer to that is no, because his family turned him in. His family didn't assassinate people. So that's the answer to the question. The question is, was his family the problem? The answer is no.
But we didn't say.
Yeah, no one said
it's the problem.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Why do I have notes literally written down from y'all talking about his family? Y'all described. You did everything you could to describe his family and do everything you could to make it conservative, right? Like the whole point of that was
just admitting his family is conservative.
good Christian family. That's the MAGA, the MAGA family. That's the problem. No, y'all brought up his family. We shouldn't even be talking about his family. But if you want to, as you mentioned, yes, when we see people that commit.
Why shouldn't we talk about his family when we want to understand his upbringing? How can we understand his upbringing if we don't discuss his family values? What are you saying, bro?
I'm saying nobody in his family committed assassination, and his family turned them in.
We wouldn't know they committed assassination unless we questioned and dug into the family. We questioned the family and see, okay, cool, his family may be pristine.
And I'm okay. So, his family, fine, whatever. They turned them in, so that's all that matters.
But we weren't bashing his family. What I was talking
Literally, no one
bashed
his family.
I didn't say you're bashing them. I'm saying that the whole purpose of even talking about his family was to try to associate his actions with their beliefs. That's
no.
That's the goal.
I brought up his family to talk about how he came from a 2-parent household and he still was a disgruntled white youth. That's different.
No, he's not a disgruntled white youth. He's a radical leftist who, for years, was told that Charlie Kirk was a fascist. Oh, okay. All right. Stop. Before we go any further, we have to lay some boundaries here, okay? A basic understanding. I'm going to read to you per Merriam-Webster. This is Merriam-Webster. Do we agree that that's a respectable dictionary? Can we go with Merriam-Webster?
Yes,
go
whatever
ahead,
you
Brendan.
want.
Yes,
I have a short time, so.
Okay, so the definition per Merriam-Webster of fascism is a populist political philosophy, movement, or regime that exalts nation and often race above the individual, that is associated with a centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader, and that is characterized by severe economic and social regimentation and by forcible suppression of opposition. Okay. Did you get that? So the main key points of what characterize fascism is nation and often race above the individual, centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader, severe economic and social regimentation, and forcible suppression of the opposition. Okay, so when you look at the characteristics, what makes up fascism, I can go down the list point by point and explain why today's Democrat Party is to the T, down to the minuscule point. They are the very definition of fascists. And the fact that we're having a conversation about Charlie because he's dead that's the forcible suppression of the opposition. That's the big one. Forcible suppression of the opposition. How's he going to talk when you take him out? So yes.
Let me ask you this. Talk about what?
So do you think
hold on, Brendan. Brendan, hold up.
Let me ask you this. Do you think
Brendan, hold up, bro.
That
Brendan, hold on, bro. Could you not hear me or something? BT, what was that question you asked? I didn't hear that. What was the question?
You're saying to shut him up. I'm asking him specifically.
Correct.
Shut him up about what was he saying?
I was trying to answer the question. I heard what he was saying. Yes. So to answer your question, BT, do you think it's an accident that in one election cycle from 2020 to 2024 that the college age voters, college age male, I don't know about the females, they're crazy, but the male college vote shifted 44 points from Democrats. It was Democrat plus 26 Democrat to plus 18 Republican in a 4-year, one election cycle swing. So when you play dumb and say, what were they stopping him from talking about? The answer is they were trying to stop the bleeding, no pun intended, for the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party was hemorrhaging, absolutely getting decimated on the college campuses nationwide, and everybody saw it. And you can't really credit anybody other than Charlie for that. Like, you can't, there's no other single individual that we can sit here and say he's the reason that college age youth swung 44 points. BT, you're laughing. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, because you're absolutely wrong.
Please.
Because the only reason
all your condescension.
Hold on, Brendan. You had a lot of time to speak. Hold on, Brendan. Just let BT speak, and then you can respond. Go ahead, BT.
Let me set the table here real quick. You're not talking to liberal Democrats, so I'm kind of confused on that. So let's go further here. So I'll make it real basic for you. The only reason Trump is in office is because people like me and a bunch of other people were actually in good faith engaging with the black community. And the black community not only voted at a higher percentage for Trump, they actually had a large percentage, more than larger percentage, that did not vote at all. So when it comes to the black American vote, the big issue was border and deportations, which was a big agenda for them, and they wanted
because the illegals were still in their jobs.
Yeah, we've heard those talking points. This isn't like this isn't a quarantine space.
Stop saying talking points. That is the lamest. When my brother here, B-Eazy, I'm sorry, I don't know your real name, but when B-Eazy said something earlier, he said, I'm going to demolish your talking points. Gentlemen, well, if I'm being expected to be polite and to not troll and this and that, which I will happily oblige. Thank you, B-Eazy, for giving me the chance. I expect you to not say things like talking points. That's such a childish, elementary way of trying to push something away. If I have points, they are points that I made, not talking points. I'm not. Nobody's behind me. I don't have some big machine that's feeding me all this stuff that I need to regurgitate. I am coming to you and speaking to you as a grown-ass man, just celebrated my 39th birthday. Happy birthday, me. And I can look at what's coming to me, make sense of it, and then say how I feel. So stop with the talking points. Just please don't say that again, okay? It's disrespectful.
And hold on, Brendan. Let me stop you because BT. No, you're good. You're good. Hold on, Brendan. You all good, bro. I just BT only has like 20 minutes left, so I'm gonna just try to steer the conversation. You can still stay afterwards. I think some other people will probably want to chime in, but BT specifically.
Last thing.
Nah, you don't have to. It don't have to be your last thing, bro. You don't have to go. Like I know you want to get your stuff off your chest. I know BT.
While here, because this note was really kind of in.
Nah, bro, you gonna have your time. That's why I'm setting the stage. So like when you guys make your since you don't like the term talking point, when you make your statements, just try to be a little bit shorter winded and more concise so that you guys both have enough time to exchange. And I'm gonna set this up for you, and I'm gonna go with BT, and then Brendan, you can have your time to respond back. So based on what I've been seeing, BT is being called a socialist, a communist, a race traitor, all sorts of other stuff. Violence has been threatened towards him. So a lot of the people on the right, the woke right, is saying that, hey, we need to stop this political violence, but a lot of them are egging on the political violence. So BT, I want you to talk about what type of backlash you're facing. I don't think Brendan is advocating for this stuff. I don't know, maybe he is, he'll have his time to speak, but I want you to talk about that, because people say, hey, don't get triggered over words, and Charlie was just saying words, but when people are using Charlie's quotes, people are getting triggered over words and saying they're calling people's jobs, doxing them, getting them fired. I had people threaten to say like they were gonna pull up on me and unalive me. So speak about that. I want you to chime in on that before you go, and then you and Brendan could have an exchange before you head out. Go ahead, BT.
I like that.
Go ahead, BT.
Yeah, so just to finish what I was saying is we know through information that the Black American community voted heavy for Trump, and then their non-votes, because of the statistically they vote a certain way as far as the Democratic Party, when they sit out strategically, it definitely is a boost for Trump. So that's why he's in office now. It's nothing Charlie Kirk did. Having Charlie Kirk around actually is a benefit to the Democratic Party, because of what he says and what he stands for. They give plenty of ammunition for the constant racist rhetoric the guy gives out. So,
dude, I can't even take you seriously. Go ahead, continue, please.
No, that's fine, and that's fine.
This is insane.
This is a different
Please.
level for you. So, what I'm saying is, he's actually a benefit. But now that the way people are acting, they're acting really crazy. So now, what really benefits the Democrats is actually by them being quiet and letting the MAGA right speak up and get on, get in spaces and talk and basically just repeat the Charlie Kirk martyr, and it's really you guys are just fueling the fire. So I'm not for any of that. I'm conservative, white male, voted for Trump. My timeline shows that is rather controversial myself. The reason I asked you about motive is the fact that there are outside sources, such as grooming people online. That's important to look at as far as when young people are online. He could have been pushed into committing this act because foreign sources, it would be a benefit. So to have his voice out, obviously it's
Are you
really
smoking
funny.
pixie dust? This is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. This is insane.
Hold on, Brendan, hold on, Brendan, because you you was disrespected, bro. Laughing through his rant, but no, because I just want to reset, because Brendan, you'll have time to say what you disagree, because I know you're taking your notes. But BT, I wanted you to touch on the attacks, because I think that part is, because for me, I'm hearing mixed people saying
really talking about something random.
Yeah, so I'm hearing people on your side of the aisle, Brendan, talking about, hey, we're not rioting, we're not looting, we're not violent, but then they're also threatening violence and doxing people and attacking people like in a very harsh way. Could you speak to that, BT? Your experiences with that?
Oh yeah, I mean they don't really attack me that in that way. That the doxing's going, what they're doing is they're going over anybody that's liberal or democratic or with purple hair. They're going bonkers if they say that, if they're not crying online over Charlie Kirk, they're, oh my God, he's wishing harm, and they're wishing harm and this and that. People I'm friends with and stuff like that, I haven't seen any of that. The people that the goofy stuff that they point out, it's very slim, margin of people that are, wishing hateful things and stuff like that. It's no different from all the hateful rhetoric they spewed about George Floyd and Trayvon Martin. So it's the same. They've been nasty for years and years over that, and
No
people aren't going to
difference.
fall to
Jesus
pieces
fucking-
over Charlie Kirk. It is what it is, you know.
Hold on, Brendan. I seen you shaking your head, bro. You can't refute that. People now, I just seen some right wing
Absolutely.
account. I even see. Okay, hold on. I'm setting this up for you to respond. I seen Charlie Kirk before he passed, and others. They were constantly bringing up George Floyd. I don't give a flying flip about George Floyd. Did I want him to die, and do I think he should have been killed like that? No, but the majority of black people.
Not even
Yes, but
nobody wants
hold on, Brendan. I'm you about to have the mic, bro. I'm just setting this up for you. What I'm saying is, when he did die, it was just a onslaught of people making memes. I'll pull up the memes as you're talking, and it was fine. It was just like, well, he was a crackhead, a fentanyl, a woman beater. He had a family too. He had a beautiful daughter and brothers and all this other stuff. No one cared because they were like, oh well, he was a fentanyl head. And so what I'm saying is, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, I can go down the countless names of people where they mock their death. I think it's disgusting and no one should be doing it. But we can't say that's freedom of expression and freedom of speech. But now suddenly people can't mock or say anything negative towards Charlie Kirk because he was what? A saint, maybe in your eyes, but other people not. Go ahead, Brendan. Oh, hold on, Brendan. Before that, I gotta give a shout out to the chat. Big Rigs in the building. John Sinatra, my boy Travion. I don't know if he came yet, but he will be coming at. Brendan, it looks like you got some people supporting you in here. You know, some of your trolls or minions, or maybe just some good people. T Lad and Ronald Scott, salute to them. And the lovely,
dude,
exquisite. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You about to have the mic, Brendan. I'm about to pass the mic, Brendan. Hold on. Don't have low impulse control. I gotta give us salutations to Jackie, the lovely, exquisite Jackie. And Braxton, I already gave you a shout out. And go ahead, Brendan. You got the mic. Brendan, go ahead.
Okay. Where to start? First, BT, we were very going back to the question that you asked. You were like, well, what are they trying to stop him from saying? And then you got down, you started talking about the black vote, which, trust me, I'm cool with the blacks. I told you, I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. I grew up on Northside Drive on the wrong side with the wrong people. You ain't got to, race doesn't bother me one bit. I couldn't care less. So I was specifically talking about the youth vote. The youth vote is arguably what put Trump in the White House, and it was only going one way for Republicans. They were going down for Democrats, up for Republicans, trying to shut them up from. That's the answer. He was literally eating the left's lunch in what they considered their own backyard, the university system. That typically has been a very liberal atmosphere. And I don't think that there's really any disagreement there, that has traditionally been a very left part of the society is the university system. And Charlie went into their house, ate their lunch, and took their voters right in front of them, and they couldn't stop it. And in fact, he helped get Trump elected as a president. So that was the first thing. The other thing that I want to be very clear about this, BT. And when I talk about let's not be dishonest and let's actually have a good faith conversation, what I mean is don't say things like, oh, if they didn't praise him, that means that they wanted him dead. No, you know, and I know, and we all know, we're all adults here. We all know that there's a big difference between praising somebody and not literally taking a piss on their grave and screaming at everybody, yelling about how you're happy that you're taking a piss on their grave. So going to George Floyd, you want to talk about why George Floyd and Charlie Kirk are the same? Well, I'll do you this. When the general public found out that Floyd, that he died, at the hands of Derek Chauvin something, I think. when the general public found out that he died, conservatives didn't just immediately jump up and say, "Yeah, he got what he deserved. Yeah, thank God he's dead." No. The intense backlash from conservatives only came after leftists caused more than $2 billion in damage nationwide and injured hundreds of police officers. Once we saw that they were willing to riot and burn their own cities down over somebody that we didn't even really know existed, and he died, and I'm sorry, it was unfortunate. That's when it was like, okay, all right, fine. Fine. This is who you want to give a gold casket to. This is who you want to have moments of silence. You know, the EU had a minute of silence for George Floyd, and they refused to have a minute of silence for Charlie Kirk. So, you know, when we've got to really put things in the chronological order here. George Floyd was killed by a cop. Immediately after that, the left burned and caused billions with a B, billions in damages, injured hundreds. And here's to you J6. God, y'all love J6. Oh, I thought they hurt cops on J6. Yeah, we all hurt hundreds of cops over the course of the summer of love. And so once we saw that as conservatives, that was when we were like, okay, fine. You want to give a gold casket and burn cities for a fentanyl addict that was a career criminal? If that's how you want to approach this, and if you think that you're going to draw a comparison between a cold-blooded assassination and, you know, I don't know what Derek Chauvin thought he was going to do. Maybe he really just believed he was suppressing him. I don't think that anybody can say that he put his knee down with the intention, hoping that Floyd would die. I don't believe that. I don't.
But you can't say one or the other, right? It's speculative either way, right?
I hope before I pull my knee up, this guy's. Yeah. Well, you know what we can say about Charlie is there's no question he took the shot specifically with the singular purpose of extinguishing a life. There's a lot of debate to be had about whether or not Derek Chauvin specifically thought I'm going to end a life. We can't. That's a conversation. He was convicted of, I guess, manslaughter.
Okay, so Brendan is. Let me ask you a question, Brendan. Hold on, Brendan. Hold on, real quick, Brendan. I think there's a delay. And I know BT only has a short amount of time, so I definitely want to get him to chime in because I know he only has like about 10 to 15 minutes left. Well, I think people need to just stop comparing at all. So I'm with you in terms of the people comparing, hey, George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. Is just that climate has already been set. And sometimes, you know, I say you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Once you put it out there and then you can't say, oh, no, well, now let's not do this because now Charlie Kirk, he was no fan of MLK. He talked about how much of a fraud he was. He was against the Civil Rights Act. He was saying that he was a bad guy. He was going around indoctrinating young people to basically hate and demonize Martin Luther King. And now I'm seeing many people on the woke right comparing him to MLK assassination. So if people don't want the George Floyd and Charlie Kirk comparison, people need to stop with this idiotic MLK and Charlie Kirk comparison. BT, go ahead and chime in before you got to get up out of there.
Yeah, I got a little bit longer. I'll go until I can stop here. But you know. Okay,
yeah. Just whenever you got to stop, just let me know. I just want you to get as much time because whenever you drop down, I'm still gonna keep rocking for a little bit. I just want to give you ample time to speak, and Brendan, you'll have ample time as well. Go ahead, BT.
You know, what I appreciate is, you know, when I was first started talking this live stream, you haven't, Brendan, you haven't questioned anything that I've said as far as disgruntled white youth, the race baiting and things like that. So I appreciate it. You are admitting that that's what transpired. That's what you've shown, that because you immediately deflected to another topic. So I appreciate you agreeing with me that it is disgruntled white youth that we have a problem with mass shootings. or targeted shootings. Poor parenting, no matter what, if it's single or dual parents, because that was the main message. And you didn't touch on that topic. So we know we're good there. We both agree as white men that we have problems in our own house that we need to look at, which I've said repeatedly as a conservative white male. We have to look within. We have a lot of problems. I think there's could be some external influences outside this country that could have easily pushed the young man to commit that act. It's not very normal for we keep saying leftist. I don't see anything leftist about him. I see liberal. I know leftists, and the leftists actually, if you really follow politics and things like that and foreign conflicts, you would see that the leftists have actually shown Charlie Kirk in somewhat of a positive light for his comments on is Israel going too far, and are we being controlled by Israel? So the true leftists have actually noted that, which being on X, I follow everybody. So I actually have friends that are leftists, Marxists, communists, and I go back and forth with them all the time. They wouldn't want him taken out. Certainly for the fact that that's a huge voice telling conservative whites that, hey, maybe we do have some problems here. So that kind of theory is blown out. So now we got just an awkward, socially inept person, disgruntled white youth that was pushed into and groomed. Quite honestly, I can see Ukraine being involved with something like this. They've been involved, I don't know, since 2022 through different groups of people to get Americans on board with full support of Ukraine. It wouldn't make any sense for Russia or China to be involved, because why would Russia take out somebody that literally had that many followers saying we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine? That doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't do that.
Hold on, BT.
Not gonna do that.
Hold on, BT. This would be a good time for me to add this, because I want you to say this, because you said that you had a particular perspective on there. Now, I believe all of this stuff is just speculative right now, and people are trying to come up with their own conspiracy crock theories. Most of it is for content creation. Some of them do have some teeth to it, but all of it is speculative and circumstantial. So
right
now, I'm not with that whole "it's the Jews," you know what I mean? I know people try to overuse that. However, there are some things that some Jewish Zionists, the big wig, the elitists, that are responsible for. So I think sometimes people by them trying to blame them for everything, it's kind of like the boy that cried wolf. When there is something legitimately to hold them accountable for, you've already showed your vow anti-Semitism, so they get to use that as a shield or a cudgel. But there are the rumblings of, Charlie Kirk. He was starting to, since he had a very massive following, he was educating and indoctrinating youthful people. He was turning more people into right wing, but they were okay with all that. What they were saying is that the issue came up because he started being more critical of Israel. And there are, little breadcrumbs that you can piece things together. I won't get into that right now, but, I know Max Blumenthal and Tim Dillon has covered it. Sabby did an interview with some people, with a gentleman on there. So there are some credible voices that are at least talking about it. So could you speak to your perspective on the Israel aspect, or do you believe it just was a foreign entity? And then Brendan, you can chime in after BT.
Yeah, I tried speaking to Space yesterday, and they wouldn't let me up. I I'm tired, and we've talked about it before. I get really tired of the Jew blaming.
Hey, Travion, hold on. I'm gonna mute you up because it's a lot of background noise, and I'm gonna
Oh
let
yeah,
BT.
I'm walking down the street, walking back to the house real quick. I'm about to mute up.
Okay,
As soon as I get back to the house, I'll unmute.
thanks. Go ahead, BT.
I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I think it's very unfair. They brought up he turned down money from them. He was changing his mind. Here's a guy that has been funded since day one. None of that is organic. He came out of evangelical churches, scooped up by a big time church that backed him. And all the evangelicals, the history is right on that article. It's a great article by Max Blumenthal, but it goes into depth about how a lot of those evangelical churches started to make sure to groom for the Israel support of the white Christians. And it's all true. However, his attitude towards Muslims and Islam, Charlie Kirk was no fan. Some of the last things he had, some of his last content was not belonging, not belonging in Western society. There's no room for them, and the list goes on and on about Islam and Muslim. So, he may have questioned Israel, or more. It's more about the U.S. involvement. But at the end of the day, if I got that much outreach and I'm telling my followers and people that Muslims don't belong and Islam is ridiculous and has no being, not worth being in the Western society, that's as bad as that's just the same as supporting Israel. So it's two of the same, right? You're slamming an adversary. So I don't believe in the Jewish conspiracy that they would have secretly taken Charlie. I disagree with that theory. I think it'd be more towards Ukraine because that's the big voice that's consistently always been against them. And I agree with that non-intervention with Ukraine and Russia.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that answer. It looked like someone else, and I'm about to come to you right now, Brendan. Hold on, BT. Let me just go ahead and mute up because it was giving some feedback. And it looks like Ronald Scott says, "What? Ukraine deleted Charlie Kirk? BT is out of his mind." But I think BT, he did say he didn't agree with the Israeli theory and that he believes Ukraine allegedly may have had something to do with that. So just in case you wasn't clear. And Brendan, go ahead. Brendan, you were shaking your head a lot, man. Go ahead, speak on it. I can't hear you.
Yeah, that was the most asinine nonsense rambling that I've really heard since all of this started. I started this whole conversation because I wanted to I wanted to get a real understanding. When I asked and BT refused to answer, I now know why he refused to answer. How powerful is motive in murder? Like, that is such a critical component of murder. People don't just kill people. Like, it's not really a thing, and if they do, chances are they're a certified psychopath, which this guy apparently is not. But anyway, so the reason I mentioned motive in the very beginning, because that's what this is all about. Who stands to gain the most from Charlie not being alive? And I don't know where Israel and Ukraine and Russia, what are you talking about? The number one thing that he was the best at was siphoning young people away from the Democrat Party and into the Republican Party. That's me why he existed. That's why we even know who he is because all he did was take young voters the Democrats took for granted for generations and move them into the Republican coalition. That's it. I don't know what Israel. Why would Israel care? Why would?
Hey Trey, hold on. Hey Trey, I'm gonna mute you up because it's picking up all the background noise, bro. So I'm gonna let you go after Brendan. Go ahead, Brendan.
What? Not Israel, Ukraine, Russia, none of them, they could not care less about a guy whose job was to go talk to university students in America. Like that literally, let's say, Charlie was very much against Ukraine. Let's say that. Let's assume that his position was he's really against Ukraine, okay? So really what that would mean is Ukraine would be the ones that would want him dead, right? But I mean, if he's out there hurting the messaging of Ukraine, then they're the ones that would say, hey, stop, Charlie, you're not helping us out, right? You're not doing us any favors. Well, I think we can clearly say that this kid in Utah that y'all have already identified as a conservative Christian MAGA, well, I think it's pretty safe to say he didn't have some weird Ukrainian underbelly tie where like they secretly hired him to take out Charlie Kirk. I mean, I don't, it doesn't make sense. So like, again, when you talk about why is he no longer with us and who perceives themselves as better off with him not being here, the only answer that makes sense is the Democrat Party. That's it. There's you can shake it all you want to, and you can justify. And I really don't know where we got off into Israel and Ukraine and Russia. This conversation is about the fact that Charlie Kirk was murdered. He was murdered because of how effective he was at dismantling the leftist ideology. The biggest problem that a lot of us have, is that when he was murdered, a whole bunch of people, what do you want to call it, the left, however you want to designate it, a whole bunch of people said, hoorah, we're glad that he is dead. And we can't live in a civilized society with people that support that. Oh, and here you go. The last thing. So we're talking to y'all.
Yeah, I was going to say land the plane, Brendan.
About how we don't have to. Silence is violence. Okay. So if you do not actively condemn in no uncertain terms those that are celebrating this, as far as any of us are concerned, as far as any regular everyday Americans are concerned, you support it. You either vehemently say this is not acceptable. You don't qualify it by saying, well, he said mean things. You don't justify why it happened. You unequivocally, without hesitation, say this should never happen. So to you, B-Eazy. I brought up this because this all started on a thread, right? A thread. Where I inserted myself, if you will, was you made the comment, and I've got it pulled up because I want to make sure I'm not speaking out of I'm not saying something you didn't say. You said, quote, if your church did mention Charlie Kirk, find a new church. He's not a martyr or saint. He was a bigoted man killed in a heinous way. Unfortunately, he didn't deserve that. So I appreciate where you put the caveat out there. Like you do put a caveat that says, oh, he shouldn't have been killed. But that came right after you said he was a bigoted man. So like you can't say, oh, he's a bigoted man, but he shouldn't have died. He shouldn't have died. Well, you know what?
Hold on.
You say he's a bigoted man, which he's not. They take it
That,
in their
that's
head
that,
as, oh,
that's subjective, Brendan. Hold on, Brendan. That's subjective, and you'll have more time to expound on that. I just want to let BT get his final words in. It's just BT, you had a lot of background noise. Same thing with Travion. That's why I had to mute you. For the people that's listening, it's an uncomfortable experience because I don't know, like the mics, they pick up every little thing. So if you drop something, somebody washing dishes, it picks all that up. So when someone is talking, I want to give you all the respect. I'll go to y'all, I'll moderate the discussion. It's just if I have to mute you, it's just because it's making a lot of background noise. But BT, I know you got to get up out of here. So give your final statements if you need to respond to anything or whatever. Go ahead, BT.
All right, great. I'm sorry about that. Sorry for the background noise. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to, it confused you on the foreign policy. To talk about that, I'm not sure your background. You might not have known any about that. You're just looking at Republican, Democrat, and like more of the simple format of looking at things. So, yeah, this has been a big deal online as far as when you look at foreign policy. A lot of these Trump influencers, the paid grifters, the Christian, I love to call it the Christian grift, because I think with enough money, you could safely say that they would be for trans prostitutes. If you paid Charlie Kirk enough money, he would have grifted for them. So, yeah, when it comes to Charlie Kirk, I'm with B-Eazy all the way. I think his comment was right on the money. It's a sad, unfortunate, but he was a bigot. He was racist. He dangled the carrots to entice more engagement through those platforms. He's had paid algorithms. His followers, half of social media doesn't even exist. They're all fake accounts. So, a lot of the stuff is manufactured. He's not all that. I'm really glad you joined the space because now we see like, okay, what is the MAGA besides the original MAGAs that got involved because Trump was supposed to be non-interventionist. Trump's foreign policy now sucks. He's failing miserably. It's good to get two different perspectives of MAGA. The person that is all of MAGA versus the guy like Brandon that's Democrat, Republican, I win this argument, that sort of thing. But it's good to see something different, something more simple and basic for political MAGA talk. So thanks,
Yeah, no problem, man. I'm about to go to Travion, but thanks so much, BT. Like I said, you can stick around as long as you can, but if you have to drop down, I understand. And let me go ahead and mute because it's something going on with the system. But yeah,
chances are he's probably just going to say what he said and leave so that he doesn't get responded to.
Yeah, no, he did say that he had to go. That's why I kept giving so if he has to drop down, otherwise I'm gonna just mute you up. But if you have something to say, BT, just let me know, and then I'll go ahead. Travion, it was some background noise earlier, so I just want you to.
Am I good?
Yeah, you good now.
Okay.
Yeah. And somebody was counting you in the chat too, Ronald Scott. They said put Trey on the mic, but they saying he said you said black people 1,000 years with a chirping smoke detector. So you got some people in there clowning you.
There wasn't no smoke detector even going off. I just walked in the door. It like the only thing I had going on when I walked in the bedroom was the fan was on. So
yeah, no, I know. That's all.
I got money to buy batteries, man. Yeah, broke over here.
That's what I'm saying. I know. That's why I was like, I don't know where this was coming from. I personally didn't hear it, but they were saying that in the chat. So I don't know how long you've been listening. So we just gonna kind of reset the room, and then we'll pick it up from that. We've been joined by BT. We'll be joined by Brendan. Obviously, You know, Brendan, both of them are conservative. You know, both of them are on the right, just have a different perspective. So, and like I said, since we're on YouTube, other platforms, you can be more explicit with your language. On here, you know, you got to use language like deletion and unalive.
Like
and
TikTok, like TikTok.
Correct. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not it's a form of censorship. So just be more cunning and creative with your language. You know what I mean? But get your point across. So I'm gonna set this up for you, Trey. You know, has been a lot of frenzy and hysteria going right now on with the Charlie Kirk assassination. Somehow, even though it was alleged to be a white male shooter, they were threatening HBCUs. I got threatened. I got told to go back to Africa, got called the N-word. People threatened to body me. People are calling me leftist, communist, all this other type of stuff. So the temperature is extremely hot right now. I'm of the ilk that believes that Charlie Kirk was a bigot. He was a racist and a vile anti-black person. I don't think that he should have been deleted. I think that was disgusting and abhorrent. I wish he was still alive, because I think there were plenty of people that could dismantle and destroy his viewpoints without having to resort to, you know, this level of barbarism. It is what it is. You know, people die every day. Me personally, I'm indifferent. I'm not celebrating it. I'm not mourning it. I think it's disgusting when people celebrate George Floyd, Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin. Same thing with Charlie Kirk. But it happens every day, and usually there's not this moral outrage and moral policing. So I just want to set it up like that. What is your perspective on it? Have you been mourning? Have you been celebrating? What has been your perspective on the demise of Charlie?
Well, I'm definitely not going to celebrate nobody's demise, but at the same time, he was a piece of shit. You get what I'm saying? And I say that based off of the premise that a lot of people online are saying that he was a truth teller and he was speaking the truth, right? Well, I can't see the truth in saying what he was saying about black people in the circumstances of that black people are in, without acknowledging over 150 years of systemic white supremacy that has been setting us back. You get what I'm saying? And if he had did that, then I would be like, okay, he was telling the truth. But that's not what he was doing. It was always, I'm a white person. Why should I have to pay for this or pay for that? And I preface this by saying that I have conservative views. So I'm not coming from the stance of, oh, everybody on the right is bad or anything like that. I'm saying I didn't like the fact that he said a lot of the rhetoric that he used, and then he tried to back it up by Bible scripture. And the stuff that he was talking about when he was using Bible scripture to back up a lot of his points just wasn't accurate. You get what I'm saying? So based off of that, I don't feel that he was a God-fearing man, you know, or do I feel that he's in heaven? The scripture says that nobody's in heaven when they die. Or unalive. So therefore, based off of what the actual words say in the book, it's just poppycock for people to say, oh, he's in heaven, he got wings and stuff like that. He definitely got wings, but I don't know if he went to heaven. You know, but a lot of the rhetoric that he used wasn't cool. Like I said,
Allah is swift in reckoning. Go ahead, Trey.
Oh yeah. Well,
right here.
well. My stance on the whole situation is because I followed. I recently got hip to Charlie Kirk over the last like 6-7 months. And I really didn't know who he was until a lot of the stuff that he was saying was going viral, you know? So I just found it really ironic that a lot of the rhetoric and words that he used, especially the last words that came out his mouth right before he got silenced, was shitting on black people. And so if that wasn't the biggest shut the fuck up, I don't know what was. You get what I'm saying? Now, do I think that he deserved to be unalive? Not at all. Speech is free. Speech is free, but at the same time, you are held accountable for the things that come out of your mouth. And what do I mean by that? Me or somebody else could say something on the low end that is disrespectful. That is disrespectful to a different race or a minority group or something like that, right? And we'll get shunned and stuff, right? But if you say something about a small hat, all of a sudden you're canceled and all this other stuff, right? So that alone lets you know that speech isn't free in America. It's subjective. You know, when we decide that it's not going to be free this time, all of a sudden it's not free and you got to be held accountable. But what I mean is, yeah, you might talk to somebody at a college or something like that, and the things that you say, you know, that person doesn't have to be the one that gets mad enough to actually do something to you. But you might really, really strike a chord with somebody and they decide to do whatever. Now, if I put my hands on you, right, or I disrespect you, right, I'm like, disrespect is wrong. I'm not going to say that it's not, right? But at the same time, now I'm not saying that that violence is right, but at the same time, I have no right to tell you how far you can go about disrespect. You have no right. Nobody has the right to tell anybody how far they can go about disrespect. That's the reason why we should all adhere to the golden rule, which is treat others how you want to be treated, because you don't know what's going to be the last line for the person you're disrespecting. And I'll just pause right there.
Yeah, thanks, Travion. And we are joined, and I'm gonna go to you next, Brendan. But we are joined by the lovely Fire, the Phoenix Fire, the Inferno.
Hey,
what's up with it, Miss Fire?
Fire.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Hey.
Okay, so before I go to you, Fire, I'm gonna go ahead and Brendan, man, you got some funny facial expressions, Brendan. So go ahead. I'm gonna pass the mic to you, and then I'm gonna go to Fire. Go ahead, Brendan. You got it.
I'm gonna keep this water.
So, you know, there's a saying, if you will, that goes something to the effect of, if she didn't want to get raped, she shouldn't have worn a short skirt. Right. If she didn't want to have something bad happen, she shouldn't have worn something that enticed her. Okay, so all I heard from what he was saying was, oh, if he didn't want to get assassinated, all he had to do was not say stuff that people didn't like, you know. And I challenge all of y'all, anybody on here, I challenge you to actually provide a quote. None of these generalities like, oh, everything he said, oh, all that he said, oh, everything that he said. No, that doesn't fly. He's dead, okay? And he's dead because people like you and y'all say things like, oh, Charlie was the most racist person out there. And yet you cannot provide an example. You cannot provide an example. And it's really
I can provide many if you need them.
Even having this.
Hey, we definitely can, Brendan. And hold on, Brendan. Hold on, Brendan. I'm gonna let you go on, but like we can provide examples. You know what I mean? So let's act like. So he okay.
Then do it.
He already said
right now. Pull up.
Okay. All right. Okay. While I'm pulling up a quote, go ahead with your
for starters. For starters, you can Google. You can Google right now Charlie Kirk laughing and celebrating Gaddafi being unalived. Why everybody's upset about it right now. You can go on Google. You can go on Google and find that. Okay, but you can find that right now. You can find that right now. So when people make the argument that it's not right, which I'm not celebrating, I just said that I don't agree with what happened to him because it shouldn't happen.
Brother, stop talking. Stop talking. I can't find what doesn't exist. If you tell me to go Google racist things that Charlie said, it doesn't exist. All that exists are 6-word-long sentences taken out of a 2-hour-long conversation that you think says something that it doesn't. So
come on, man.
I can't.
Just like when I was talking, you only took 2 words out of what I said and said that I'm basically giving the approval for Charlie Kirk being unalive. So kind of like that. Kind of like that.
Charlie said,
you've been hypocritical, Brendan.
And if you didn't like it, the more you are justifying him being assassinated.
All right, hold on.
You're justifying it. You are justifying it.
No,
if you try to tell me,
Brendan, come on with the straw man.
I don't think this is a hill you want to unalive on. You probably should pick a different hill to unalive on.
But Brendan, I appreciate your fervor. You're extremely wrong.
Yeah, he's standing on business.
Are you saying I'm gonna get? Are you saying?
No, see, again, you're proving my point about again, you're proving my point about taking a few words that somebody said, and you only pick 2 words that somebody said, and then come up with your own interpretation of what they meant. That's not what I said. What I said was this probably isn't the hill you want to unalive on, because we're able to actually pull up Google, off of the internet, all of the clips and viral stuff proving the points that I'm talking about. Yep. Nobody threatened you at all. I mean, this ain't even one of them type of questions. This ain't even the type of situation that threaten you. You know, like all that be quiet, all that extra stuff. You know, have some decorum about yourself. Step your game up. Have some decorum about yourself.
Yeah, come on, Brendan.
You know,
yeah,
we not little boys. We not little boys. We're grown men. Have some decorum about yourself. You literally just said something hypocritical. You said that people choose a little bit of the words that Charlie Kirk uses, and then they come up with their own interpretation of what he said without using the whole context, which is what you just did to me, because I didn't threaten you at all. Yeah, I know.
All right.
That's what clowns do.
Hold on, Brendan and Travion. I don't want to have to mute y'all, but like actually I have to pull something up and then we're gonna get right back at it. It's just I can't have y'all over talking the video. But no need to apologize. I mean, I like the fire. I'm just saying for the fan, you know, for the supporters in the chat, you know what I mean? So hold on, let me just do this real quick, and then I'm gonna pull this up in real time for Brendan, you know what I mean? And let's see what this has to say right here. Okay, so here we go.
I mean,
we're gonna go back right here.
Better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 Black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
That's your explanation. But
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been.
That affected
80 years.
The generational psyche of an entire group of people?
I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just this shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was
evil. So that was just one video right there. I don't know who
they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 Black men, women.
Yeah, so that was just one video right there where he is championing, they were better off in the 30s and 40s. This is talking about in probably the height of Jim Crow and using all of these statistics. That's him saying that right now. He would never say that, hey, Jewish people were better off in this part of the Holocaust because they were together and, you know, the Nazi racism forced them to be stronger families and have more core values. If you say right now, hey, would you have wanted to grow up as a Black person in the 1930s or 1940s? People would be like, heck no. But suddenly we're supposed to say that, we should champion that. Like, come on, man. But go ahead, Fire.
Hey, y'all. So I have a lot to say, but I'm going to just speak to a few things that I witnessed over the weekend, because I've got a lot of, like in my friend face community alone, I've got a community of people. Friend face equals Facebook. So that, are my people from since I was born till now. So people I've known from elementary school till now. There's only really 2 teams on that on Friend Face. It's the red team and the blue team, red MAGA and blue MAGA, and they both have had this terrible Trump derangement syndrome, and that's the only time I'll say the T word. Usually I call him Cheeto Boy, because I've known that bitch since the 80s. So I didn't need to qualify everything I've said, just like with Putin. I don't need to qualify everything I say by saying, oh, they're bad, but, you know, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm just me. I've been fighting for the same crap that I've been fighting for since I was 14 years old. We don't need to Google anything, because Truth Warriors, number one, Google ain't paying you. So just say you searched for something Okay, that's number one. I just thought I'd throw that out there for everybody. Every time you say Master G's name, you're not getting paid for it. So don't use that name. That's just a little hot tip from me. Also, we don't need to search for anything. Kirk literally has days, weeks, years of content on his pages. It's all there. It's like saying, look for the one racist thing that somebody from the Red MAGA said. Like, what are you talking about? I don't. That makes no sense. And nobody on. Can you mute yourself?
Oh,
the person that has all the background noise. Is that Brandon? Can you hear that?
I don't know. Yeah, I could hear that. I don't know who that is, but make sure everybody.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Okay.
So I see some inspiring things this weekend. I've seen a lot of the vote blue no matter who crowd finally going, oh, wait a second. This is some BS. They know that a trans person didn't shoot this guy. Literally, it was, whatever. He was unalived by a left side shot. Sorry, this is my left. No, wait. Yep, left side. Direct kill shot to the carotid. I don't know if any of you are hunters. I grew up hunting, in a hunting land, and with a lot of people that went the red team route, because of very fundamental things. Their whole entire way of life was destroyed the second we sent all the manufacturing jobs overseas. So we gotta think about how all this started beyond like this situation. Like now we have the state telling us how we're supposed to mourn something. Did the state produce commercials and bring Satan Yahoo in when the two people from the left were shot and killed or murdered? Like, did we have like state funerals?
Flying the flag at half staff.
Yeah, I mean, like, what? I mean, I don't know those people, and I care as much about their deaths as I do about Kirk's. I have respect for the beauty and the sadness of death is way different than my respect for actual the person that they were on this earth. It's like somebody coming down on me because Kissinger finally croaked. Do you need me to go and search for all the bad crap that Kissinger did that everybody praises? Or do you know anything yourself? It's just, and I've even had my own biracial friends and black friends being like, well, don't put words into people's, you wouldn't want somebody saying bad stuff about you. And I'm like, girl, you obviously don't know his entire body of work. And so I just laid a few things out and just was very clear about, you can put your hand down, Brandon. We've heard enough of you for a while. So I just want to, I think it's more important to have the conversations about how we're not going to keep feeding into this BS and entertaining people who just want to keep this divide so wide. It's this sickness of, my team's better than your team, and everybody's like, oh, pushing their trans agenda. And I mean, what do you like? How do you even have the energy or time to be this ignorant to actual world events at this point? We literally have a live stream genocide going on. Kirk has been explicitly, I don't know why you keep waving your hand, Brandon. Go and Google go and search. I mean, I'm not trying to be ignorant, but you seem like you're just being ignorant to everybody. This is an adult conversation of people trying to do better in the world. I don't understand why anybody would just constantly berate other people without. Okay, so what are we doing to move forward? Are we going to keep this divide so wide, or are we gonna talk to each other like human beings? Kirk, obviously, in my eyes, and every piece of evidence that I've gathered so far screams that this was an inside job by his own people. And by his own people, I mean Israel. And are we allowed to say that, B?
Yeah, I mean, you could say it. I would just say allegedly, you know, because don't say it definitively. Yeah, because that's allegedly, reportedly, suspectedly. Because then you're not saying it definitively. You're giving your opinion, and you're not saying that they actually did it, and this is actually Netanyahu's fault. Go ahead.
Yeah,
and
I don't want anybody to clip me either, but yeah.
Yeah, that's all you got to say.
My opinion. I'm on an opinion panel because this is just my opinion. Apologies, B. But I'm a little disturbed that anybody would think otherwise in general. You'd have to be just living under a complete rock with no insight whatsoever to from independent media. Like, we have to, as people who are completely invested in the truth, we are on independent media, because red team and blue team is all bought by corporations. So when you are bought by a corporation, they're just spewing hate. They're just spewing divide, anything to keep us divided. And everything that led up to what happened was a product of Kirk. Let's talk about the evidence that's easy to find on the internet. And part of that evidence is his interview with Megyn Kelly, which he explicitly asked for the Epstein files to be, where's the transparency? Where is it? And that he thought that, and it's not me saying it, he finally woke up to the fact that Jeffrey Epstein is a Mossad agent, and all of this, every dark, disgusting road leads back to Israel. It's so mind-blowingly disgusting. Like, as disgusting as I thought it was when I was 14 years old. Holy crap. It's so much worse and so much more disgusting than we ever possibly could imagine. And the fact that we have let the corporations aren't people. They're just humans with billions and billions and millions of dollars. And not only did Kirk start talking about, hey, you know what? Maybe genociding and unaliving and dismembering and incinerating and starving children.
I think you have the YouTube playing in your background too. Do you have that open in another one? Because I can hear a slight echo.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to close YouTube?
Yeah, you got to close YouTube and then just leave the StreamYard open.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay.
Did it just start happening? Or it's been echoing this whole time?
It might have been the whole time, but it is what it is. No, it's all right. Yeah, so just turn the YouTube off, and then I'm gonna just go to Travion, and then I'm gonna go to Brendan, because Brendan, you've been making some funny faces, bro.
Go to Brendan first, and then come to me or whatever, because he has been sitting for a minute.
Yeah,
on timeout.
Yeah, Brendan, you have been making these funny faces, but at least you haven't chimed in. So go ahead, Brendan, you got the mic, bro. Let us have it, because you've been a little bit toxic in the chat. Brendan, go ahead. Unmute. Brendan, is on you. Brendan, the mic is on you, bro.
I didn't realize. I thought you had muted me. I control that.
I did just because I was trying to clear the background noise. But you got it, Brendan. Go ahead.
We good?
Yep, you all good.
Yeah. So I thought we talked about this with BT earlier about just how like really insanely nonsensical it is to be talking about Israel and Ukraine. Like that has nothing that Israel's skin in this game. If that's how, because I go back to motive. Israel's motive or their skin in this game for Charlie being gone versus the Democrat Party, their skin in the game for Charlie being gone are two different things, two entirely different things, not even on the same planet. So can we just stop at this? That's so nonsensical. Israel had nothing to do with this. Like, I don't know why. So now this lady, what's her name? Phoenix. So you made a really good point. And I actually loved it. And I thank you for it. Charlie has literally days and days worth of content that right now, if we wanted to, we could pull it up and we could go sit down and watch beginning to end hours and hours, whole volumes of them, right? And I think it's really F-word funny that the one time you brought up a clip, you played one clip and you talked. Oh, that's right, because I was responding in the chat. The clip was talking about Charlie saying that the black community was better off in the 30s and 40s than today, and that is empirically true. You can, like, the numbers don't lie. Have y'all never heard of Black Wall Street? That's what I was saying in the chat. Have you never heard of Black Wall Street?
What happened to Black Wall Street?
The irony he brought Black Wall Street up is ridiculous. That's crazy work.
Oh, Brendan, hold on, Brendan. The people of your community burned down Black Wall Street. So what are you even talking about? You're praising the time that black people were doing better. You didn't condemn it.
No.
All right, go ahead, Brendan. You got it. Go ahead.
No. I brought up Black Wall Street. The reason I brought it up because that is a very clear example. I brought up Black Wall Street, how thriving the African American community was prior to the civil rights movement. Okay. So, and that's that you can't really, it's not really up for debate. I know she said something about, would you rather live in that time frame or this time frame? And, you know, nobody can really answer that question. I honestly would love to have lived in the 1800s personally, but, you know,
black people can answer that question.
I would have loved to live in that time frame without your people fucking up our shit. That's when we were thriving until you guys fucked our shit up. Over and over and over again.
Your people.
Now we're to the point where you guys is acting like you guys were doing. You said your people was who? No. My people, as in Black Wall Street. You get what I'm saying? The people that got fucked up by your people. That's what I'm talking about.
Those are my people. Those are not.
Well, I mean, they were YT. They were YT, were they not? I mean, supposedly, until we know the truth, the guy who actually unalived Charlie Kirk was YT, if I remember correctly. But HBCUs were getting threatened.
And Brendan,
is that not true? Is that true or false?
Don't try. Let him respond. I want to hear the croc.
Specifically because the left was dancing all over Charlie's grave. And in fact, throughout this entire conversation, every single one of y'all has made it a point to say, without actually providing something he said, you've made it a point to say, oh, Charlie said, he said mean things. Charlie said some mean things. He said some really mean things. That's so mean. He was so mean and so racist.
Hold on, Brendan. Hold up, Brendan, hold up, bro. Like, Brendan,
about calling him things that he's not.
Brendan, I don't want to have to mute you, bro. So you hear me talking, bro?
Yes or no?
Yes, but you keep dancing around different points, bro. First, you were trying to cape and say that we had it all better in Jim Crow. Now you're trying to jump back. People on this panel, no one was dancing on his grave. So you bringing up what someone allegedly did on social media, and then it's ironic because you're complaining and saying that, oh, you're mad off Charlie about mean words, but then when people bring up Charlie's actual quotes on Twitter, you were lashing out, you was crashing out over not even mean words, they were Charlie's words. You getting pissed over Charlie's words, and then if somebody wants to mock his death, you can't on one hand say that you guys hold on, Brendan, I'm about to pass you the mic. You can't on one hand say that people should not be worried about mean words, then you should not be worried about people mocking his death. It's freedom of speech, right? Go ahead, Brendan. Is that freedom of speech or not? And I asked you this on Twitter. I don't condone. I condemn people. Hold on, Brendan. I don't condone. I condemn people mocking anyone's death, whether it's Charlie Kirk, George Floyd, or anyone. But I'm a free speech absolutist. I asked you this on Twitter, and you said that you agreed. You said that you agreed that it was people's within their rights to mock him if they wanted to. So what are you whining and complaining about?
Whoa.
Go ahead, Brendan.
Whoa. And forgive me, I forget there is a delay, so I will be more mindful of that. But no, you can that's not even close. I'm a free speech absolutist. I believe that I should literally be able to say anything that my mouth can say, like anything. I mean, we're talking about people's mothers, and I mean, I believe we should be able to say everything. Period. I fully support, and in fact, what's the name? B-Eazy.
Yeah.
You could. I encourage you to go look through my Twitter history, and you will see within the last few days, I have made numerous quotes and replies. So quotes on my actual tweets on my own page and replies to other threads. I have been very clear about this. We want those on the left to yell from the mountaintops, to scream at the top of their lungs, they're glad what happened to Charlie. I encourage that. I implore people to say, please tell us why he's dead, and tell us why you're glad he's dead. I'm begging them. I'm literally trying to elicit these kind of comments, because guess what? It's free speech. I want you to say you're not getting arrested. Oh, that's the other thing. Nobody's getting arrested. So the whole free speech. Well, I don't want you arrested.
Come on,
but
bro.
I want you
Hold on, Brendan. I gotta stop you, because you said no one's getting arrested, but many of your people are not talking about this because people are getting doxxed, so they're getting fired. And Trump and other people, they're trying to put forth legislation to say that if you mock Charlie Kirk, that you can be penalized and face time. So while you're saying that no one's getting arrested, it's people on your side of the yeah, but you're not railing against it though. Go ahead, Brendan. Go ahead.
I 100% condemn when they try to put some legislation about Israel, about you can't say mean things about Israel. I'm a staunch Israeli supporter, but I think it's insane to try to put legislation together that you can't say mean things about Israel. Ridiculous. So ridiculous, insane. So when we talk about, as you just mentioned, somebody somewhere said that they were going to put some legislation together. Well, I 100% condemn it. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You are not getting legislation out of this. You're not going to just suddenly legislate what people can say because in the moment it really hurts your feelings. Yeah, it hurt a lot of us, and I am hurt. And part of what I've said has been emotionally driven. But the fact remains that I'm a very staunch supporter of free speech. You can say everything that you want to say, and I encourage you to say it. However, if I want to live in a civilized society, I do not want to work around with be near, have any association with somebody that says, oh yeah, I support when people I disagree with are off. I can't live with that. Like I don't want to be around you. I don't want you teaching my kids. I don't want you to be my nurse. I literally don't want anything to do with somebody that thinks it's okay to laugh about it. So when we talk about the hundreds of people that have lost their jobs, they didn't lose their jobs because their free speech was impinged. No, in fact, it was their free speech that provided them the opportunity to say stuff that the rest of society was like, no.
Brendan.
You mean it provided the opportunity to get fired, to lose their jobs? It provided free speech, gave them the ability to lose their job. That's what you're saying.
No, not at all. No, free speech gave them the ability to say exactly what they wanted to say. And they did. And they said it. And they told the world, this is how I feel. And the world.
And they lost their job behind it.
Oh my God. I can't believe you actually said that out loud. Like, I don't want to live in a world with somebody like you. That's the problem. See, this
hold on, Brendan.
I fully support free speech, and no
Brendan,
government, nobody's been arrested. So whatever somebody called out a bill somewhere. That's.
Why do you keep saying that nobody's been arrested? Everybody's being arrested for protesting a genocide, and you're saying that Israel has nothing to do with what is going on. Have you been asleep this year alone? Have you been totally asleep? Is it Israel first or is it America first?
Just so that we're on the same page.
Is it Israel first or is it
United States of Israel?
Is it Israel first or America first? Answer the question.
Yeah, no, seriously. Yeah, go. Hold on, fire. Let him answer that. Brendan, I want to know. Yeah, are you Israeli first or America first? Because you have been crashing out for Israel. Go ahead, Brendan. I want to hear this answer.
I am unapologetically no ifs, ands, or buts. I am as patriotic, red-blooded American, greatest country on the earth. Do we want to have a conversation about Israel and what they face in the Middle East and why it's important that we do not allow the only Christian nation in the entire, basically, continent of Asia to collapse? We can have that conversation. But don't mistake.
So you're not a Zionist.
It's not our business, though.
So hold on.
It's not our business.
Hold on. So you're not a Zionist, and you're against Zionism, correct? Because you're a Christian.
What is a Zionist? What is that? What is a Zionist?
Well, why don't you search it on your Google?
This shit is wild. Come on, Brendan. Come on, Brendan.
You're seriously telling me that you're ignoring everything Israel? No. You've talked enough. You're seriously telling me that you're ignoring everything Israel and you don't even know what Zionist means? You need to turn off your mic.
Can we have an honest discussion?
Go look up Zionism in the dictionary. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you come back and we'll talk about the real situation.
I already know the answer. You know what they say about lawyers?
Hold on, Brendan. And thank you for respectfully muting. And I got to get Travion in there. So, Brendan, I'm going to ask you this question, but please be short with it because Travion has been waiting patiently. I know that you said you're Israel. Well, you didn't say you were Israel first. You claim to be America first, but you are a staunch ally of Israel. How could you be a staunch ally of Israel? Which, hey, there's nothing wrong with it. The only wrong thing is if you lie about it. So how are you a staunch advocate for Israel and you don't know what a Zionist or Zionism is? So please be short and concise with this answer so I can go to Travion. So the question is, how don't you know what a Zionist is, but you are praising the allyship of Israel? Go ahead, Brendan.
I know what a Zionist is. It's a derogatory term, and I wanted to hear it from her mouth. I know exactly what it is. It's a pejorative. I get it. I understand. And to answer your question, why am I a strong ally, or why do I believe that Israel is a strong ally of ours? It's hard not to get biblical. I realize that we need to be able to separate biblical and, we've got to be able to you know,
You really want to go there? Biblical? You want to go biblical?
Oh,
This is
Travion.
crazy, man.
no, I was saying,
let him finish,
I don't-
and then
I
I'm
don't-
going straight to you, Trey.
So to answer your question, why I really firmly believe in Israel as an ally of ours, who is and I really resent that you would even scare quote me on an American. My friends, actually, some of my friends are in here watching this. I told you I was bringing an audience. There's nobody that will ever question. I absolutely love this country. So, anyways, the answer to your question is I support Israel because when you look at the Middle East, I mean, and that is Asia. Technically, it's part of Asia. But when you look at that part of the world, the probably singular, this is going to sound crazy, stabilizing force that keeps it from falling into itself is Israel.
All right, thanks. You know, that actually was a concise answer. Go ahead, Travion. You got it.
Okay, well, first I want to say Israel is actually Northeast Africa, along with Egypt, but you know, we'll save that for another time. Just the fact that everything that you just said was I mean, he wasn't even being honest. It's like and then you do the Charlie Kirk thing where you bring the Bible into it, but factually, biblically, scripturally, those people over there aren't even the people the Bible was actually talking about. You get what I'm saying? So to sit there and say that you support Israel, when if you actually know what the Bible actually says, Israel is right here in America because the people is Israel. Who is those people that we're talking about? We're talking about the black people that Charlie Kirk been bashing all the way up until he took his last breath. You get what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother conversation that I don't think you're ready to have intellectually, because clearly you don't read the scripture, right? But on a political level, yes, he had the right to speak his mind and say whatever he wanted to say. But knowing that you're stoking the flames of violence and not to think that it's going to somehow come back to bite you is crazy. You get what I'm saying? And then on top of that, people are acting like black people are supposed to have a dog in the fight when it's like you guys want us to keep putting our hand in a box that has a viper in it and keeps biting us with venom, and then not say that the box has a snake in it. You get what I'm saying? Then we get called racist for it. Like you people literally have over 400 years, and I'm being nice when I say 400 years, right? You guys have 400 years of fucked up shit that you have done systematically to a specific people. But then when we point out your bullshit, we're racist. I can't get with that. And I have right-leaning views and shit. But we got to call bullshit. You get what I'm saying? And that's the problem that I have with what you're saying and with what Charlie Kirk was saying. And I'm going to add on top of that, when it comes to Charlie Kirk, I'm not saying everything that he said was wrong. I'm not saying that. But, well, I mean, you can stick your tongue out and everything, but like everything that just came out your mouth isn't even backed up with facts. You get what I'm saying? And that's the problem with Charlie Kirk. He said 55% of the violence that's committed in America is committed by black people. Where was the 55% of black people committing violence when he got shot in Utah? I want to know that. And I'll back up and mute the mic because I need to know what you think about that, Brendan.
Yeah, so hold on. Let me set this up for you, Brendan. Charlie Kirk was about to go into his annual tirade when they were asking him about trans shooters and trans mass shootings specifically. And he was about to say, oh, well, what about gang violence? That was going to be a euphemism for blacks. And he was going to go into the whole 1350 narrative, which has been debunked, and I can easily debunk that. But anyways, even though in Utah, the place that he was speaking at has I think they said 1.6% black population. You look at that audience, it was lily white. The first suspect was an old white dude who lied and said, I shot him. Then there was another suspect who happened to be another white man. And this alleged suspect they now have is a white man, but he was known to rail against black people. He always talked about fatherless homes. That's why we were bringing up his family earlier and saying that he grew up in a two-parent home. He was saying all of these things about culture and things like that, specifically pertaining to black people. And then for him to be violently unalived by a white person, you know, was very ironic. And there are some people, which I've very seen a small contingent that were tap dancing on his grave, but the majority of people I've seen have either been indifferent, and he has a massive following of people that are praising him. So the question that I have to you is, what do you feel about him railing against other races of people, specifically black people, only for it to be white on white crime? Go ahead, Brendan.
He still hasn't answered the question, what is Zionism? First he says he doesn't know, then he says he knows.
Yeah, but let him get it out though. Let him get it out.
But he said he doesn't know what it is, and then he said it was a derogatory term that people made up, and now he's saying he was just kidding.
I was making fun of you, lady. I was making fun of you. I wanted you to say it from your own lips, but you didn't, so that's fine.
How is that funny?
So to answer your question,
it wasn't funny, but go ahead, answer the question, Brendan. Go ahead.
I'm almost flabbergasted that you asked that question without even hearing what you were asking. You're asking me why this guy that was supposedly so bad and so mean and evil and racist to all anybody that's not white.
Again, I never said any of that.
Why a white guy killed him? Like, do you not? You don't realize that, like,
when did I say anything that you just said?
No, Fire. I think he's responding to my statement. Yeah, I think he was responding to my statement. Go ahead, Brendan. Finish, bro. I think you might have froze up. Go ahead, Brendan.
Am I good?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just a little bit of a delay.
So as I was saying, correct. A portion of this call or whatever it is, and Travion, and I'm sorry, how do I pronounce it? I'm saying Travion. I don't know if that's right. Whatever.
Nah, you good. I don't got no ill will or ill intentions toward you. You know, we having a conversation. It ain't nothing.
So a big part of what has been discussed is the content, is the perceived, I would like to be very clear about that, is y'all's perceived idea of the content of his character. Big part of this is, did he sow hate? Did he sow division? Was he racist? Right? So if all of that, if you're building him up to be such like this big, bad, awful, racist person, then why was it a white guy that took him out? Like, it doesn't make sense. No, it does. You know what makes sense?
So hold on. Hold on, Brendan.
You ain't answering my question at all.
Are you? Oh, hold on. What's your? I was gonna go a different direction. Yeah, but Travion, what was your question?
No,
I didn't hear it.
I didn't mean to.
Now you good.
You want me to ask it to you again? You want me to ask it to you again? Okay. One of the last things that he said in some of his
I missed it. I apologize.
Yeah. It's no problem. I'll ask it again. He was preaching in his speeches when he was talking to people, and these were supposed facts that he was bringing out from, I don't know, maybe Google, maybe whatever the fuck. Right. No. Let me. I don't even care. I don't even care about that. I don't even care about that, because the last thing he said that came out of his mouth. No, I don't. I already told you that I'm more conservative leaning than I am left. I said that when I first started, right? So what I'm saying is he preached that 55% of violence that is committed in America is by blacks, when we're only 13% of the population. Even though he said that, where was the 55% of blacks that are committing the violence in Utah when he took that shot to the neck? That was the question that I was asking. And I'm mute.
Okay.
It's on you, Brendan. Do you have an answer for that question?
So to answer your question, because that's the most nonsensical. It's not even really a question. You just wanted to say things, but
no, it literally was a question. No, it's not a game. It was a question, because the only answer to the question is we were nowhere to be found. That was the answer to the question, but you want to beat around the bush. So again, I'll mute up. Go ahead. Go ahead and do your thing.
Okay, so there's a book. The name of the book, the title of the book is How to Lie with Statistics, right? It's a great book. I would love to talk about statistics and how easily fungible and manipulated they are. I could go down that road. But you're the one that brought up statistics, okay? You're the one.
Well, it was what he said out of his own mouth. It's what he said. That's what he said, though. That's what he said. I'm not saying that it's 55%. He said that out of his own mouth at the speeches. So what I'm saying is, where was the 55%? I didn't play the race card. He's been playing the race card, but somehow it was his own race that took him out. That is the point that I was making. That was the only answer to the question I was asking, but yet you beat it around the bush.
Even in saying this, you don't even realize how ridiculous it sounds. Like you're saying that because Charlie Kirk said black people commit a lot of crimes, the fact that a white guy is the one that took him out means that none of it just didn't really happen. Like that's completely nonsensical.
But you know what did happen after he got unalived? HBCUs got threatened because a white man unalived another white man. That's what happened. That's not statistic. That's fact. That's fact.
You keep calling people ridiculous,
but
you're saying nothing of
HBCUs.
Why are you keep?
I'm glad that you brought up HBCUs because this is a good opportunity to talk about how much.
Sorry, Travion.
Yeah.
Nah, you guys is cool. I actually want to hear what Brandon want to say. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to him.
And resources Trump has funneled into the HBCU.
Hold on. Okay. Now,
I'm not sitting here trying to have a discussion with you about Trump. I'm not trying to have a discussion with you about Trump. We're talking about Charlie Kirk and his rhetoric. And later on, if I have time, I'm going to give you my interpretation and definition of a racist, because I actually don't think that the term racist is actually bad. It's just certain people that make the term racist bad. You get what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'm you.
It's all on context. So yeah, hold on, Brendan. Fire, are you still there?
So let's get back to the question. You said that Charlie Kirk,
okay, I think
before he was gone, what he was talking about was how 13% of the community commits 55% of the crime. That's what he was talking about. And your question is, in light of that statistic that Charlie Kirk gave us, how do we explain a white guy committing crime? Violent crime.
Poetry in motion. That's the answer.
The answer is real simple. There's 45%. If the black people commit 55%, well, there's still 45% coming from somebody else. So there's still crime coming. It's not. There's still.
Well. See, this is the part that you guys don't. This is the part that you guys don't take into that statistic. There are other people from other immigrant groups that might be considered black because of their skin color. You guys group them in with the black Americans that are here. So if a person from Africa or Jamaica or anywhere else in the earth comes here and commits a crime, you guys write it down as a statistic that it was black people in America that did it. That's what happens. That's literally what happens. Why do you think most Africans think that? Why do you think most Africans and other people they differentiate themselves and they delineate away from black Americans? Because if they feel like if they get pulled over by the police are going to see them as just another black Negro. That's fact.
And hold on, Brendan, before you respond, Fire want to get in there. Go ahead, Fire.
I'm just a little tired of this. Is supposed to be a conversation, and I feel like, Brendan, you're treating this like a joke. You keep saying everything that anybody else says is nonsensical and ridiculous. Nothing's more nonsensical and ridiculous as saying those things over and over again, yet speaking no substance whatsoever. You first say that you have no clue what Zionist means. You still haven't told us what Zionist means. And then you say that you worship, I guess you're Israel's best friend now. Sorry, I'm not going to try to put words into your mouth, but you are, you're saying you're all about Israel. and I thought you were.
I didn't even say that.
So you're okay with Israel and genocide? I'm confused.
Yeah, now I didn't want.
I don't even care about the Israel genocide shit. Not to be disrespectful to Fire, I thought this was about Charlie Kirk passing away.
Because I'm trying to make a point, Travion. Because
okay, I'll meet up.
Because let's.
Go ahead, Fire.
It was just my prelude to talking about the beginning of Charlie Kirk's career. I don't know have you discussed that already in the hour the 55 minutes before I came in? Have you discussed?
I came in late, so I don't know.
Well, Charlie Kirk.
Just get into it briefly. Go ahead.
Maybe Brendan knows some history. So Brendan, what age did Charlie Kirk have his comeuppance in the media world?
So he found a turning point at 19. He was 19 when he founded it.
Do you know who his funders have been over these past?
Actually, Rush Limbaugh. Come to find out, I didn't know about that until recently. But apparently, Rush Limbaugh was like a seven-figure donor, $1 million donor.
That's one.
Which, rest in peace, Rush Limbaugh. He was the voice of a nation. No, I don't. I couldn't. I mean, I could probably, given some time, make an educated guess, but I don't really.
I don't think you need to make an educated guess. It's very easy to follow the money.
Wait, let me guess. It's all Israel. Is that who it is?
I don't know why you think that's funny. You should think that's the most disgusting thing on the planet if you're America first, is what I'm saying. I'm dead serious. Why do you keep... What I'm saying is, it's my turn to talk. B said it was my turn to talk.
Hey, hold on, Brendan. You're not hold on, Brendan. Let her get it out, and you'll have ample time to respond. Go ahead, Fire.
If we look at the fundamentals, Travion, I was just trying to get to the point of what his entire career has been, and how things led up to this, and that he was doing a 180 in the last few months on his Israel stance, even though I believe, don't quote me on how. No,
I've been following it. I have some thoughts on it too.
Yeah, I don't know how many times he's been to Israel already, but all the things coming out from the people that were closest to him, it's pretty damn obvious that he was changing his viewpoint on things. I'm not speaking to you right now. Oh, thank you for your apologies.
No, I was just going to say, I need to step away for like 30 seconds, team. I'm here, so I apologize.
You good. No, you good.
All right, go ahead, finish.
So I just wanted to, if we're going to talk about how none of this has to do with Israel, it's kind of, then there's no point in me talking anymore, because to disregard Israel being a part of this huge change he was making on air, like if you see his work over the past decade as opposed to the last few months, there's a very clear and distinct change in his rhetoric. And anybody who took the time to do that shit we used to do back in the day called your own research. I think I smell something burning. Gotta go. Your turn, Travion.
Okay. Yeah. My thing with the whole Charlie Kirk thing is, like I said before, I do think that a lot of stuff, I'm not even going to say a lot of stuff. There was things that he said where he was making good points in his debates. I will use that frame of word. However, to bring up all the problems that systematically we're having and not shed light on the reason why we're having in the people that are actually causing the problems for us is just asinine to me. And I can't take it serious. And then to add the Bible onto it, like God is standing with you. Was he standing with you when you was bashing black people right before you lost your life? That's what I want to know, because like I said, if that's not the biggest, shut the F up, I don't know what is. And it was very poetic, because literally, if you just go through his videos, like Brendan was saying, he preached that there are going to have to be casualties in war, and it's a price to pay for us to have our Second Amendment. I actually stand on the side of I don't think he needed to lose his life in order for us to maintain our Second Amendment. You get what I'm saying? And even with that being said, that's me having some type of compassion or showing empathy. But he preached that he doesn't have empathy for anybody. So the children that lost their lives in school shootings that were done by YT people, he doesn't have compassion for them. I just don't find the Christianity in that at all. And I'll mute up so Brendan can do his thing.
Hold on, Travion. I'm gonna go back to Brendan, but before some people was addressing you in the chat. They said one said you had a victim. They said you had a victim mentality on an elite level. Another one said that.
Where's the victimhood though? I didn't say I was victimized. I said HBCUs got threatened after he got unalived. Where's the victimhood in that?
Bruh, I'm with you, Trey. Let me get these out, and I want you to respond to them. So they said that your victim mentality was at an elite level. They said that you was playing the race card, and then Joseph said, "Read the Bible. Israel are God's people and our greatest ally." And
yeah, I seen all that. We could have the scripture on scripture debate if that's really what you're trying to have. I'm very well versed, so I know it down to the Hebrew. So okay. I'm not a Sunday. I'm not a Sunday sit in the pews and listen to pork chop pastor tell you whatever he wants to. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know if you really want to have that conversation with me. You get what I'm saying? Because like I said, that's not probably the hill you want to unalive on. You get what I'm saying? Not that I'm threatening anybody, but I'm saying it won't end the way you think it is. It's gonna be Crawford and Canelo all over it.
Oh, Travion, I want to hear it because I think we have an audience.
I can back it up historically. I can back up the Bible historically. I can back it up. I can back it up spiritually, and I can back it up to now how it all ties together. So I don't really think that we actually want to go that route. I'm not even to toot my horn.
I believe you, and I just think we have an audience right now, that a new one that seems to think that the Israel in the Bible is the state of Israel.
And okay, and if that's the case, I'll just debunk that right off the muscle with one scripture that y'all can go search for yourself, because I don't know how to separate my screen on my phone from StreamYard to be able to pull up the other stuff. But in the Bible, you can just, like I said, you can search it. Why does it say that I know those that outwardly call themselves Jews, but inwardly they're the synagogue of Satan? Question. Who are the only people on the earth that worship in synagogues? Okay, like I said, I don't think we want to have this conversation because I can get real deep with it, and I don't think you guys are ready for that. Even though we have a viewership, I don't think that I should waste the energy having a conversation with people that aren't very well versed in it, because it's basically like I'm just doing all the talking and I'm refuting stuff that's like really, really easy. So,
yeah, you ain't trying to do the monologue, so no, that's cool. We will set up a different stream for that. Just if we do.
Yeah, I'm all with it. I'm all for it.
Yeah, if it's a rabbit hole discussion, you know what I mean. We'll just chime in briefly and
you even I don't mean cut you off. There's even Jewish rabbis over there in Israel right now and over here in America that are admitting that 98% of FBAs in America are the Israelites the Bible speaks of. So like I said, unless you really want to come with that ism, you probably shouldn't lean on the scripture, because that's my point. Charlie Kirk would say things, and then you said, Brendan, that you are a supporter of Israel, and then you use the Bible. But if I use the Bible on you, I'm going to show you that not only Christ was black, you get what I'm saying? But the Israelites the Bible speaks of that you claim you support are the same people you guys have been fucking over for 400 years. That's what I'll show you, and that's not victimhood. That's actually written in the scripture 2,000 plus years ago. You get what I'm saying? And I can prove it to today, because if Israel is the people the Bible speaks of, why does not the Bible do not talk about the Holocaust, but it actually talks about the 400 years of slavery that Black Americans actually lived? Why is that? But they're the people of God.
All right, Trey, let Brendan.
Yeah, I'll rest my case.
Brendan, go ahead. You got the mic.
Trey, I have a question. Real simple.
Shoot.
And actually, you know what? Fire. I'll ask you this question. Yeah, y'all can answer it respectively either way. Do you believe? And we are way away from where this started, but I'm happy to go down this road.
Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah, I think that too.
No, Brendan, bring it back. Bring it back to where we started. Go ahead, Brendan.
Okay. Let's bring it back to where we started. The truth is that that words are not violence. Words are not violence. That what Charlie lived and spoke was not violent. Not only was it not violent, it was not hateful. And in fact, I asked for this earlier, and B-Eazy, I'll give you credit, man. You did. You pulled up a clip. It was a 28-second clip, not a huge clip, but you pulled up a clip, and that's when he was talking with the young lady about the difference between the 30s and 40s and now economically. That's a big caveat. So my point is that if we would be better served, like collectively, all of us, our time would be better spent if all we did was pull up Charlie Kirk videos on one screen and we're on the other screen and we just listened to them and duked it out. Because right now, none of y'all have actually provided a quote. And in fact,
we can do that.
What's this?
But that's not going to go nowhere because one minute he's saying good shit and the next minute he's saying fucked up shit.
Exactly.
Respectfully.
And you just said in chat, Brandon, that I'm
Charlie
not
Kirk
discussing
doesn't care
this
for
in,
anything.
I'm not discussing this in good
you're
faith.
completely
And
misrepresenting
why would
what
you
he's
tell
saying.
me?
Charlie
why
Kirk
would you
had an
tell me?
entire conversation. Shut up. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Did you just
Charlie
tell me
Kirk
to
had an
shut
entire
up?
conversation.
Well, hold on, Brendan, bro. You see, like, hold on, Brendan. Hold on, bro.
You just said you were speaking to me, and then you told me to shut up.
Yeah. Hold on,
that's
Brendan.
Not a good faith conversation.
I was speaking.
The reason that I kept on trying to bring things back.
That doesn't sound like you're a supporter of Israel to me.
Yeah, that didn't sound really Christian. But hold on, let me.
Definitely wasn't Christian like.
Hey, cause I don't want to have to mute y'all. So like when I say,
listen to me. Like I do this all the time. Listen. Okay, then what? You're not listening to me.
okay, yeah, y'all gotta listen. All right, Brendan, you have been respectful, bro, but you gotta chill on the shut up type stuff, bro, because you know we can take it to a different level. You're gonna have ample time to say whatever. I'm glad that you disagreeing and say whatever. You've been extremely respectful, but that whole shut up type of shit, like just stop that. We gonna act like it never happened because I don't.
That changes the energy. Energy.
It does change the energy. Your energy has been cool, even though I haven't
You've been cool.
You've been lying. You've been accurate, but you solid though. So let's just forget that ever happened. We ain't doing the whole shut up shit. And also, let's be respectful and not really talk over each other. And I'm gonna give everyone ample time to speak, bro. I got hours, man. So let's reset. Fire, let Brendan finish, and Fire gonna come back in and just try to be concise with what you're saying, Brendan. A lot was said, so I'm gonna give you a little bit extra to speak, but just be concise. Nobody is gonna cut you off, so you don't need to tell no one to shut up. Forget that ever happened. Go ahead, Brendan. You got the mic.
You know, I kind of got, you'll have to forgive me, got thrown off base a little bit there. My train of thought has suffered a bit. So if you'll allow me a moment, what I would like to say and what I think this all started about is that mean words are mean words. And that if we want to talk about what kind of impact mean words have on people's lives, that is, we can have that discussion. But what impact it does not have is it doesn't end their life. And we are having this conversation because a great man was taken down.
Your opinion?
In large part, and for what a lot of people believe was because of what he had to say. That's what a lot of people, millions of people around the world, and I'll have you know, this is worldwide. Like if you can find all the material you want around the world for people that are really upset, that really they've never met this guy. I've never met him. I even really hardly even watch his videos. Couldn't care less, honestly. But when they saw somebody lose their life because they were saying things that other people didn't like what they were saying, it's a very visceral feeling. Like it's really, it just hits you kind of in a way that you can't really see coming. And so that's the first wave, if you will, is just that, oh man, that's terrible. Like, why am I so upset about somebody I've never met? That's the first stage. But the second stage, and really what even started this, and B-Eazy, to go back to, I mentioned your tweet earlier about if your church didn't do this, then you need to go to a different church, right? That's where all this started. And that is the second layer of the problem. It's one thing for Charlie to have been taken out the way he was. That's one thing. That's a pill to swallow in and of itself. But when we are now having a whole conversation, there's three of y'all and me, so it's 3v1, and I'm cool with that. I'll take it all day. But it's three of y'all to me, and the only one single time either of y'all actually provided a quote, actually provided a video, we had a conversation and we talked about why what he was saying was not actually racist. He wasn't being racist. He was saying, guys, ladies, y'all had you by the numbers had a better way of life economically in that time period. And we can have that discussion. But that's the thing, y'all. Fire just swears, and in fact, what's my other man's name? What's your name? Whatever, the other guy, the guy whose damn fire alarm is working. You insist that he said all these terrible things, that he was.
Well, he did. It's not insist. The same videos you're talking about, you can pull up the good stuff. I just said that's not going to make any sense, us going back and forth with his videos like we're debating, because half of the stuff we're going to listen to, he's making good points, and then he shits on himself out of his own mouth by saying fucked up shit about black people. I mean, it's bro, like, I mean, you see, now you're playing the same game that you were playing with Fire, because you know just as well as I do that I'm saying that he does say good things, but he says a lot of bullshit too. And the fact that you are not man enough to admit that is, what do you mean? I mean, bro, this is, we can't even have a real conversation when he can't be real with himself. Like I don't even think you see the way you talk, Brendan. The way you talk, Brendan. I don't think it's fully registered that a white man is the one that took his life yet. I don't even think it's fully registered that a white man has took his life yet. And because of that, that's the reason why you can't see none of the bullshit that he was saying.
Hold on.
So as I was saying, when you make a claim such as Charlie said really terrible things, the next thing you do is you provide an example of what you claim was so terrible, and you could just Google that's not an answer.
But I did. No, I literally did earlier in the conversation when I was speaking. I literally said what he said, and then I also brought up what he said before he got unalived. What are we talking about here? Like that's what I'm saying when I'm saying the last thing that he said before he lost his life, he asked dude a question to the question that was asked about him about violence, and he responded. Wait a minute, he responded with, "Are we talking about violence in America or gang violence?" And you and I both know gang violence. Gang violence is a dog whistle and a code word for black people. So stop with the bullshit.
Hey, hold on, y'all. I don't want to have to hit y'all, but I'm gonna need.
Do me a favor. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so now I got on the screen right here, and everybody is gonna get ample time to speak. So this is right here. There was a tragedy in Austin where there was a fire, and here's Charlie Kirk right here. How many little girls are unalived at Camp Mystic because of the Austin Fire Department hired a DEI fire chief? This person had nothing to do with this. If you look at his credentials, he had all of the credentials to be he was the picture of meritocracy. But because he's black, and only because he's black, Charlie Kirk thinks that he's a DEI hire. On the flip side, He doesn't believe that about white people. So that's just one thing right there. There's a litany of things that I can pull up, even if I
T-Lad keeps saying it's endless whining, but you're literally bringing up the facts and proving the points that I'm saying. So where's the whining at, T-Lad? And you keep talking about and you keep talking about my damn buzzer or whatever the fuck is going off. I guarantee I have more money than you do. You get what I'm saying? So that victim shit, I can't really get with it. You feel me? Because I feel like I stand along the lines of, I feel like when they made y'all guns, they didn't stop making mine. You get what I'm saying? And that's not a threat to anybody. I'm just saying that I am right leaning when it comes to some of my beliefs. You get what I'm saying? So to make the point that it's 3 against 1, it really isn't. It's just 1 against 3 because you're deriding Charlie Kirk.
And Brendan, I'm not against you, so don't count me as someone that's against you. But I am against the
doesn't mean
lie.
I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant. We're ignorant because what have you said since I've been on this chat that has been truthful? But I'm ignorant.
All of it. Yeah.
Wow.
Everything.
Brendan, you literally said that you don't even watch it.
You're not serious though, right? You're not serious though, right? I'm starting to think you're a troll.
Brendan is trolling. Hold on, Brendan. Let Fire chime in, and then I'll go back to you, Brendan. Go ahead, Fire.
Sorry, Travion. I didn't mean to yell over you, but I'm just like so disgusted that somebody's on this panel that has watched less of Charlie Kirk's crap than I've had to.
I feel the same way.
Not just that. I mean, any truth warrior, any solid, we're not MAGA, we're not Dems, because those people don't give a shit about us, knows that you have to study from all sides. So I've had to watch all the MAGA crap and all the blue MAGA crap, and to sit here and pretend. Brendan, you're not muted.
I can smell a cat here.
Now, wait a minute. Now, T-Lad, wait a minute. Now, T-Lad is taking what I said out of context and saying I'm talking about guns because my words failed. You obviously didn't listen to nothing I said. I actually said that I believe, just like the right does, about having guns to protect us. I also preface it at the end by saying that I'm not threatening anybody. I'm just saying that I'm a gun-toting son of a bitch just like you. That's all I said. I didn't say that I'm threatening anybody.
Travion, you are the only person that has said anything about this is not the hill you want to be unalived on.
No, he was talking about you.
But I wasn't threatening you. I was talking about the context of what you were talking about the discussion. And I also clarified it when you brought it up the first time. So so why are you bringing it up now, like, and saying that I'm not intellectually sound? I don't understand this. Is your comprehension level very low?
Well, how many beers in is he right now?
Yeah, hold on, everybody.
No, actually, Travion.
Hold on, Brendan. Hold on, everybody. Like I said, I don't want to have to hit y'all. I don't.
Listen to me. Like I do this all the time. Listen.
All right, listen to me. So hold on. Let me pull this up and let's see right here. So hold on. Let's see.
White individuals are actually more likely to be attacked, especially even per capita, by black individuals in this country. And in fact, if you want to actually talk about race-focused activity, why is it that you then ignore all the race-focused activity of black on white crime? Will, I want to live in a race-neutral country. I don't like talking about race all the time. But when I see it, and I see the left ignore it, and we try to make them live up to their own standard of rules that they force-fed us during the chaos of 2020, it really goes to show the destruction that this can lead to the entire nation.
So here's the hypocrisy. He's always, and this is the people, you guys are being woke. You talk about race all the time, and then you go to their panel, they're always talking about race. They say, we live in a colorblind society. Why do you have to make it about race? And then they immediately talk about black on black crime. Why isn't it just human on human crime? Why isn't it just American on American crime? No, they specify black. When it comes to their crimes, it's just, oh, this person was a lone wolf. He was mentally disturbed. When it comes to a black crime, see, that's just their culture. But if I flip it and say, hey, man, A lot of those bestiality crimes is overwhelmingly white men. A lot of those pedo crimes, overwhelmingly white men. Should I
very troglodyte? Very troglodyte.
But it would be disgusting, right? And erroneous to frame the entire white community, specifically white males, and generalize them based on a specific contingent of the population. When you look at when people say 1350, which those stats are inaccurately and wrong, but let's just say that they were 1350, they are implying that the 100% of the 13% population is doing the crime. When you get down to the numbers, because people love math, is less than 1% of the black population that's doing the crime. So instead of focusing on the 99% that's not doing it, we're going to focus on the 1% that is. And it's not even 1%, it's point something, but let's just round it off and say 1%. We can round it up and say 2%. That would mean 98% is not committing that crime. So if we want to play this game and say, here, let's focus on the 2% that is committing the crime, we have to do the same thing with the white community. And that's where all of the whole per capita comes in. So they want to use raw numbers when it's convenient, and then use per capita when it's convenient as well. So go ahead, Fire.
Well, we're also, I feel like this is another thing where we got to go back to the fundamentals, like how all this started. If we're going to talk about the statistics of today, then we're going to have to talk about how Black folks have been systematically shoved into the farthest corners of the planet.
Don't do that. Brendan's gonna play the victim card.
Oh, I don't care about him, but I'm so sick to death about, someone in chats like spewing some stuff and saying nothing, like, oh, she said truth warriors. Oh, God forbid if I would study all of the propaganda that's out there. Well, you're just telling me that you didn't. So this is really weird. And I don't know. I just feel like this has devolved into a beer fest for him and not really being any productive.
The debate me bro culture.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a productive conversation. Like, how can we not talk about Israel when that's literally the turning point? Like, Candace Owens, who is presumably, allegedly, one of his best friends, said that he was having a spiritual awakening. So
you right about that. He had a spiritual awakening, all right.
Yeah, and that would be one hell of one, wouldn't it? If you were staunchly pro-Israel all that time, and then you were like, hey, and I don't know if he finally looked at the emails she sent him or what, and saw piles of starving, bombed, dismembered children, and was like, you know what? I have babies. This is not me. This is not what I'm about. This is not Christian. This is not godly. This is not anything but biblical apocalypse level stuff that's going on. And I am not going to be privy to it. I'm not going to be privy to it on this level and not say anything about it. But he's got, he has all those donors from all these years compiled, and, they're not going to let him get away with something like that. So when I say that I think Israel allegedly unalived him, I think I'm pretty bang on with that analysis. And
I definitely think he wasn't the shooter. I'll tell you that.
The evidence is so ridiculous. Like, if you saw Kash Patel doing his song and dance recently, and like, well, we had a note. But then the note's gone. But we have forensic evidence of the note, and I have not I thought this. I mean, let's check the statistics on the people that are all about crime dramas in the U.S. Because if you've even watched a handful of crime dramas, you would know that all of this is just smoke and mirrors crap. It's so ridiculous. I've never.
Kash Patel said to Charlie Kirk, He said, "My friend, rest up. I'll see you in Valhalla." I fell out laughing when he said that. I said, "The fuck?" I mean, excuse my language. What did he just say? And Brendan, I know you were thinking the same damn thing. Valhalla, Cash Patel. I know you were thinking the same thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, so, am I racist? Are you racist for thinking the same thing? What's going on here?
Hold on, stop the pressure. Because since you went there, Trey, and hold on, I'm gonna play this, and then I'm going straight to Brendan because he has been holding his hand up and he has been patient. But when I heard that Valhalla, I was like, bruh. So hold on, let me pull this up real quick, and then I'm gonna go straight to Brendan. So this is what I put, man. Who the hell is this? Uhtred the Bebenberg? Because I don't know if y'all seen that, The Last Kingdom. That show was fire. I can't even hold you. But let's see what Mr. Cash Patel has to say.
To my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
What in the Hapu Hasapima Petaloma is going on here?
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla. Lastly.
Yeah. Cash Patel, like, who you think you is? Ragnar Lothbrok? Like, come on.
Ragnarok, man. I mean, hey, man, it's Ragnarok, man.
2025, the most surreal ultra dark comedy that's called 2025. Like, it's like 1,000 WTFs per day.
It's like the gift that keeps on giving. But hold on, Fire. Let me get Brendan in there because he was waiting for a while, and he was doing a lot of gesticulating. Go ahead, Brendan, get in there, bro.
Oh, well, I don't really know where to start. There's just a bunch of rambling conspiratorial nonsense, but Fire, like, I get it. Jews bad, blame Israel. I get it. I understand that you hate Israel and you think that they're to blame for everything. I understand that, and I've come to terms with the fact that there's a lot more of you than I really would like to have ever known. Much like there's a lot more people that will laugh and cheer and Travion. It wasn't lost on me. You just made a nice little joke about something about out his neck, or he went to something. You're laughing at it, and I that's cool. That's cool. I'm okay with it, honestly.
The laughter comes from your BS though. That's the reason why it's comical now, because you can't face reality and admit anything real. So I have no choice but to try to find humor in all this BS that's going on. I can't really take nothing you're saying serious. I can't take anything you're saying serious. Yeah, because even right now you're not being honest. Yeah, you should go stand in the corner.
No, I don't want to mute unless I absolutely have to. So Trey, just let him get it. Just let him get his shit off. Go ahead, Brendan.
Brendan, give me 1 second, because in chat he said you've watched so much Charlie Kirk that you can't even give a quote. Here's a quote for you, honey. Charlie Kirk, I have a bulletproof resume showing my defense of Israel. He said, I believe the scriptural land rights given to Israel. I believe in fulfillment of prophecy. My life was changed in Israel, he said, adding that he would fight for Israel. So, are you fighting for Israel, buddy?
All right, y'all let him get his messages off. Brendan, be concise, bro. Like, don't be long-winded, but like, don't chime in, because I don't want him to be rambling for too long. Brendan, go ahead. You got the mic.
Please mute them, because I want to respond. One, let's just start here. Israel has nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this. In fact, you just read off a quote from a guy who is incredibly influential in the conservative movement in the U.S. and arguably pushed lots and lots of people to and towards Israel. Charlie Kirk's actions and his work opened the eyes and brought more people to Israel. Okay, so I go back to motive, and this is why y'all aren't making sense. You're not making sense. If you think that Israel had an incentive to get rid of somebody that pushed a lot of people to Israel, you can't square that. It'll never make sense. It will never make sense that the people that benefited from him wanted him gone. You're not gonna win that argument. It's conspiratorial. It's nonsense. That's one. The other thing, and this is going back to my man Travion, and at this point I don't care if I'm saying it wrong, because you think it's hilarious that somebody was assassinated. And so this is really what I keep going back to this, but the truth is, this is really where it all started. It was one thing for Charlie to get off. That hurt. People didn't like that. We were really upset about that. That's fine. It's an entirely different animal. And in fact, I hope that, everybody that's out here doing things like making jokes about, oh, it was out his neck, or yeah, he saw the Holy Spirit because he did. Yeah, comments like that it really just, when you say, I don't condone murder, but man, that was so damn funny because he deserved it. Yeah, see, you can't, those two are not, they can't coexist. Those are what we would call mutually exclusive. Feel free to Google it, you dumb, I'm not even gonna say it. So those two are mutually exclusive. You can't say, I don't condone murder, and then turn around and say, but boy, he sure had it coming. Nuh-uh. Those two cannot coexist. And so I hear you. You're saying, oh, I condemn it. I condemn it. Well, yeah, you can say all you want to say, but then when you turn around and completely betray everything that you just claimed, it all just goes in one ear out the other. Like, it just admit that you really hate white people and you're glad a white guy killed another white guy. If you said that, it would be fewer words than whatever you've been rambling on about. So, and
boy,
there goes
you can talk. Are you done?
All right. Yeah, Brendan, I'm gonna go ahead and land that plane for you, and I'm gonna come back.
You said a whole lot of nothing. I mean, I wish there was content in what you said, but there was sadly, my brother, you said a whole lot of nothing. And I got one question for you, since you keep bringing up Israel. When the Israelites fled out of Jerusalem in 70 AD. Wait a minute. When the Israelites fled out of Jerusalem in 70 AD, when they got ran out by the Romans, where did they go? Mm-hmm. They went to West Africa, where it was said by the Romans that they couldn't tell them apart. Wait. That they couldn't tell them apart from the rest of the Africans that were in West Africa. But I'll rest my case. I don't think you want the smoke, my brother.
Yeah, so let's
Are you
redirect.
asking about when they were in the desert?
Hold on, Brendan. Honestly, I don't even want to hear your response to that, because I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole. So I'm gonna shift it back, because and you were accusing me of this. So just to be clear, I'm politically independent. I'm not on the right or on the left. You know what I mean? I vote for tangible policies that support my community, specifically in my country.
Facts.
I am truly America first. But Brendan, for some reason, you kept pointing out that that this is some type of leftist violence. Before I move on to fire, what proof do you have that this is some sort of uptick in lefty violence? Go ahead, Brendan.
So it's kind of a twofold answer to the question. First off, when I say left, really the fact is that the victim, the person that was the victim, was staunchly hardcore. Not only were they to the right, but they were incredibly influential for the right. So that's one part of it. But the other part is that when bad things happen, how people react to those bad things tells a lot of the story. And so whether whether Democrats like it or not, the unfortunate truth is that if you were to draw a Venn diagram of everybody that was out there cheering, and when I say cheering, I mean literally like, hell yeah, we finally got Charlie cheering. If you were to make a Venn diagram of all those people that did that, it would be a circle, and the circle would represent Democrat voters. And so whether you like it or not, the unfortunate truth for Democrats is that the general population now strongly associates dancing on people's graves and pissing on them and laughing at them when they're murdered with the Democrat Party. So whether you're left or not, I believe in nuance, and I believe that, probably my favorite class I ever took in college was the philosophy of politics. We learned about John Locke and Rousseau and the, human compact. I mean, like I could go that we can have that talk, but that's not what this is about. This really has never been about anything more than a Democrat killed Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk was decimating the youth vote for Democrats. And we can go around in circles and we can talk about, like, imagine how many things would have to happen right for Israel to somehow take them out, as opposed to somebody that just listened to people call Charlie fascist for years and finally decided now's the time. To get from A to B on crazed leftists killing him because he was hurting the Democrat Party, and to get from the state of Israel somehow put out a hit on Charlie, like, to get from A to B for those is night and day. Like, it's so insane to even think that the entire nation of Israel that is busy refilling their Iron Dome because they just had hundreds of rockets shot at them, to think that they're like, yep, Charlie Kirk, we want you gone. Never mind the fact that you have supported Israel staunchly and you have brought more people to Israel than a lot of other people. Never mind that. Something I don't know. I don't even know. It doesn't even make sense. I still can't even really wrap my head around how you think that the guy who loved and strongly supported Israel, why you think that they would get rid of him. That just, and Travion keeps saying, he's like, oh, you're saying a lot without saying anything. No, brother. I want you to answer that question. I want you to tell me why the nation of Israel would kill a very strong, influential supporter of theirs. I want to answer that question.
There you go. Never said that I thought Israel. I never said I thought Israel did it.
Let fire. Yeah.
All I said was the bullet that he took definitely didn't come from a novice. That's all I said. I didn't say Israel did it. I didn't say the Democrats did it. I didn't even say Trump did it. All I said was it was from a professional. That's all I said.
So I'm gonna let Fire be concise with this answer, because I do want to pull up a video, but I just don't want it to be going on too long. But go ahead, Fire.
Yeah, I clearly said exactly why Israel might have allegedly unalived him, because he was changing his tune. I just went through the history of just the past few months alone, and if you would watch, it's hilarious how. Okay, that'll go off on a tangent, but it's funny how you're like his best friend, and you keep going back to, like, we're all celebrating, and none of us are celebrating. In fact, we couldn't be more willing to move on from this. It couldn't be any clearer, except for the fact that a lot of rights are being taken away right now. And this big Charlie Kirk act and all this crap. But the truth of the matter is that he was turning on the people that are funding him. You don't turn on your donors. Just like Trump took 300 mil, was it, from Miriam Adelson? And you don't take money from donors without them expecting something. So instead of America first, it's Israel first. But it was Israel first before Trump, to be fair. before Trump ever came into office. It's just that the Dems are real quiet about it, and MAGA is like, whoa, we love Israel. Oh my gosh. And well, Dems did it too, but we have to ignore that because they're Dems. But when Trump continued arming and funding a genocide via Israel, then the Dems got on board but Trump. But yeah, you just said I didn't explain how they would kill him if allegedly if he was the best of friends with him. Well, you saw Netanyahu said he just gave him an invitation to come to Israel, and then his best friend said that he didn't accept that trip to Israel. Do you know why? Because he didn't believe in what they were doing anymore, because he finally the truth just finally got to him. He had his awakening. And so for me, I feel like at any point in your life, if you have a realization that's that huge and you're about to make a move, like, I applaud that. It doesn't erase him sheep herding everybody to some of the most horrible stuff in the world for that many years, but it could have made a big difference if he made that turn. Just like the like I said, the divide was narrowing, and then this happened. So when this happens, it's because they want to keep us divided. We were finally
and then somebody
together.
killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, it was narrowing.
Right. So it was narrowing, and
But
they don't
Brendan,
want
you
that.
don't know if that person was on the left, so you keep
The
making
powers-
these accusations.
Yeah, I mean, allegedly, a left person could have maybe possibly done it, but it would have had to been a professional coming out the left side, straight to the carotid.
Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing real quick? Just a few words. One thing. Brendan, just as Fire is saying that she thinks that it could allegedly be Israel, one could say that the right wing or the powers that be, i.e. Trump, might be the Suge Knight in the Tupac situation, sitting in the car with him. You get what I'm saying? Behind the Epstein files. You get what I'm saying? Because Charlie Kirk was avid about releasing them files. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying you're really, really like pushing against the idea that Israel could have allegedly had something to do with it. But there are other aspects of it too that you might not be looking at because you refuse to accept what your side had their role in it, and that's the hypocrisy that I'm saying is existing in this group chat. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't have a problem calling out what black people. You assume that or people in the chat, I should say. I apologize for saying you. People in the chat, from what I've been seeing, have been saying that I don't want to own up to what my people do. But you have never heard me one time say that my people aren't fucking up too. Excuse my language. You guys just assumed that was my premise when I never said that. But I'll rest.
All right, and let me play some of the video, and then I'm gonna get you back in there, Brendan. This is a video from my sister, Sabby Sab, Sabrina Salvati. She been killing it in the game. But this is from Tim Dillon and Max Blumenthal. Let's see what they have to say on this matter.
Check this out. Again, shout out to Tim for bringing the Gray Zone on.
How did you put together this story? I mean, I know you don't ask a journalist to reveal their sources, but how exactly do you compile this piece?
Well, just to answer your question before I get into the piece, I have been following Charlie Kirk for 10 years, since almost soon after he started TPUSA when he was a teenager. And I was following him as a critic or an opponent. I saw him as this kind of very hardworking, highly articulate, sort of like superhuman, ultra-conservative operative that the Israel lobby had basically hijacked, and they were using him to create the biggest Republican or conservative youth movement in history, TPUSA, and use it to advance Israel's program in the US alongside all of the kind of conservative social issues he wanted to push, and recruit the youth and train them and make sure that they stayed completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel. And these billionaire donors, they're American, but they're loyal to Israel primarily. And they actually don't care about issues like abortion or LGBTQ, or maybe some of them don't like mass immigration because they think immigrants might turn against Israel, but their issue is Israel. And Charlie Kirk was going to advance that for them. And in exchange, he'd be built up as like the biggest conservative youth leader in history.
So does everybody see what's going on here? What I like about this is one of the first things that Max mentions here is the billionaires, billionaire class, billionaire donors. Follow the money and then you'll get the answer to a lot of the questions that you have. So all this money that was pouring into that organization, like I said, that money comes with strings attached. Like, people just don't give you billions of dollars to say good luck and have fun. So the idea is that they would push the Zionist narrative, this pro-Israel.
Brendan, what the hell are you? Brendan, hold on, bro. What the hell are you disagreeing with, bro? Go ahead. What did you disagree with, Brendan? Go ahead.
Well, for one, for starters, I'm going to respond. For one, this entire conversation is about Charlie Kirk and what happened to him and how the public has responded to that. So again, I don't like okay, you know what? If we just want to have a Israel's bad, they kill everybody, they're the reason for all the problems talk, then miss me with that. I wouldn't have gotten on here if it was just going to be Israel does all the bad things in the world. I've answered the question very, very, very clearly. In fact, I laid it out very meticulously. When you do something, when you commit murder, you need a motive. And this crazy lady over here saying, it was about the Epstein or something. Or Charlie changed his mind. Charlie changed his mind on Israel, so they killed him. That's it. You change your mind on Israel, you're dead. That doesn't make sense. Like, it literally.
So we talked about all the things that directly have to do with
Israel
Charlie
as
Kirk.
a
This is
country
literally
does
Charlie
not
Kirk
care.
We're talking about. We're literally
about one guy.
We're literally talking about Charlie
very
Kirk's
pro-Israel.
life.
Like, it doesn't. You were trying so hard, and it's really, you are insulting my intelligence as an adult human being to try to sit here and say that Israel as a nation assassinated Charlie Kirk. You are so mind. That is beneath me. Beneath me to even discuss it. It is so far. All you had to do is say, I hate Israel. I want them to all disappear. Just say that. You can say that. That'll be the end of the discussion. And then we can proceed to talk about why I believe that it was somebody on the left that assassinated.
Okay, who do you believe it was on the left?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me reset this. Brendan, hold on, Brendan.
Those who are responding validly to the overall mindset of today's left. That is a conversation I'm prepared to have. Israel.
Okay, who do you believe did it? Who do you believe did it on the left then?
And they killed everybody, and it's all their fault. You, lady, you can go have that conversation somewhere else. But
okay, Brendan, bro, hold on.
Who do you believe did it? Who do you believe did it, Brendan?
Talk about the fact that the left killed him.
Hold on, man. Y'all ain't listening, man.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Okay, cool. Now that we reset the room, okay, Brendan, I want you to be precise and concise with your answer, and then I'm gonna go to Travion so he can get in there. Cool. Israel didn't do it. Israel is this benevolent, angelic country. They can do no harm. They wouldn't harm a fly. So let's stop talking about Israel, because you think it was these radical, mythical lefties, right? So who do you believe pulled this off? Brendan, please be concise with your answer. Who do you believe pulled this off? Some random lone wolf lefty, or was there some organization, shadow, dark money, George Soros, Act Blue? Go ahead, Brendan. And then I'm going to Travion. Precise and concise answer. Go ahead, Brendan.
No, it was none of that. No. It was a person of the left political persuasion that after at least 8 years of being told that Charlie Kirk is a fascist, they decided that they were going to do the country a favor and send a bullet catch into the guy that had been labeled a fascist for the last 8 years. It's really that simple. It is that simple. It's somebody believed what they were being told for the last 8 years. And in fact, here y'all are explaining, well, he did say some really bad things. Well, he really did say, he really was racist. Like, this entire conversation revolves around y'all saying, yeah, he really did say some terrible things. And yet we want to go to like otherworldly explanations about why some other foreign country had a vested interest in assassinating an American citizen that did a lot to further the relationship between the two countries. The only thing that makes sense is that the left called them fascists for years, democracy, and then somebody took them up on their word. Somebody was like, all right, well, you know what? Y'all been telling me this guy's pretty bad for a while now. I guess it's about time to do something. That's the only thing that makes sense. And you're just really embarrassing yourselves. Like you are shaming yourselves, trying and twisting and contorting yourself into these knots to try to somehow explain why the entire country, entire nation, sovereign nation that is getting bombed and they're trying to fight off terrorists took time out of their day to go assassinate a private citizen in America. Like that's so detached from any sense of reality that like embarrassing yourself. Like I implore you, take a step back and think, what am I really doing right now? Israel did not send out their Spetsnaz or whatever it was, the Russians, to kill a random American citizen. They didn't do it. And even if you say that they did, let's go with this lady's theory that he was very pro-Israel and then he turned his back. Oh, now he's not as pro-Israel, so we got to take him out. Did he ever say a bad word about Israel? No. Did he just not be as pro? Yes. So if you're saying that he went from extremely on board with Israel to very on board with Israel, and you think that you're going to convince me that Israel killed him because he went from extremely pro-Israel to like very strongly pro-Israel, and they're like, nope, that's it, you're gone. That little bit of dip, you've already done, you're dead. If you think that you can actually convince people who have a functioning cerebellum and frontal precortex, like I have a fully functioning brain, and you're not going to explain why or justify that the state of Israel wanted him dead. It's not. You're not.
All right, Brendan.
None of it makes sense. You know it doesn't make sense. You hate Israel, and so you. All
right. Thanks, Brendan. Now a lot of what you were saying wasn't making sense. You know what I mean? But you are entitled to your opinion just as well as everyone else is. And I think people were giving you specific evidence as to why they believe that there was some sort of implication with Israel, but you were just kind of refusing to see that. So if you're already rejecting the information that people are going to present,
no, I specifically addressed. He said why. He gave the reason, and I just addressed it.
Okay, no, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a different in viewpoints, but like Travion. Yeah, Travion, go take the discussion to where you want to go, and then I'm gonna get back to fire. Go ahead, Travion.
Okay. My thing is just from listening to you, Brendan. like I said, I don't know if it was Israel or not. I see three different sides to the coin in the situation with what happened to Charlie Kirk. Again, I don't think his speech should have got him the punishment that he got. Do I feel some type of way about it? Not really, because he stoked the flames of it. And, but that's a whole, and I'm about to get to the three sides of the coin that I was just talking about. Okay, the three sides is Fire saying that she thinks that it's Israel, right?
But
that's one side, right? The other side is you're saying it's the left, right? The third side is just like I brought up, the right. You get what I'm saying? I'm interested to hear, and I don't want to hear the semantics when I ask the question. I just want to know earnestly why you think it was the left. And if you are so adamant about it being the left, who do you think it is? Because I don't want to hear George Soros or none of that BS. Because honestly, as much as a power-driven man that Trump is in office right now, I honestly don't see the left having the balls to do anything, because they haven't had the balls to do anything for the last 16 fucking years. Excuse my language. You get what I'm saying? So that's the reason why when I hear you say it was the left, I think that's just blaming, so you don't have to take accountability that it was your people that did it. And I'm not saying your people as far as white, whatever, you can figure that one out. But I'm saying, why are you so earnestly leaning toward it was the left when Trump doesn't have a problem flexing his power? It doesn't make it, that part doesn't add up to me.
Yeah, and before I go to Fire, Brendan, could you answer that? Yeah, because what proof do you have? You keep telling us, well, bring up a quote or bring up proof. You don't have any proof that it was the left. All you keep saying is, well, the left called them fascists. That's not proof. Go ahead, Brendan, then I'm going to Fire.
Yeah, happy to answer that question. It's really not a difficult one to answer. In the absence of, we'll say, I mean, I'll use the word forensics. That's not really the proper word, but in the absence of forensic evidence, a la a letter that he wrote that said, my name is so-and-so, I'm on the left and I'm killing this person because I'm on the left and they're on the right. And in the absence of that, which I'm sure we can all agree, nobody's just going to sit down and write a letter and say, I'm politically left, this is why I did it.
People make fake paperwork on people all the time and call them snitches. So I don't get I don't get where you're going with that. A letter, when, like I said, people make paperwork. People make paperwork about people and then try to prove that somebody is a snitch. So something happens to him in the street when the paperwork is fake. But you're saying a letter that you don't know for real if he made it.
What are you talking about, dude? If you're a snitch, there's the motive. When I talk about why,
you just missed the whole point of what I was saying. It's okay.
Why we need a motive when somebody gets killed? In your example, the motive is they're dead. Well, because they were a snitch. That's the motive. That's why.
No, that's not that wasn't the point I was making. The point I was making is that people that are normal people in the world right now will make fake paperwork about other people, and people will make fake paperwork about people all the time right now in real time, and they'll claim that somebody is a snitch to put a jacket on them when the paperwork that they're running around showing people is fake the whole time. So they're getting a jacket or an impression that this person has a dirty jacket on them, when you're doing the same thing, because you're saying was it really his letter, or are you just saying it was a letter? I mean, I'm speaking English to be talking street lingo. I mean, like the Italians is really the first gangsters in America. So what are we really talking about here? What are we talking about here? I mean, you're saying street lingo, like you know what a snitch is. What are we talking about?
What paperwork?
Yeah, I'm bringing the correlation. I'm asking the question. You said there was a letter, and I'm asking because I'm saying people make fake paperwork to call people snitches all the time. So how do you know that the letter was real? Is what I'm getting. But you're intellectually not sound. So you missed the whole point I was making. The fact that I have to clarify English to an American, a white American, is crazy.
The one that said in the absence of forensic evidence, in the absence of forensic evidence, in the absence of that. Do you know what that means? It means without it.
I know what it means, and furthermore, it means that you're making a point that it might not even be valid. That's what it means. You're saying there's no forensic evidence to back up the letter that you're using to blame this man as the shooter. So your point is not valid. It's a real point.
What letter? What letter?
You tell me what letter. You're the one that said. You said that the dude that unalived Charlie Kirk had a letter. You just said it in the video right now. I wish we could play this shit back. You just said it. You said there was a letter where he said where he said I don't like this guy or some BS, and I'm the one that did it. You just said that.
All you're doing is illustrating to those that are watching this.
Hey, B-Eazy, did he not just say that or not? Am I imagining things or I mean, like I know what I just heard him say.
Honestly, hold on. I had to step away for a little bit. Hold on, Brendan and Travion. Hold on, Brendan. Man, do I gotta do it? Cause I guess y'all ain't hearing me. Hold on, Brendan. Travion, let him make his point. Nobody come off mute. Brendan, do not be long-winded. Give a short answer and then Travion. So like once y'all start interjecting, then it just kind of spins off into spiral. So just make one little quick thought. I'll let Brendan go. Like the back and forth is cool. It's just like it's hard for people to hear when y'all over talking each other. So Brendan, please land your plane so I can let Travion speak. Go ahead, Brendan. The mic is all yours. Nobody come off mute.
Man, and my thought process was thrown off. I apologize. I'd give it to Travion. I'm sorry.
It's good.
It's all right, Brendan. It's genetic. But like I was saying, you said I only made that response to that comment because you brought up a letter that the alleged shooter, the person that they had. I'm only speaking off of what you said. I was quiet when you said it, and then because you said it, I chimed in. I wouldn't even chime in if you hadn't brought up a letter. So you can, if I'm wrong, wait a minute. If I'm wrong about where you were going with the letter, I totally apologize, and I retract my statement. But it doesn't seem like that was the case because you literally said there was. You said that without forensic evidence, there was a letter that was claiming that he not only didn't like this guy, but he was the shooter. That's what you said.
Like this is being recorded, man. All you got to do is if you can rewind.
Okay, so what did you mean when you brought the letter up? Just tell me what you meant when you brought the letter up.
In the absence of forensic evidence, such as an example of forensic evidence would be if he sat down and wrote a letter like, oh, yeah, I killed people because I'm on the left and I'm writing this letter.
You just added example, though. You just added the example part.
And what I very clearly said was in the absence of forensic evidence, such as a handwritten letter explaining why, like what his political affiliation is and why he did what he did. In the absence of that, we have to look at the larger picture. We have to start asking ourselves who stand to benefit, who stand to gain from this, who had something against them. Was it a personal? Like you gotta you really and lady the crazy lady earlier was talking about how she watched enough.
Well, if that's what you meant, I apologize for interjecting and saying the comment that I said. It was invalid. I can own up to being wrong.
Understand where they're coming from.
No, I think it was just a misunderstanding, and that's why. Hold on, Brendan. Hold on, Brendan.
In the app, because we don't have a
Brendan, hold on, bro. Hold on. Yeah, no, I think it was just a misunderstanding because there is a bit of a delay, and then when we are kind of chiming in, sometimes it does overtalk each other so we don't hear. And salute to Travion for the apology because I think, like I said, it was just a misconstrued. Brendan was presenting a hypothetical example, and it did sound like he was talking about an absolute situation. So that's what he was clarifying in the absent of. So let me just say this, because Brendan, you were convinced that it was the left, and then I want to get Fire back in there. I know that you were convinced that it was the left, and you're talking about look who benefits. So when you say that who benefits, and you're broadly saying that the left benefits, when you're saying the left, or you mean because there's a difference between Democrat and left, but you're lumping them all up and saying that the left, hold on, you're saying that the left is synonymously Democrat. So essentially, because Kirk was called a fascist repeatedly, this led to someone doing this heinous crime on him. So when you say the left is benefiting, are you saying that the Democratic Party as a whole are benefiting from his demise, or individuals within that political apparatus? Go ahead, be concise with the answer. You got it, Brendan. It's all you.
Number one, it's the Democrat Party. They're anything but Democratic. Number two, the answer is that it's not so much who gains from his death the most, but better yet, who stops suffering the most when he's gone. And to answer that, I mean, and I illustrated this earlier, I've been very clear about this. In fact, we can roll the footage back. All of y'all go back and watch it. And one of the very first things I said was there was a 44-point swing in college-age male voters in one election cycle from 2020 to 2024. There was a 44-point swing in college-age males. And when you talk about the difference between somebody getting elected and not getting elected, the college-age males, that group is not just in the voting terms, but also demographically. Like if you look at ratings, like advertisements and stuff, the key demographic group they're going for is 18 to like 25. I mean, that's what they're honing in for. That's what they want. That's what every political party, everybody craves, that youth vote. And Charlie absolutely decimated the Democrat on college campuses. The Democrat Party was persona non grata at a number of universities as a direct result of what Charlie did. So when we talk about who benefits, it's not that the Democrats don't necessarily benefit per se, but they're the ones that they're stopping the bleeding in a very crude sort of way. Them making Charlie bleed is their way of stopping their own bleeding, because if Charlie had continued, he swung on 44 points in one election. If Charlie had been allowed another 4 years, another 8 years, another 12 years, I mean, the Democrat Party would just be, it would have been deemed irrelevant. Like the youth vote in Democrats would just be oil and water, like that, and they know that, and we know that, and they've written all kinds of articles about it, about how much the youth vote swung to the right. And when you agree that the youth vote swung to the right, which is not really any agreement, it's a matter of fact, and then you stop and think, okay, why did the youth vote swing that hard to the right in one election cycle? Well, the answer is simple. It's Charlie Kirk. That's why. That's why from one 4-year election cycle, the Democrat youth base was, for lack of a better word, obliterated. It was pretty much rendered useless. And
Brendan, my good sir.
So when we talk about who's it, it's not that they necessarily gain something in the tangible sense, but what they don't have to now contend with is a sigh of relief. It is a weight off of their shoulders to not have to worry about competing with Turning Point going forward.
Okay, Brendan, my good sir, I got one quick comment and then Fire Gavin. This is what I mean when I say you're not being serious with reality, because you and I both know with the type of following that he had in the rhetoric and the things that he spoke about so boldly, him being unalived in the way that he was is going to create more weeds, i.e., more people that are going to go harder and do more and do worse. You get what I'm saying? So not being able to acknowledge that part, and you just, as you just said, the opposite of that really doesn't stop the bleeding for Democrats. And I'm not a Democrat, but I'm just keeping it real. You get what I'm saying? If somebody of the clout, the status that Charlie Kirk was, unaliving him is not going to stop the bleeding. It's going to create more and more and more. And that's immediately what we kept seeing. The alarm was being sound that more and more people are going to go harder.
That's always the dilemma.
All right, hold on.
But what I'm saying is you said all that without acknowledging that's the reality, not what you just said.
Okay, hold on, y'all. I don't want y'all to have a back and forth because Fire been waiting. So I'm gonna let her go, and then y'all can have the mic back. Go ahead, Fire.
Okay, Brandon, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. So a few things, because this seems to just keep going on in the same circle. You don't want to talk about Israel, except that Israel is literally behind everything that's going on right now. So
this has been a pleasure. I'm respectfully, B-Eazy, thank you, man. I really appreciate you giving me on here, guys. Israel did it. We get it. I'm done. Thank you, B-Eazy.
I mean, but you and I both know everybody's not saying that, though. So don't bow out ungracefully because she keeps breaking it up. Just because she keeps, I'm not. No, Fire. I'm not saying that you're not making valid points. What I'm saying is he's using your point that you're making as an excuse to bow out so he doesn't have to keep getting punched on.
Because I was just about to do quotes because he wants me to quote Kirk. First of all, the evidence shows, this is straight from Charlie Kirk. First of all, the evidence shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun that countries would go to, Kirk said. And if you would watch any of the content that Kirk puts out, you would know these things. We wouldn't have to be sitting here reading quotes off the internet to you, because you would know that he has always been beholden to Israel. These are facts. This isn't something I'm creating out of thin air. So if you're trying to scapegoat out of this conversation, which you are obviously not very educated in
anything.
Yeah, I mean, just the Bible stuff alone. Like, if you still think that the Israel in the Bible is the same Israel state that's committing genocide right now on a world stage, live streamed, that we're like funding and arming. I mean, these are facts. Like, you know, it's like saying that Putin woke up one morning and was like, you know what? I'm going to do a war. No, there's lots of history behind why all of that is happening. And yeah, it's kind of gross that you're like, oh, she's going to talk about Israel again. It's kind of a big damn deal. That's why we're here. That's why we're fighting so hard. Actually, we're building. We're not even fighting. We're building something better than what's going on right now. And you can either sit in your little hole and pretend like we're all against you, or you would realize that we're trying to have a conversation with you. If you don't know about the history behind even how Kirk became as big as he did, then learn that. Get in contact with your soul and start doing your own research. They used to call it reading back in the day. You know, you can't just get all your information from one tiny little fraction of people. You know, are you
mean True Social?
All right, hold on, y'all. Fire and Trivion. Hold on, both Fire and Trivion.
I didn't even.
Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
No, it's okay, because you know Brendan is like, you know, he's gracefully bowing out. Like, Brendan, and thanks for coming by and being a good sport, but you are being a poor sport to kind of run off. But if you gonna stay, I'm gonna let Fire finish. If you're leaving right now, Brendan, just give your closing statements. But like I said,
hey, Brendan, Charlie would never.
But just let him give his, because it looks like he want to leave. I ain't gonna force you to stay. But yeah, just give your closing remarks, or you can stay. You just gotta let.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, please. You finish.
All right. Okay, cool. So
this
Fire
thing right here that I'm looking at named Travion, I look forward to that. So go ahead.
What did I say was wrong? Charlie would never bow out of a debate when he's trying to raise his points. That's are we talking about truth here, or are you in denial again?
I mean, that's a fair point. All right, Fire, go
That's
ahead.
all I was saying. I wasn't making no fun of Charlie Kirk. I'm saying he stood on what he believed, and you are bowing out because a woman keeps bringing up an argument that you really can't argue your way out of. That's all I'm saying.
That's a great point, and I just want to, what Travion's saying, I absolutely agree with. Mr. Kirk, I don't know him. I didn't know him personally, but I know of his work. Okay, maybe we should just let him leave, and then we can have like a more of an adult conversation. Because if it's just he just was like doing jerking off, like I don't know if you want that. I'll let you handle it. I'm done. Yes, I'm trying to educate. I just read Kirk's words to you, and you had nothing to say. But I'm not going to talk about this because Israel's involved.
All right, hold on, Brendan. Since you stayed and since you
in this moment of silence, I'm gonna go ahead.
No, hold on, Brendan.
I respect the fact that you stayed, Brendan.
Yeah, so all right, none of y'all come off mute. You know what I mean? Let Brendan say his piece, and then we're gonna if he leaves, he leaves. If he stays, then we just gonna keep it rocking. But I'm gonna set this up for you, Brendan, because I thought you've been a good sport, but now you are being a bit of a poor sport to try to back out. But like, hey, if you want to back out, that's fine. So I'm gonna set this up for you because you're saying the the toxicity on the left, calling them fascists, the violence, and the thuggish ruffians on the left, right? What do you propose would be a way to tone down this rhetoric and bring some bipartisanship between the right, left, and bridge the divide in America, right? What would Jesus do? Since you love the scriptures, what would Jesus do to bring the right and left together in these tumultuous times? That's on you, Brendan. Go ahead.
I will get to your question, and I respectfully ask that you allow me to respond to there's two very particular things. One, my name is Brendan. Ma'am, what is your name? It's not Fire. What is your name? What is it? What is your name?
My name? My name's Fire.
Yes.
Jennifer Fire.
My name's Brendan. I actually have a given name by my parents. I'm trying to treat you with respect. I was going to address you as a human by your name, but the answer really is if you feel that Israel had a hand in his death, if that's what you believe, we are going to have to agree to disagree. There's no amount of conversation that we will not meet on that, okay?
So are you going to speak to the facts? Are you going to speak to the facts that I just told you?
That's how you feel. There's no point.
Are you going to speak to the facts that I told you?
Revisit.
You said that you wanted quotes from Charlie Kirk.
No, that was the.
You said that you wanted quotes from Charlie Kirk. You didn't answer any questions.
Please. You believe Israel had a hand in it. I respect your opinion. You're free to believe that. I've made it clear why I don't believe that. I've made that very clear. And I stand by that, and we'll just have to agree to disagree, okay?
No, you'd have to know something about it to disagree with me, but you don't know anything about it, and I'm trying to educate you. That's the respectful part of this conversation. If you don't know anything about Charlie Kirk's ties to Israel, then you can't disagree with me. Do you understand? It's like trying to disregard everything the two gentlemen are saying without any historical knowledge on what they're talking about. It seems a little like, what are we here for? And then you totally, I don't need you to speak to me. I'd love to hear your answer to B's question. B, can you repeat your question so he can answer that? And I will just mute.
Okay, cool. So thanks for going on mute, Fire. And like I said, Brendan, like I said, it's a lot of animosity going on right now. Or actually, forget Fire, because I know that, not forget you, Fire, but I know
respectfully, that was
what were you saying? Go ahead. You were cutting out. You kind of freezing up, Brendan. You in the Matrix. What were you saying?
Fire and I will agree to disagree. I have explained why I hold the position that I do, that I do not believe that there is sufficient motive within an entire country to take out somebody that supported that country. So that's my position. That's where I stand. Fire, respectfully, you disagree. However, what I really think is actually quite hilarious about all of this is you keep saying, oh, you don't know and you don't know and this and that. Well, I don't know. I mean, I did 13 years of Catholic education, and then also have a degree, college degree, and I'm one of the brightest people pretty much in my for anybody that I'm with, anybody that I'm around. Typically, I'm going to be probably the smartest person in the room. It's cocky.
That's not saying much. That's not saying much. That's not saying much, respectfully.
If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room, right? That's my favorite quote. If you're the smartest person in the room,
it usually means you don't know nothing.
I agree with that. So to come at me for the intelligence, you're going to miss every time. Now, Travion, there's something that you said that really kind of struck a chord with me. And
which part? Because I said a lot.
You said Oh, I know you said a lot, but you said specifically, quote, Charlie would never, right? You said Charlie would never.
Yeah, he would never. He would never back down from a debate. That's the reason why he went to the colleges and challenged everybody in person to voice their opinions, regardless what they were. That's why I said it, and that's what I meant. So I hope you're not about to try to twist or spin my intentions by saying Charlie would never, because I just explained what I meant when I said he would never. I meant he would stand on business and on his principles and beliefs, and he would debate them.
Are you finished?
I've been done. I've been quiet for a minute.
As I was saying, you be quiet for like 1 second. As I was saying, when you said Charlie would never, you know what the first thing that came to mind was? The very first thing that came to mind was when people that support abortion, that are pro-abortion, when they say things like, oh, I could never vote for Trump because he's not a good Christian. You see what they did there? You see what they did there? They support offing babies, and then they think they can turn around and use morality against me. So to that I say, never let somebody else use values that they themselves do not hold against you. So when
we're going to let him talk to us about morality. When Trump is now we're going to pretend like Trump is some good Christian before he got in office.
Yeah, hold on, Brendan.
That's what I mean when I say he's not being honest with the discussion about since I've been in the chat, since I've been up here. I haven't heard one, and I would be ecstatic if you actually kept it honest at least half the time. Yeah, but at least Charlie did that. Charlie told some truth. Charlie told some truth, but you're not telling any truth. And that's my problem with the things that you say is I be trying to, when you say something, it sounds like you're about to say something profound, and then I'm just stuck there hanging on What the fuck was that?
Yeah. So it was a lot of build up, but then it did turn into a little bit blather. No, Brendan, you are going to get to finish, but you are kind of rambling.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to build. Hold on, Brendan. Because I want you to add this into it. So please answer this stuff because we don't want to keep rambling. Since you are, you said people were like trying to play the morality police, but that's kind of what you're doing. So let's just say that you are morally sound, right? What is going to be your solution to bridge the divide with all of this animosity and division between the left and the right? That's the question. Go ahead, Brendan. Yeah, you putting people to sleep with the answer. So give us very concise and specific what are you promoting to end this division of the toxic right and the toxic left? How are you going to bring Americans together? That's as America first as it gets. Let me hear your answer, Brendan. Go ahead. You got the floor.
You ever heard the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink? You ever heard that?
Yep.
Yes,
Anybody?
I have heard it.
Have you ever heard?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go expound, Brendan. Go ahead.
Happy to. So I can sit here and say what unity looks like. I can till I'm blue in the face. I can explain why or what would make life overall more peaceful for everybody involved. Does that mean just because I say it, that's going to happen? No. What's going to happen? To answer your question, you're wondering, how do we get away from the divisiveness and the real hard split that we're in right now, right? You want to know what brings us back, okay? And the truth is that a real good step in the right direction is not dancing on the graves of people that were assassinated. That's the first step. That's the first step. Don't cheer when people that you don't like are assassinated. That's step one. Step two is probably actually maybe even more important than step one, but step two is you have to actually, and this is going to sound crazy, be honest about where people stand. And what I mean by that is that, and this is not a secret, this is very well publicly available information, that there has been a demonization of the conservative political persuasion to the nth degree. And to the nth degree. In fact, I remind you of a quote from Hillary Clinton. She calls deplorables and irredeemable. Those were her two words, deplorable and irredeemable. Okay. That was in 2016. It was a big deal. We were, hell yeah, I'm a deplorable and irredeemable. So that's where kind of, in terms of my recollection, I was born in 86. My birthday was yesterday. I don't care. I'll tell you all of it. I turned 39 yesterday. So the first
Godspeed.
I was thrilled. Well, I voted for Bush my senior year of high school, and I was stoked. Couldn't wait.
Of course you did.
In hindsight, I hate the motherfucker. I despise everything that Bush has ever stood for, and I'll admit it. I voted for him, and I despise him. I would not urinate on him if he was on fire. I cannot. That dude has caused more harm and suffering to this world than arguably a lot of other people.
Okay, please
So-
tell us about that. Please tell us what harmful things he did and how that's any different than what Trump is doing.
Oh, Bush was terrible.
I thought you was about to tell us how to fix America.
Like, we're talking about sowing the divide. We already know why we're divided.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that answer, bruh.
Like, we really need
What
to
I was
give
saying,
your
I did
concise
actually answer the
answer.
question. I answered the question. I said step one.
You didn't.
Step
You
one
said
is
that
to stop dancing on the graves of people you disagree with.
That's a
And step
lie.
two
Nobody is doing that
to
here.
stop
Nobody is lying.
maligning
Nobody
those
is
that you
dancing on
disagree
graves.
with,
Why do you
which
keep
really,
saying? Why you say you want to be respectful? yet
That's
you keep
exactly what's
repeating
happening.
this
That's literally what's happening.
Please tell us about
How many hundreds of people have lost their jobs because of this?
Please tell me how you reached out to all your MAGA friends when those lefties were killed, murdered in the government. Like, please tell me how you reached out to all your MAGA friends
Who was dancing on their graves?
That were dancing on their graves. Oh my God, it was all over. Like I said, it's like you don't have any idea of current events.
Were people making comments?
You would know
about,
how hypocritical
that congresswoman, she said so many mean things in her life, so I can see why somebody took her out. No, nobody said that. Nobody said, "Oh yeah, she had it coming." Yeah, you get what you give. No, nobody said that.
You don't have any knowledge of current events if you're.
And yet here y'all are
telling
explaining to me
that everyone's
like,
celebrating. MAGA always celebrates the left's demise.
I didn't even say he got what he got. I just said I don't feel any particular way about it.
Democrats.
All right,
because of the fact of what the rhetoric that he was pushing so strongly, I'd be a dumb to have compassion and sympathy for somebody that spewed such rhetoric. That's all I was saying. I didn't say that he deserved any of it. I believe in free speech. But if somebody uses their free speech and threatens my child or hurts my child's feelings, you don't have the right to tell me how I should respond to it, is all I'm saying. You see where the lines get blurred now? Because when it comes to one of your children, if the situation happens to where now you got to stand on business behind your children, now you're gonna sit there and say you got the right to do your duty. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to campaign for the person that did it, allegedly. I'm just saying when you stoke flames, you got stand on business mean you got to bring ass to get ass. Crawford Canelo. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, if somebody threatens your wife or threatens your children, you have the right. Whether you're wrong or right for what you decide to do, you have a personal right to stand on business accordingly, because nobody can tell you how to react to disrespect is all I'm saying.
Okay, and I'm gonna pull another video up, but Brendan, that answer was wholly insufficient. Your first part, which I do agree with, but that doesn't bridge the divide. I get what you're trying to say. It's step number one, not dancing on their grave. The majority of people that are not doing that. That has been a niche and a fringe contingent that's doing that. I've been seeing people, the White House is saying to fly the flags at half staff. I'm seeing in NFL stadiums give tributes to Charlie Kirk. I'm seeing organized city protests. So for you to try to gaslight and be disingenuous to act like the majority of people are just out there tap dancing on his grave. And you even said for the people that's indifferent that are saying, hey, I'm neither celebrating or mourning, you even try to put a jacket on them and trying to say, hey, if you're indifferent, you're basically condoning it. So you're almost forcing people to be this bleeding heart for Charlie Kirk when many people just don't give a flying flip about him. What is that all about, bro? You're trying to forcibly... no, I'm just saying you're trying to pressure people to mourn someone that they don't care about. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brendan.
No. See, this is a sort of disingenuous approach that we've really come to expect from a lot of those on the left. I don't care if you mourn him. In fact,
why do you keep saying on those on the left?
Would be far better than to
why do you keep calling us lefties?
I think he thinks
Charlie.
Do you think you're talking to Democrats here?
Nobody here is a Democrat.
We're not Democrats. None of us are. You know
he
that?
hadn't
Do you
said
know that?
mean things.
Brendan,
But
do you know
I don't think he cares. It's a good talking point.
Sitting
It's a
here
good talking point.
lecturing.
Yeah, he don't care. Just land your plane, Brendan. Hey, Fire, just let him finish. Brendan, finish your point, and I'm gonna go to Fire. Go ahead, Brendan. Oh, actually, he tapped out again. Go ahead, Fire. It's on you.
No, it doesn't do me any good. I'll just talk to each other. Agree with.
No, you the one that keep getting up from the mic. We wouldn't even know you got up if you didn't have your camera on.
You keep walking away. So look, this is what we're gonna do. All of y'all mute. Fire and Travion mute. Brendan, you got the mic. Don't be long-winded, and just say your answer. You don't need to get emotional and have low impulse control, bro. You've been getting ample time to speak, bro. So it's like, let's go. The mic is on Brendan, and then we're going to Travion. Go ahead, Brendan. It's all you. Earth to Brendan, are you there? You got to get off that. Okay, go ahead, Brendan. It's on you.
There is an entire gulf. There is an entire gulf between honoring and being really mourning and being open about how you feel, mourning about Charlie. There's a gulf between that and, well, he said some mean things, and he kind of got what he gave, and he had it coming. There's a big gulf between those two, and in the middle are normal, rational, sensible humans that say, you know what? I didn't really like the guy, but man, he didn't deserve. So I'm just not going to say anything. I'm not going to touch it. Right. Well, see what we're seeing. And in fact, I mean, it's really kind of, you want to talk about gaslighting. I've got Twitter pulled up on my other. So I've got multiple monitors. I've got Twitter pulled up on my other monitor. And while we were talking about how it was niche and how it was just a small subsect of the radical whatever coalition, I was scrolling through, and I mean, there's like pages and pages and pages. Stephen King, one of the most prolific authors of not only our lifetime but written history, one of the most prolific authors ever, went onto his Twitter and said, yeah, well, Charlie supported stoning gays. Oh, guess what? You know what happened? He deleted that tweet, and he's pissing his pants, hoping that Charlie's estate doesn't sue him for everything he's worth. Okay? He is literally praying that he can get the right judge and the right jury that doesn't hand over his fortune to the widow of the man that he just blatantly lied about, saying he supported stoning gays. Okay, like so can we just dispel this notion that it's some fringe, just it was just like a couple Democrats over here somewhere that said something? No, we're talking about seriously some of the most influential people in the entire world are coming out and saying, well, you know what, he said he could stone gays. So A, they didn't even say what he said. But B, they made something up to justify, well, he had it coming. So again, let's just put it to bed, this crazy idea that it's only a couple of fringe Democrats that are out here dancing on his grave. So, and I get it. I understand. We all recognize how bad that looks. Like we all, nobody here is going to disagree that you don't want to be viewed as dancing on somebody's grave. So I understand why y'all would be like, oh, no, we didn't do that. No, it's these crazy people over here. When in reality, the more we talk and the more that y'all talk about why you believe what happened, the more it just confirms and reinforces the fact that, yeah, that there, it's not a fringe thought, that there are people that are dancing on his grave. And that's the problem. That's why, like, literally, if Charlie had died, if Charlie had been murdered and life went on and it was unfortunate and we went past it, you know what? We wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. I wouldn't even be on here. I wouldn't be so animated. But here we are. Here we are having this conversation because Charlie was taken out and people are dancing on his grave. And so that's why we're having this conversation. And so no amount of, oh, well, I condemn it. But, and actually, Antonio or Yvonne or whatever your name is,
I can't condemn everyone's actions.
And I was waiting for it. And I was like, but, and I was like, I knew it. As soon as you started saying, I condemn this. I don't believe this. But once you said, but, I was like, that's it. That's throw your hands up in the air. But, well,
I got you. Nothing good comes after but.
But it's okay. But it's okay because he said all these things.
We got you, Brendan. So go ahead, Fire, and I'll go to Travion and back to Brendan. Go ahead, Fire.
So, I just want to say again that, well, actually, speaking of not being up on current events, everything that's on Twitter is just an echo chamber. So just like you saw when the Ukraine conflict started, all the paid trolls were out. And so there were thousands and thousands of accounts that had about 3K followers. They all followed each other. They all had one of the LGBTQ plus flags, and they all had a Ukrainian flag, and and a vaccine, right? The shot emoji, and they were all just like, "Oh, yay, Ukraine! It's so amazing!" and "Oh, down with Putin!" and everybody that was like, "Wait, this didn't just start today." People that were heavily educated on what was going on didn't.
Started with the Maidan revolution that the Biden regime instilled. Anyway,
you're supposed to have your mic muted. I'm speaking.
It's Obama, but
anyway, so there was a huge amount of paid influencers that were moving the conversations the way they wanted. That's just how Twitter works. If you've been on Twitter for a really long time, you know that every new thing that comes up, it's like whoever's on whatever bandwagon, they're gonna bash everybody else. Celebrities in general have historically the last 2 decades, I think, more than ever, actually taken sides in political issues. Before, we didn't have to see celebrities taking sides. They might have been paid in the background, but they weren't publicly taking sides. They were just doing the things that they do. But now all of that's coming out from the 80s. Like everything I knew that was trashy about Trump and the whole deep-seated sexual human trafficking, sexual abuse, all those things that, things that I'm a survivor, I know a lot of survivors. There's not many women and a lot of men, unfortunately, that, the percentage, if we want to talk about statistics, we can talk about the statistics of abused people in the world. And when you sit here and you lump, like I've asked you several times, if you think you're talking to Democrats and you haven't answered the question, you haven't, you've said but so many times, you can count them all on the replay someday. I try not to say buts, and I like that you said that.
You got to
I like to say things definitively, and I don't like to use buts. I don't say to people, "I love you," but I've tried to erase that from my language, because there are no buts about me loving somebody. There are no buts about me saying I respect the sadness and the beauty of death. That doesn't mean I have to respect and have a state funeral and be tone policed for how I feel about somebody's influence on a huge swath of people. So Charlie Kirk, if you think that he was teaching others, especially young bloods, if you think that he was teaching others and sheep herding them into a lying situation, which Israel is, like I do, then it's going to hit you really hard that somebody's telling me how I should be mourning for somebody. I have lost more people in my life than you probably even know. So I am unsure how anybody in any situation ever in time, if you've lost anybody, like if you've been in hospice like I have and had somebody die in your or had somebody die in your arms, and you tell a person how they're going to mourn somebody, just that, and I'll go back because I'm a fundamentals girl. I like to talk about fundamental stuff. So when you tell me, or tell a wife that lost her husband, tell Charlie Kirk's wife how she's supposed to mourn her husband's death. You know, you telling me how I'm supposed to mourn something is so fundamentally disgusting. It makes me ill. And if you've ever lost somebody, then that should be true for you. And we're not going to.
Because that's not even what I'm saying. Why are you so dishonest?
You said that I was dancing on graves and that I should be this way or that way about somebody, and I shouldn't be dancing on a grave.
No.
Like
Brendan, you were making a lot of accusations, Brendan.
You said it so many times.
This video is being recorded, and you still can't.
I know.
And you should go back and watch it after it ends. You should go back and watch yourself after it ends.
This video,
so you can see how much of an ass you made of yourself tonight.
Let's count how many beers you. How many beers have you?
Hey, yeah, hold on.
Yep, we should.
Hold on, Fire. Let me get Travion in there because he's been waiting. And Brendan, man, what kind of beer are you drinking over there? Before I go to Travion, what you sipping on, Brendan? What kind of beer is that? Okay, Bud Light.
Well, you need to drink a regular Bud or something because the light ain't doing it for you.
Go ahead, Travion. The mic is on you.
Okay. Watch this. Watch this, B-Eazy. Watch this, Brendan. Watch this, Fire. Ooh. I know how to fix America. I know how to fix the problems going on. White on white violence needs to stop. Y'all are acting like fucking animals. The savagery. Man, you guys have so much drug usage in your community. You guys have the highest rate of people on welfare. You guys are just savages all through and through and through. You see how that sounds? It sounds like fucking bullshit, and it sounds like spewing hate, right? But the reality is, regardless, there's other ways for me to say what I said. Hold on, there's other ways for me to say that other than making it sound the way it sounded. Because coming out of my mouth, the only thing, even though what I just said, if I was to bring out that the percentage of white people in America is higher than anybody else in the country, therefore the most crimes get committed by the same people that have the biggest demographic, you're going to say that's a false narrative or those are false facts. But in reality, that's the truth. But you're never going to give me the credit for spewing the truth. You're going to tell me that I'm lying and I hate your community. But in reality, white on white people need to stop killing themselves. You guys are doing it at a high rate, alarmingly. You get what I'm saying? I haven't seen so much attempts on white people in my life over the last year. You know, but you don't want to hear that because now you have to we're shining the light on you and what your people are doing and putting the mirror back to yourself. And you don't like the fact that you can't see yourself in the mirror, vampire. Truth hurts.
All right, Travion and Brendan. So Brendan, actually, because you were a Charlie Kirk supporter, he did talk a lot about black on black crime. Have you or any of your supporters, followers, do you guys do segments or spaces about white on white crime and what the white community needs to do to address violence, degeneracy, and debauchery? Do you do that? Because I know many on your side, they love to call out black people, but I want to specifically know, do you have spaces where you call out the white community and not just saying it was the leftists or it was the libtards and shit libs? Because even when you say shit libs, they're white, libtards white. So specifically, we have no issues calling about out black people being dysfunctional and degenerate. I seem to see that it's a very arduous task for people on your side of the aisle to call that out. So do you personally call that out? Where could I find you calling that out? Brendan, go ahead. You got the mic.
You're on mute still.
Yeah, you're on mute.
I don't know. I mean, we're talking about everything other than the subject at hand. That none of this has to do with race. And in fact, if, as Travion has so eloquently pointed out, if this does have something to do with race, it was a white guy that killed a white guy. So to answer your question, Travion, yeah, we need to stop it all.
So why are black people being targeted now?
Stop the drugs.
If it was a white guy, if a white guy did it to a white guy, if a white guy did it to a white guy, why are black people being targeted?
I am
because of white violence.
What black people are being targeted? What are you even talking about?
Like you.
What are you?
I know either you're in a echo chamber and you don't know what's going on in the world. I don't know. Like the fact. Look. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real. The complexion for the protection, you're not using it well. You get what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is you have all these computers sitting in front of you, Batman. You have all these computers sitting in front of you, Batman, but yet you don't know shh. You get what I'm saying? And that is very, very troublesome because you have all these tools to get the information out to you, but yet you are not using them correctly. You're sitting here drinking Bud Light. I can't even take you seriously because you're not even drinking liquor. Like what the fuck? like what the hell? Like you belong on a cast of King in the Hill.
All you gotta do is look on the screen.
Did a white guy kill a white guy?
Yes, but why are you making it about race?
Yes, a white guy killed a white guy, and I'm saying, why did it go from a white guy killing a white guy to black people being targeted? That's what I asked.
Nobody is targeting nobody's targeting black people. What are you talking about? Who is being targeted?
Do you not see this on the screen?
Do you see? Are you reading the screen? Are you reading the screen? The Associated Pulse, whatever it is, it says historically black colleges issue lockdown orders and cancel classes after receiving threats. What do you think the threats are behind? You think that we're just saying all this stuff for nothing? We're not saying it for nothing.
Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and find that same article myself. Colleges issue.
What do you need to find the same article when you just pulled it up in front of you?
That was by the.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
we can
Associated
read it.
Press. It's Associated Press.
And don't worry, I'll pull up more.
You pulled up the headline. You didn't pull up the article.
Okay, I'll pull up the article. Okay.
I have questions about the Charlie Kirk. My questions about the Charlie Kirk assassination is questions that are more like why did Jeff Bezos let a book get put on Amazon that talked about Charlie Kirk's assassination a day before he got assassinated, and then they took it down. I would like to know those things. You know, I as much of a right wingist that you are, I would like you to give the explanation for that. While you keep talking about the left.
Please elaborate on the type of threats that were made, and no injuries have been reported.
Do you know what the definition of a threat is?
They're taking the quote.
Do you know what the definition of a threat is? Come on, Brendan. You being super disingenuous, bro.
And see, if me and you were face to face, Brendan, and I threatened you, if I threatened you with violence and we were face to face, which I'm not even trying to do that. I'm just making an example. If I threatened you with violence face to face, you know what my crime would be? I would get charged with assault. Wait. I would get charged with assault just for threatening you with speech. Wait a minute, just for throwing. Bro, listen. It's funny you said that. Wait. No, hey, B-Eazy. Should I tell him? Should I tell him, or should I just let him keep talking? You talking about me showing my face? I will not only give you the sites where you can find me on Amazon Prime, movies that I have out, music videos that I have out, shows that I've done, all different. Like, I don't think you're talking to the right Negro. I think you're talking to somebody that you think is just a gutter bug or something, you know. But I don't think that's why I said I'm very well studied. But you're sitting there. I don't care. That doesn't bother me. But I think you drank Bud Light, and that's probably where the problem lies. You know what I'm saying? Like you worried about. Wait a minute. You're worried about my picture. Wait a minute. You're worried about my picture on this StreamYard when I just told you that I will give you the information. I'm Googleable. I will give you the information to find my movies. If you like me so much, you can watch me on Fire Stick. You can watch me on Amazon Prime right now. Just run the money to my pockets. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, cool. So hold on. Hold on, y'all. We've been joined by a guest, so let's do some housekeeping. And salute to Brendan for sticking around, man. You throwing the Miller Lights back, man. You supposed to have some Dos Equis, or at least a Dos Equis, a Corona with lime. But I mean, I guess Miller Light is cool. But
probably my favorite beer, honestly.
We've been joined back by Sunlight. I know her battery died. Glad you got that.
I wanted Coors Original, but they didn't have it, so I had to settle.
I understand, man. We can't always get what we want, but Ozzy, are you there?
Sometimes we gotta live by below our means.
Ozzy, is that you, bro? Hopefully that ain't no troll. I might have to drop.
Nah, it's me. It was good, man. It was good.
Okay, cool. I was gonna have to get you up out of here. Okay, Ozzy. So you know,
hello, how you doing?
Yeah, so it's been a heated discussion, but you know, I think it's been cool. You know, Brendan, outside of a couple outbursts, Brendan has been a good sport. So shout out to Brendan, Fire, Travion, the chat, and Ozzy. Ozzy, how long you been listening, bro?
I've been listening like probably 30 when y'all was like 30 minutes in.
Okay, that's what's up. So let me reset this. You've heard all of the aftermath unfold from Charlie Kirk's assassination. You know, I've seen some black people that was crying for him and, you know, praying for Charlie Kirk, giving thoughts or prayers, and some people, a small contingent, was celebrating, and then I seen most people are indifferent. Where are you with it? Or were you mourning? Were you celebrating? Or just were you indifferent in terms to this whole ordeal?
I mean, I'm to keep it a buck, keep it 1,000. I mean, you know, I'm a humanitarian, you know, because we just gotta live. We gotta exist in this planet all together. I'm gonna bring it full circle. I'm a proud black man, and basically, I didn't know the guy until everything transpired. Condolences to his family, and that's it. Now, as far as talking on the content and the rhetoric and the narrative that he pushed, that part, yeah, but I'm not sitting here celebrating anybody's death because I didn't see a lot of that in my lifetime, especially violence. So if people understand anything about violence, like, you really don't celebrate it at the end of the day, because if you've seen enough of it, basically, bottom line is just not cool. But I'm down to having a discussion about all the content that, like, all the context that, you know, is around this individual, because that is needed for discussion, and we need to have a healthy discussion. So that's my take on his death. Nah, I'm not celebrating it, or no, I'm not mourning it. Just condolences to his family, and outside of that, I don't have nothing to do with it. So,
you know what? That was a very polite, respectful, and poignant answer. Salute to you on that. And Brendan, it looks like he want to get back in there. Go ahead, Brendan.
Is it Ozzy? Is that right?
Yeah, like the rock star, Ozzie Smith, Ozzie Newsom. A lot of great Ozzies out in this world.
Ozzy, hey, I just want to say, man, thank you. And I'm a baseball guy. Ozzie Smith was a legend. One of the best infielders to ever play the game. But I just you really and I really don't know if anybody could have said it better, because and I was getting on to them earlier, you know, politely, whatever, that you don't say but. And I was listening very closely, and you said my condolences. You know, you clearly, like, this is a bad thing that happened, but you didn't immediately say but he did this or that or whatever. You didn't say that, and I appreciate that. That's really what has animated me the most throughout all of this. Is not, and I want to go back to Fire. You said that I tell you how to mourn, correct? How dare I tell you how to mourn? Well, the problem with that is you would have to actually be mourning in the first place, and you're not. And I don't, no disrespect, but you're not. I've cried. I'm a grown ass man, and I cried. I've literally shed tears over a man I've never met in my life, no clue.
I don't believe you.
And I've cried. I have cried tears. That's how I mourn. Nobody told me how to do it. Nobody told me what to do.
Of work.
And
you told us
Fire, if you don't mourn, that's fine. If you don't, if it didn't hit you, if it didn't affect you, then you're not mourning. So when I say don't go dance on his grave, I'm not telling you how to mourn. Because if you're dancing on his grave, by default, you're not mourning. Like those are mutually mourn. If you don't even want to mourn, that's fine. That is fine. You know what? That's fine. That's cool. If it didn't affect you and it didn't strike a chord with you, and you just continue to live your life, I fully support that. That is fine. That is how it should be. But to conflate being upset with people dancing on somebody's grave with I'm trying to tell you how to mourn, those are not the same thing. And it's really disingenuous to try to conflate those two. If you
really
want to mourn,
disingenuous for you to try to talk to us about a subject that you don't know anything about. You just said in live camera, you said during this live stream that you didn't really know Charlie Kirk's body of work, and now you're telling me that you cried for him? Are you kidding me, bro? Like, if you were a little bit more serious, like, I could take you seriously, but everything that you're saying, you don't even have any education about the last few months of his life, let alone his body of work. So, you know,
that's what I've been saying. That's why I couldn't take nothing that you were saying serious.
You're
wasn't being genuine
right now.
You're not being genuine.
What I want to talk about is how we sow the divide. What can we do to sow the divide? Is it Brandon or is it Brennan?
It's Brendan.
Brendan. Oh, I didn't think it had a D in it, so I thought I was saying his name wrong. It's hard for me to have a conversation with you because
it's Brendan. But thank you for asking.
Brendan. Yeah.
So to answer your question,
it's hard. Hold on. It's hard for
to answer your question about what we can do to sow the divide.
You're on mute.
No, I think there's a delay, so I think he was pausing. Fire, finish that last point that you were saying so that Brendan can chime back in. It's just a little bit of a delay.
I thought she was speaking, so I was waiting.
No, I mute my mic when I asked the question. You were talking over me, so I wanted to let you finish because you said how we were gonna sow the divide.
Can't hear each other, exactly.
We've been waiting for. Has it been an hour now since you've asked the question about how we're gonna sow the divide? Because it's white people's responsibility to sow the divide between us and Black people. That's my opinion. And my opinion is also that I don't ridicule people about who they vote for. I don't care. My sailor mouth. I try not to swear. I could care less who you voted for. My problem is that you constantly want to tell me how I should be and how I should live. And I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about the millionaires and the billionaires. They're telling you how to be and how to live. They're telling me how to be and how to live. People with all the degrees in the world are telling the poorest people in the world how we should think, how we should feel, who we should vote for. And that's not the life I'm living. So I don't know about you, but sowing the divide means having educated conversations. If you're coming on here and telling me that you bawled like a baby over Charlie Kirk, then tell me how you bawled like a baby for the live stream genocide of children. Did you cry over that? Have you cried over that? Because this stuff's been going on for a long time. Sorry, Jackie.
Morality check. If I ain't never heard one, get him.
I'm just saying, you cannot. Okay.
Go ahead, Brendan. Brendan, so could you answer that question directly?
Answer that specific question.
Yeah,
directly.
did you?
I don't want to hear a diatribe before it or after it. Tell me how you mourned and how you're mourning the deaths of this live stream genocide of a whole entire race of people. That's what I want to hear the answer to. And then maybe I could find some empathy for you crying like a baby over Charlie Kirk, who you said that you didn't even really know his body of work on. You literally said it on this live stream. So I hope all your buddies that you got to come watch you are listening. I want you to be educated. I'm not trying to ridicule. I want you to be educated. I want you to come and talk to us. And B is the kind of person that makes stuff like this happen. That's why I love him so much. He knows how to talk to people, and we don't have to sit here and agree to disagree. We could have real productive conversations. So please tell me how you mourn this constant, this unending, this relentless genocide of entire peoples that are being genocided via our arming and funding it. The US is arming and funding an entire genocide of a people. The president that you protect, the president that Charlie Kirk protected. Yeah. So please tell me how you're mourning those people. And then maybe we can understand better how, more. So please answer that question.
All right. Now
just that question.
Now let Brendan.
Hey, I don't know whose internet it is. I'm going to plug in my Ethernet cable. It's
No, we can hear you. You were cutting in and out, but just go ahead, Brendan. I know you thirsty to take a little tirade. Go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna plug in my cable. Give me about 3 seconds.
Okay, yeah, cool.
All right. Well, while we're waiting on him, can I get on? Let me say something.
Yeah, go ahead, and then I'm gonna go back to Ozzy. Actually, I'm gonna pull up a video.
Okay. While you're doing that, let me say this real quick. The way to fix the problem that's going on is we have to own up to reality, and that's the biggest problem that both sides, I think, on the left and the right, are having right now. Is when somebody says you can be left or you can be right, but it's important to acknowledge when to be in the middle when something needs to be called out. And that's the biggest problem right now. You know, I see a whole lot of what you suspect the left is doing, but I mean, I just didn't see, because I seen a bunch of angles of the assassination and stuff, and I just didn't see the left. I didn't see the left. I literally seen Charlie spewing hate out of his mouth, and he was in the midst of getting ready to say something effed up about black people right up until he took his last breath, which I'm not saying it to make humor of, but it's just the amount of, you don't see it as hate, but I can't see it as nothing but hate. to the fact that up until your
my bad.
last breath,
what did
up
he
until
say?
your last breath. Okay, well, he was asked a question about it was actually regarding trans and violence and things like that.
I was asking. They keep. I didn't want to cut you off, but I'm really interested. He kept saying like he said on his last breath, like his last dying words.
That's
like,
what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
My
right
bad.
now.
My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Like,
So the question.
Nah.
Well, I mean, it might as well have been that. It was close. He didn't get to finish it. He didn't get to finish it, but. No, you were shooting right down the pipe, but so he was asked questions about
YouTube rules.
He was asking questions. The question that he was being asked by a college student was regarding trans and I don't know, some type of violence or whatever, right? And even though the question had to do with violence, even though the question had to do with the violence that was committed by trans mass shooters, his last words were, and I quote, "Are we talking about regular violence or gang violence, which we all know is code or a dog whistle for black people?"
Damn.
You know, that's why I said the irony is I'm not laughing at it, but it was poetic if I never seen poetry.
I'm sorry.
It was poetry in motion.
Nah, I'm sorry. I gotta laugh at that. He reminds me of Homeboy off of the Dave Chappelle skit. Like, I thought he was the most hating individual in the world. Not what was his name?
What are you talking about? Tyrone Bigsby?
His name
was Tyrone Biggums was the crackhead. You talking about Clayton Bigsby?
Clayton Bigsby. Yeah. Clayton Bigsby. Yeah.
Man, I didn't know.
My bad. I stand corrected.
And you know why I say I'm a humanitarian, even though I'm still proudly black. Like, I've been pro-black since I came out the womb. And I say that because it's like, damn, you got that much hate in your heart to let your last breath on earth. Like, you can say anything to anybody, to your wife and your kids, and you gotta be like, yo, F these niggas. Like,
that's how I felt about it when I seen it. That's why I can't really have no type of empathy. I can't have empathy because you literally, the last thing that come out your mouth was not "I love God." It was not "I love my kids." It was not "I love my wife." I love America. It was some fucked up shit about black people. That was crazy to me.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so let me play this video. But yeah, his last words was gang violence, which was a euphemism because this was the greatest hits of Charlie Kirk. So we already kind of knew what he was going to say with these pre-canned talking points. It was going to lead. Are you listening to the facts? Brendan, are you listening to the facts?
That's why I had to hit off.
Because I've been speaking truth the whole time.
It's not a debate. It's the last two words you said were indeed gang violence. That's not a debate. That is a fact. Yeah, no.
Okay,
no, I'm not questioning whether or not you're saying something.
Why are you telling us things we already know? You accept the fact that's one fact that you brought up that you know, but we keep telling you these are the facts. This is provable history. This is provable facts, and you just ignore all of that and just keep saying the same thing on repeat.
Lady,
he hated blacks more than trans people. That's what I got from that. I got he hated black people more than trans people. Because the question was related to trans mass shooters, and he brought up gang violence, which black gangs are not running up in schools harming anybody.
I ain't wasting my breath on gang violence. I'm sorry.
That's like you looking at a Chinese, a sign in Mandarin Chinese and saying, "I can't read it. That's their problem." No, you're not intelligent enough. So just because you think something and you feel something doesn't somehow mean that it's like. That's the case.
I don't know about you, but gang violence has always been it's code or dog whistle for black people.
And hold on.
People say urban communities. When people say urban communities, it's a code word for black people. Am I right or am I wrong?
Come on, let's
when they say urban communities, it's code for black people. We know this already, and this is my problem with you, Brendan. You don't want to be honest. It's okay to call out your people's bullshit. It makes you a nice person. It means you have morals.
Yeah, Brendan, you gotta stop with the lies and gaslighting. But hold on, let me play a little bit of this video so we can chime in. Hold on.
Okay, so they want me to talk about this boy, Charlie Kirk, who got shot in Utah. Him getting shot in Utah makes him, I believe, American number 18,533 who got shot in the U.S. this year, shot and killed. And I think that there were 3 more people who were killed, shot and killed in Colorado, just over the mountains, within hours of his shooting. And all the flags in America are going to fly half-mast, not for those 18,335 other victims, but they're going to fly half-mast for Charlie Kirk. That's just an observation. You can do with it what you will. I'll be honest, when I first heard that he had been shot, I made a joke about it on X, because frankly, I'm just as used to theatrics coming out of America as I am used to gun violence coming out of America. And I thought that theatrics seemed more likely in this case. But when I did learn that he died, I deleted my post. I deleted it out of respect, not for him, but for the severity and for the solemnity of the judgment that he has now proceeded to. Because everything that he ever said and everything that he ever did that harmed anyone, well, he's going to answer for that. He's going to answer for that right now in his meeting with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the heaviness of that meeting is disturbing to any of us who believe in it. But we'll talk about it. Let's start with the obvious, okay? First, I'm not going to feign grief or feign mourning for this person. I know that's a hypocrisy that social etiquette demands at a moment like this. But we all know that he would certainly not grieve for us. He certainly would not mourn for us, just as he never grieved and he never mourned for the wanton slaughter of the Palestinians in Gaza. He never grieved for that. And for myself personally, as a Muslim and as a critic of Western so-called civilization, I know that Charlie Kirk himself would most likely have officially anyway considered me to be his enemy. And as far as I'm concerned, any man whose enemy mourns him when he dies, well, he wasn't.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Come on, Brendan. What lie you got to tell now? Come on, Brendan.
Let me be very.
It hurts. It hurts. The truth hurts, man. I know.
Let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. And I've said this out loud. I put it in writing. If we want to have a talk about why Israel is everything that's bad, and there's hey, you know what? Actually, you know what? I'm going to stop. I'm going to ask a question. Just going to ask a question. And the answer to that really kind of will paint all the picture we need. Why does Hamas still have hostages?
What does that have to do with Charlie Kirk?
That was October 7th of 20.
Yeah, now come on, Brendan.
Now you want to have an Israel conversation? Now you want to have an Israel conversation? You was just getting ready to get off of the stream because she kept bringing up Israel. Now you care about Hamas having man, this is crazy.
They still got hostages because they're in war. That's why.
Hamas still have hostages? Why does Hamas still have
hostages? They're in wartime.
Y'all been wanting to make this about Israel the whole time. Y'all wouldn't shut up about Israel. This crazy lady thinks that Israel as a country killed somebody. So yeah, let's talk about Israel.
Yeah, but she's saying that. We're not all saying that though.
He said something about a genocide in Gaza.
Crazy lady again?
Yeah, for the 15th time.
The video that we were
they're in wartime. That's why they have hostages.
What are you on about? Why would you say I'm a crazy person? I just told you so many facts. All I've done was give you facts. You wanted quotes? I read you. Charlie was literally questioning Israel.
They shouldn't have hostages. They shouldn't have any hostages. They shouldn't have never had hostages in the first place. I don't get where you're going with the framing of your question.
But it doesn't even matter. They're at war. Everything goes on in war.
Are you a misogynist too?
Wait. Let me hear you, Brendan. Let me hear what you got to say, Brendan.
Hey, yeah, y'all got to stop talking over each other.
He just called me crazy lady.
A genocide and this and that in Palestine. If they really, really wish that would stop, they would beg Hamas to finally let go of the hostages that they took 2 years ago.
Are you arguing that it's not a genocide going on over there? I know that's not what you're arguing, that there's not a genocide going on over there.
There is no genocide. There's no genocide.
Wait, Netanyahu and Trump was just talking about having what was it? Palestinian Mar-a-Lago right on the beachfront? Like, what are we talking about here?
Hey, just so everybody knows, Israel stated that they are continuing with genocide, like they proceeded
for a greater Israel, which means they're trying to take over more land and eradicate the people that are in that land. It's a genocide going on.
Yeah, if he wants the facts, I mean, you only have to guess. They said they want to continue with
Why does
genocide
Hamas still have hostages?
because they're at war.
Hamas is not Palestine, though. I don't understand where you're going with this. It's like a very powerful army going to war with the people that doesn't even have a military.
How many Palestinian
Hamas is
hostages?
literally
How
the
many
ruling party
Palestinian
of the
hostages were
Palestinians.
in custody before October 7th? How many of their own people via the Hannibal Directive it's been proven
That part's unlike
factual history that Israel killed its own people too via the Hannibal Directive, which they used on that day. They knew about this event before it happened. Why do you not
turn down the mayonnaise?
All of these facts are readily available now.
I think we need to get back to the video.
Why do you think all the people are rising up? Why do you think all the kids in all the college campuses? Because they know how to do research. The kids of America.
Oh no, but it's because they're indoctrinated, and in fact, that's the same thing.
It's sad. You're in denial about everything that comes out your mouth. There's a whole flip side. There's the truth, and then there's what comes out your mouth, which is denial to the truth. Like you bring up a lot of poignant points. Like you bring up a lot of points that are good, but you don't bring up the whole thing. You talk about. That's what Kirk did. He brought up a lot of stuff that sounded good coming out of his mouth because he practiced it for a very long time in the mirror before he went out on these colleges. But he did not acknowledge the truth of what he's saying.
Smack to this guy on Twitter. He said, "Let's have a YouTube live," and I said, "Let's go."
Yeah, no, honestly. So yeah, let me reset the room.
Practice anything.
I ain't gonna give that. Hold on,
unwillingness to admit
yeah, mute up.
Reasonable.
Hold on, Brendan.
Not my problem.
Okay, we heard you, Brendan. So hold on. So first of all, look, everybody is gonna get a chance to speak, but y'all gotta stop chiming in and cutting over people because some of y'all making some good points, but I can't hear it because 2 or 3 people is talking. So in Brendan already feel like we're palling on him. He's trying to claim it's 3v1, 1v1. So, definitely it ain't that. But I'm definitely going to let everybody speak. Brendan, even though he is lying, he has been telling a lot of lies and he has made some good points. But like Travion is saying, you keep coming with the half truths. Like you'll tell part of the truth and then leave out some very pertinent information. So Brendan, y'all gonna get enough time to speak. Like I said, I'm willing to rock out if I gotta go another hour or 2, which I don't plan on doing, but I will be willing to do that. So I'm gonna play a little bit more video. No, I already know. So that's why I'm gonna try to be respectful of your time. So let's be more concise with our answers and let everyone speak. I'm gonna play a little bit more of the video. Brendan is gonna get triggered and raise his hand, and then I'm gonna let Brendan speak. So let's play the video.
And we get it. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brendan. We're going to play the video and you're going to have ample time to speak. All right, mute up. Here we go. Hold up.
And I don't think it can be said about Charlie Kirk that he didn't do his job, which is to say that he never did anything and he never said anything in his public life that would make me mourn his passing. Just as I hope that I will never say or do anything in my public life that would make my enemies grieve for my passing. They should be happy when I die. Enemies are disturbed by each other's presence, not by each other's absence. But let me also be crystal clear about this. It doesn't make me happy either. I neither mourn nor celebrate. Neither of those reactions is appropriate, in my opinion. Whoever pulled that trigger didn't do it for me and they didn't do it for you. I don't even see them as being on 2 different sides. They didn't silence Charlie Kirk. They amplified Charlie Kirk. The power structure never cared about that boy. They used him. And he's more useful to them now than he was the day before. He's more useful to them dead than he was alive. Listen, you don't defeat someone like this, someone like a Charlie Kirk, a tool like him, by letting that tool mold you into exactly what they want you to be. That killer didn't deliver justice. If you think they did, he didn't. he delivered to the power structure an even more enhanced weapon. He made a mediocre, but dangerous and polarizing figure, Charlie Kirk, into now an impeachable icon for the very fan base that he most likely despises. And he made criticism of Charlie Kirk's ideas. Now it's disrespect for the dead. This is not resistance. This is a gift. This is a gift to the very security state that he probably thought he was attacking. Now it's stupidity. Or maybe, as the conspiracy theories are already speculating, what actually happened was just a purge of an expendable asset to create a more powerful symbol. Oh, they'll use his death. Oh, how they will use it. They will use his death to paint every dissenting voice, every cry for a more just world. They'll paint it with the same bloody brush. They're going to use his death to avoid once again ever having to look in the mirror. They're going to hold Charlie Kirk's body up as a shield against any examination of the society that created him and the society that created his killer, the society that they made and that they rule. And you didn't do anything now but strengthen their hold on that society. They're going to use his corpse as a pulpit to preach from. And you just validated all the lies that they're going to be preaching. You understand me? Because listen, the truth is the Charlie Kirks of the world are not the enemy. The enemy is the society, it's the system, it's the power structure, it's the so-called civilization that creates boys like Charlie Kirk. I call him a boy because that's what he is to me. I'm 54 years old. That's what he is to me, or that's what he was. And also because he presented a childish, simplistic cartoon portrait of America that only a young boy could ever believe in. He presented an America without complexity, without guilt, without the burden of their terrible history. Well, that's a seductive product. And America has always been an eager market for that sort of a product. He existed because of supply and demand. You demand and the power structure supplies. The killer and the killed are the products of the same sick society. Kirk and his killer, and the other 18,535 victims and their killers. And wallahi, if you don't clock this reality, if you don't understand this reality, and if you let yourself get swept up in all the narratives and all the counter narratives, then you might just end up being like one of them on one side or the other side of that gun, because the machine is already spinning. The machine, that same machine that Charlie Kirk served so faithfully. They're spinning the narrative now. They're going to label him as a martyr for free speech, a victim of left-wing extremism. And they're going to use his death. They're going to use it to demand more surveillance, more censorship, more policing, more militarization of the police against their opponents, more police powers. They're going to use his blood to sanitize his ideology and to legitimize every poisonous thing that he ever said. And some of you are out here cheering about what happened. Well, you're fools. Why, when you celebrate, all you do is elevate and strengthen their narrative. Charlie Kirk was not an outlier. He was a product. He was the logical output of a system that's designed to generate exactly what he was. Like I said, he didn't create the demand. The demand was already there. He just exploited it. He sold a fantasy, like I say, a fantasy where all of the problems of modern America, economic decay, economic despair, cultural displacement, and cultural unrest, political powerlessness, these are all not the inevitable results of late-stage capitalism in a dying empire. No, it's all the fault of immigrants. It's all the fault of minorities, of wokeism, some internal enemy that's not in power. Well, now he's been killed, and his death is going to be used to service that same system. The security state benefits, the politicians that he supported benefit, the media benefits because they get endless hours now of content, of debate, of fear-mongering, of polarization mining. You understand me? The entire apparatus of control gets a massive boost. His killing was not an attack on the system. It was a gift to the system. You didn't extinguish a fire, you just scattered the embers and made it more dangerous. The individual who pulled that trigger, their motives are irrelevant. It doesn't matter if they saw themselves as a revolutionary or they saw themselves as a vigilante. Their actions serve a deeply counter-revolutionary purpose. You understand me? You didn't help Muslims. You didn't help so-called minorities. You didn't help immigrants. You didn't help women. You didn't help anyone. All you did was exactly what they created Charlie Kirk to goad you into doing. Please understand me. You contributed now. Whoever did this contributed to exactly the climate that they created Charlie Kirk to create. No, they're both servants of chaos. The killer and the killed. No, you don't need a bullet. You need a brain. You need a mind that can't be manipulated. You need an inflammable heart, a heart that can stay calm, cool, and collected when everything around you is in flames. That's what you need. And wallahi, you can't let the hatred of a people cause you to act unjustly, or to advocate or to endorse injustice, or to celebrate injustice. Don't let that boy's enmity towards us and ours towards him make you think that his murderer is our ally. No, you don't answer words with bullets. You know, back in the day, back in the time of the Sahaba, when the Muslims would fight against the kuffar, well, the kuffar, they would bring their drummers and they would bring their singing girls to egg them on. Nobody ever killed them. Well, that's what Charlie Kirk was. You don't win a war by targeting the singing girls and the drummers of your enemy. That's no strategy. I've said many, many times, you have to erect your partitions around your discourse, around your people, around what you let into your mind, or you're going to lose your focus and you're going to lose your purpose and you're going to get confused and you're going to make bad decisions. You're going to make wrong decisions, unjust decisions, immoral decisions, because you let yourself get provoked. No. For me personally, I didn't care about Charlie Kirk yesterday, the day before, and I don't care about him now. I don't mourn and I don't celebrate. That's strategic indifference. And I don't respect anyone who tries to tell me that I'm supposed to grieve. And I don't respect anyone who tells me that I'm supposed to be happy. What is he to me or me to him? He certainly isn't more important to me than the most likely hundreds of thousands of my brothers and sisters that you cut down in Gaza. You didn't mourn any of them, and I didn't tell you to, because I already know how you are. I already know that your performance of mourning over Charlie Kirk has nothing whatsoever to do with respect for human life. He was just a vessel for an ideology that you hold sacred. And it's an ideology that dehumanizes people. It's an ideology that disregards the sanctity of life. And we've seen that on full display for the last 2 years. So no, obviously not. I'm not the least bit interested in accommodating your weaponization of selective compassion and selective sympathy. Now, if you want to paint my indifference, if you want to spin my indifference as if it is approval of the crime that was committed, well, okay, I already know that you never do anything but lie anyway. And I know that you are from exactly the same manipulated, mutated, mutilated, and maladjusted population that created the demand that the power structure met by giving you Charlie Kirk, and that gave you his killer. Meaning you're just part of that mob in America, that same collective monster that's responsible for the American genocide of the indigenous people, that's responsible for genocides in Guatemala, genocides in Bangladesh, in Iraq, in Cambodia, in East Timor, in West Papua, and in Gaza. And you're the same collective monster that's responsible for every atrocity, every heinous crime that your country has ever committed. As far as I'm concerned, you poisoned Charlie Kirk's mind before he could even have a chance at a decent life, a moral life. And you poisoned the mind of the one who took the life that Charlie Kirk had. So spare me your counterfeit moralizing. No, you turned your country into a psychological and a spiritual torture chamber. And then your country turned the global South into a physical and an economic torture chamber. And now that system, that same system that you're serving, is turning inwards on you now. I told you that political violence, division, and terrorism, and civil unrest, and turmoil, I told you all this was going to be coming home. Why? Because that's your business model. That's your business model. And you're the only market left to vanquish. And the more you give yourself up to all these twisted, polarizing, hateful narratives, well, all you're doing is playing along with your own demolition.
Oh my God, that was so well put.
I was gonna say, you know what we call that? Mic drop. Brendan, there is nothing for you to refute. I seen that you was getting flustered and frustrated. You ran. You didn't even want to be on cam. He covered all of this stuff. He said he was not mourning. He was not celebrating. He talked about strategic indifference, even though he tried to say
That was so beautiful. Sorry.
Some of the stuff I said, he said too. That's why I was like, damn. I was like, he's going. This is a pinpoint explanation right here. He was literally just going down the line, and you walked off the screen to go drink Bud Light. That's crazy.
I was just saying in chat.
I listened to the whole thing.
I was kind of waiting, but then I was like, this conversation's bigger than all of us. People are going to hear this later. And I love you all. Just saying.
So stop making.
We love you. We love you too, Fire. And yeah, Brendan, you know, we didn't know, man. We didn't know if you heard. You was, you know, you did kind of duck a little bit of the smoke.
I was listening. I listened to the whole thing, and I was sitting there wondering, why are we just listening to a video of a guy say we should all feel bad about Gaza? We don't care about Charlie. It's okay to be indifferent. That was actually the big key takeaway I took from him. He said, I didn't celebrate it, but I also didn't mourn it. I was strategically
That's what we said.
Strategically.
That's what we said.
How about all of y'all just stop with the Brendan? No, I listened to the whole thing, and he said.
So what was your issue with that, Brendan? What is your issue with strategic indifference?
The crux of all of this, I supported 1,000%. That's what I'm saying. That's been the crux of all of this. If the left as a whole chose strategic
We're not the left.
Indifference,
we're not the left.
we would not be having this conversation.
But Brendan, we're not the left.
Democrats. Whether you like it or not,
we're not the left.
You are very
there was more to it than that.
There was a lot more to it, but he has these 10 talking points.
He's still on the dancing on the grave thing.
You proved the point that I made earlier when I first got on, where I said you pick and choose
your words
out of what somebody said.
Do you know what that you all?
That's crazy.
Your own words betray the claim that you're not of the left. Like literally, what you say is.
I never said that I didn't want Trump to be the president. I never told you that. How am I? How? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying we're not Democrats. I could be left. A lot of people say a lot of things.
Well, usually a leftist wants Kamala or Biden to be the president. That would qualify somebody to be considered left, right?
And that's definitely nobody here. We can generally say that.
Yeah, so that's the reason why I'm saying you're talking to a whole panel, as far as I know, that is not left leaning. So when you keep bringing up the left, I don't think you're being honest with yourself about the people you're on the panel.
Ladies or lady, my man Xavion or whatever, I'm gonna butcher it. Anyways, you made the comment earlier that Charlie would never, and somebody else
he never backed down from a debate. He never would back down from a debate. He would never do that.
1 verse 4. Truth is that this entire conversation has very much been lopsided, and I'm okay with it. I embrace it. I actually thrive on this kind of back and forth. Like I relish it. I really enjoy the back and forth. But it has been lopsided, and I think it's a little disingenuous, which is on par, to mock when I said that it's 1 verse 3. To somehow claim that's not exactly what it was is a little kind of odd.
But you feel like it's 1 versus 3 because you're not willing to admit the truth when the truth needs to be admitted.
I got some questions.
You can't admit the truth. That's why you feel like we're ganging up on you. If you said that blacks are committing violence, nobody on this panel was going to say that blacks aren't committing violence.
Through the root. Why are you talking about blacks, dude?
Because I'm bringing up the point that we are very well capable of calling out bullshit when there's bullshit that needs to be called out. You, my friend, are not okay. Take race out of the situation. Then I'm still fully capable of calling out wrong versus right. That's the point that I'm making. It doesn't have nothing to do with race. Let's take race out of it. But you're not. You're not capable of calling out wrong versus right. You haven't done it the whole time I've been on the panel.
And the point that I'm making,
you've had opportunity after opportunity to just say it's the truth.
All these stories and videos about why it's really not the worst thing to happen is not a good look. Not a good look.
Okay, hold on, Brendan. Brendan Travion, hold on.
So when Democrats,
Brendan.
I'm gonna mute up.
The Democrat Party is virtually wiped out.
There you go with that Democrat
I'm
shit
going to come back to conversations like this, and I'm going to say, people, I told you.
Okay, got you.
What do you mean?
We got you, Brendan.
Whether you like it or not, to the people, the everyday Americans, people that I see, people have reached out to me. They know that I'm very politically inclined. I love politics. I love it. I thrive.
I can't tell. It sounds like you're in a zone.
And people know that. People that I love and people I care about know that. And they reached out to me. Normies, no, hell no. You know what my favorite website is? It's called Media
Breitbart.
ITE. Media.
It's called Mayonnaise Media.
No, Media.
Turning Point.
No, I go to Media. It's Media ITE. Media is the name of the website. And they use Discus. That's their comment section platform. And Media is incredibly left. One of the most left websites that you can think of.
You've got to be kidding me.
I don't even understand why you say the things you say. Like this is crazy.
You can go and see that. That's
okay.
where I spend my time. Is in the lion's den. Is in conversations like this.
Okay, Brendan, we hear you, bruh. Hold on, bruh. Because I want to get to Ozzy question, and you come out media.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is not left. It says Pam Bondi threatens prosecution over employee who wouldn't print Kirk flyers. So once again, but I'm saying here's the cancel culture
with the Fox
on your
News,
side of
with the Fox News heading.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. This is as right wing as it gets, bro. Because someone said they don't want to print Charlie Kirk flyers. People on your side of the aisle.
You're not. There's no way that you're. Wait. What? Wait.
This is the website.
It's not up for debate. This is one of the most.
It definitely is up for debate.
Come on, bro.
Hey, just from what I see on the screen, I don't get anything leftist from what I see on the screen right now.
Bro, it's not. It's nothing.
The only thing that looks left, the only thing that looks like it's to the left is that black guy in the corner, Cornel West. Everybody else is a far right Republican.
Just
on the screen.
Just say you read the headlines and that's it. Just admit it. All you do is read the headlines and you make up your mind on a headline.
Well, based off of what we're seeing on the screen right now, we have no choice but to read the headline.
Yeah.
Go ahead, say it. Why would
you
admit?
I'm not about to read every one of these articles. You haven't read all of these articles.
Hey, what was your highest level of education, Brendan?
What are you basing it on, Brendan? What were you basing it on?
4-year degree.
You stop at 7
undergraduate.
I can't tell. What you have a 4-year degree in what? Carpentry and construction? Because I can't tell. It doesn't sound like you're very intellectually sound at all. You haven't said anything factually. Shit! Now you run a business? What's your business?
You know what? I don't even give.
I'm not trying to get you to dox yourself or nothing, but I'm just trying to say, like whatever your business is, it's behind closed doors because you definitely don't present yourself as somebody that can have an articulable conversation that is of any content. I'm just saying.
Ozzy, what was that question, Ozzy? What question did you have?
I had a few questions for Brendan.
Just ask one right now, because it's kind of getting toxic and going all over the place. Ask one, and then we'll see if Brendan, because Brendan he don't answer questions straight up. He does this kind of song and dance, and then 2 hours later.
I got you. I read the. Shout out. Yo, B-Eazy, you know I picked them videos, man.
Hey, is that a DEI? Hold on, is that a DEI diploma? Man, put that little DEI diploma down.
He got a good enough degree. There's nothing wrong with it. But, yeah, you printed that up. You printed that up, man. Just like that letter.
Wow,
Hold on, y'all. Ozzy,
Yo,
what's the
wow.
question? Ask
Oh
the
no, I was
question.
gonna say, I appreciate that video, man. It remind me of X when he did the chickens come home to roost speech. That was that video in today's time. I don't know if anybody knows that speech, but
Facts.
that's after
Facts.
the JF
Malcolm X. The
that's
Malcolm X.
after the JFK
Yeah, Malcolm
assassination.
X. Malcolm
But
X.
damn, so since I got one question, hopefully I get these other ones off.
No,
Brenda.
we just doing one at a time because
No,
it's too
I
much
got
to
you.
try
Yeah,
to
I want
pile
to
on
do.
a few. Yeah, so
Yeah.
just go ahead.
Brenda, I do gotta give you your respects for you, like you said, you staying up here on this panel. So understand that. I know B-Eazy said officially this ain't no 3v1, but unofficially, I'm just gonna say, yeah, we giving you 3v1 energy, but you could probably understand why, because we got opposing opinions, but that's cool. So I'm legally allowed to ask this. Are you a cop or a federal agent? I mean, I know it's kind of funny, but I'm just asking. I'm just trying to see.
Hey, he's related to a
Because
few of them. He's
that's a
definitely
real
related
thing.
to a few of them.
Hold on,
That's
y'all
a real thing, though. That's a real thing.
I want to hear this real answers.
That's a real thing.
Brendan, give us a straight answer. Go ahead.
No, I'm not law enforcement. I work in freight.
How many relatives?
I have a business degree. Do what?
I said, how many relatives do you have that are law enforcement? And be honest.
My mom was a cop years ago. She hasn't been a cop.
Bingo. I don't need any more. It's all right.
20 years. And then my grandfather was a highway patrolman. Well, he worked for the highway patrol. He was not an actual officer, but he worked for the highway patrol.
But he worked.
So
it makes sense, man.
So you understand racial profiling very, very well.
No, I mean, I guess you feel like what makes sense?
I can answer whatever you got a question about.
So I had a lot of family in law enforcement too.
I mean,
they were super racist.
How many
my
times
uncle
are we gonna
Joe's the
keep
chief of
going
police
back to
in
race,
Columbia.
dude? Like, leave it
Well,
alone.
Hold on,
I got another question.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get back to you, Ozzy.
All right.
First of all, bruh, Brendan, what is your issue, bruh? Why do you guys have to make it about race, bruh? All of you whacked out MAGA idiots go around all the time. Black on black this, black this. Y'all talk about race all the time. Then when you got black people here that are intellectual to talk about race, suddenly you don't want to. And the whole conversation hasn't been about race. Hold on, y'all. The whole conversation hasn't been about race. So, like, you got to stop with these lies and gaslighting, bro. So, hold on.
Even though that was Charlie Kirk's premise.
Let me ask you directly, Brendan. Why are you just so opposed to talking about race when it's pertinent to the discussion? But you're not in these MAGA spaces to tell them to stop disparaging and denigrating black people.
How?
What do you mean?
How?
Charlie Kirk's whole argument, and he couldn't go one speech. He couldn't go one speech without bashing black people. You can't pull up one speech that he had at any college where he wasn't talking about black people.
So you're just explaining why
Trust me. Trust me. I know you cannot pull. You haven't even watched enough of his videos to even make the argument that you're trying to make.
Oh my God.
You said yourself that you haven't watched enough of his videos. So why are you trying to argue his point?
You're saying,
Go ahead, Brendan.
You're trying to explain why
let Brendan lie.
Why
Go
he was
ahead,
killed
Brendan.
had nothing to do with race, and even if he was racist, the fact that it was a white guy that killed him, it doesn't. None of it. It's not race related, and so
I feel like the way he got killed, Jesus was black.
Why you gotta? Why are you? Because if we want to have an intellectual discussion and discuss the root of what happened.
Hey, can I ask you another question, Brandon?
Okay.
I'm curious.
All right.
So you really think that
if you say something about Israel, I'm ending this right now.
I don't care.
All right, Brendan, stop with the threats. And no, we're not talking about Israel. Go ahead, ask your question, Fire.
You think that two incidents that just trans kid shoots Trump, and then trans kid, and then they inscribe things on the bullets. Like, you think that they have some underground posse that they're just like, hey guys, it's time to get the next one. And have you studied, like, have you even watched any crime dramas? Like, have you studied the way that this was all went down? I mean, it's just like, we're talking, there is
that a question?
9/11 level details, at least right now. So have you studied what actually happened?
They
and
have
the people
already
that they're
provided.
I haven't finished asking my question.
Oh my God.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Fire.
Never
Ask that
mind.
question.
No, I'm done. No, he's not even respectful to women, like, let alone.
Well, I got a question.
I'm done now.
I got one.
Ozzy, go ahead, make your question.
Okay. Cause you keep saying like the left, they made it. This question you, Brendan, again. You keep saying like the left has something to do with the assassination and the murder, taking his life. But what do you think about? Cause they giving out like this profile information. This is coming out from like news sources that the shooter was like a valid Trump supporter all the way, and like his whole family is right, and his dad is a sheriff. So like, does that change your thoughts on anything, knowing that information?
Brother, hey, my man, you broke up a little bit.
What I was saying,
I
okay,
heard you
one of the
saying
main
something,
things
you were
they
asking a
said
question,
that,
it broke up.
You're blaming the murder on it came from the left side. And make it quick so I don't break up again. The shooter is known to be like an avid Trump supporter, and his whole family is right. His dad's a sheriff. Does that change your mind on anything that around this topic?
So this is Ozzy talking, right?
Yeah.
That was Ozzy that asked that question.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, Ozzy, you were not here for the first part of this conversation, but I laid out why motive is such a critical part of any murder case. If you're trying to prove murder, charge somebody for murder and convict them, motive is a very critical. It's a component of the crime, right? So, to answer your question, you tell me if you think somebody that supported Trump wanted to murder the man arguably most responsible for putting Trump in office. Like, what sense does that make? If I support Trump, why would I go off the guy that put Trump in office? Why would I do that? Why would I cut out the legs underneath the guy that I allegedly support?
I mean,
I already told you that.
The number one thing is there's a lot of corruption in politics, and there's a lot of corruption that surrounds politics. Nothing is straight and narrow politics, so we don't know why. And political violence is a real thing. Like, this is just one highlighted shooting. They fight on the like they fist fight, like they throw hands on the Congress floor, and it'll be like red against red and blue against blue, and then blue
Our vice
against red.
president shot a man and killed him in a duel. Yes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, that's not foreign. What I'm saying, and I understood everything you said.
It doesn't make sense.
You're right.
Though. It doesn't make sense, and you can't.
No,
make
but the
it
only
make
thing
sense because
you got to understand, this has happened in history
files
before.
is motive. The Epstein files is a really big motive.
Yeah, like this is not foreign for someone. You could be a supporter of somebody, you can take them out. It happens all the time.
The Epstein files is just as big as a motive as the quote unquote left that you keep saying. And the fact that you're not even willing to shed light on that is crazy. It could be the left or the right. We really don't know.
Okay.
He might have made this move to gain more power. People do that all the time. People do
Hey,
that
Kirk,
all the
Kirk,
time.
Kirk was pushing for the files to be released, though. He was. You got to at least admit that. At least admit that.
Okay, that's okay. So let's say that Charlie was pushing for the files to be released. Okay.
No, I already read you the direct quotes from Charlie about that. He was absolutely doing that, and it's on record. It's a video. There's a historical
Not
record,
unlike thousands of other people.
But the thing that you're not acknowledging is the platform that he had, as many followers as he had, the fact that he was openly pushing for the files to be released, and we already know that Trump's name is all over the motherfuckers. Like you got to be honest about this shit.
If I were to say Dan Goldman, would you know who that is?
Oh, are we talking about Israel again? Damn it.
No, you're just too stupid to realize that that's a Democrat senator that won't shut
I'm
up.
I'm not lefty. I don't care. I mean, like, damn.
No, you just got
it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, you really keep pushing this leftist thing, bro. You got
you're stuck on the left, and then you said I'm stupid because I don't know who a left Democrat is when I'm not even a Democrat. How stupid is that?
I know who it is.
Yeah, but you just called me stupid, and all I've been doing is spewing facts. I haven't said anything that was unfactual.
Dude, nothing you've said is factual. In fact,
you really need to go back and replay this video and actually go research everything that I said. And I guarantee you're gonna probably stop drinking Bud Light.
I'm going to use this video to make fun of every single one of y'all. Like, I'm going to show it to people and say, can you believe what they said? Like,
hey, feel free to make yourself look idiotic. And we've been 5 hours strong. Hold on, y'all.
You're doing a good job of it, Brendan. With all your degrees and shit. With all your degrees and shit, you're showing that you have the education of a fifth grader.
Hold on, y'all. Let me center this. Ozzy, this gonna be your last question. Brendan is gonna answer it. Then we gonna do a round where each person is going to have their final statement uninterrupted. Even if somebody says something that triggered you, don't come off the mic because it's just gonna, it's gonna keep going and on and on. So you're gonna have your time to have your closing remarks. You can say whatever you want. You can say, hey, I hate you, B-Eazy. I wish you end up like Charlie Kirk. You'll have that time to say that. Just don't interrupt anybody. So, Ozzy, say your last question. We'll have our exchange, and then we're going to start to wrap it up. But thank y'all for coming, and thanks even Brendan. You have been fibbing quite a bit, Brendan, but you've been a great sport, and salute the chat. Ozzy, ask your question.
That's disrespectful.
My exit stage left, my denouement, my last of the last. So since you I'm guessing that you cried over Charlie Kirk because you share a lot of same ideologies with him. So let me just ask you a straight out question. It ain't gonna offend me at all. Are you prejudiced? Are you racist? Do you not like most black people? Is this where some of this energy comes from? I'm curious.
Do you have a black nephew?
What's it matter about? Guy.
I don't think y'all are prepared for this answer. And
no, go ahead, bro. We grown men.
A lot of people,
Broad Street bullies, baby.
I know that care about me already know this, so it's not a big deal. But let's just say I'm very intimate with, or very familiar, intimately familiar
with black women.
With black women, very
dead wenches. Go ahead.
Intimately. So no. You got to expound on that. What does that mean? Like at the strip club, or do you work with them? You got a baby mama?
No. Are you kidding me?
He like Coco. He like Coco.
Bro, be making it rain.
Intimate. You said intimate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And if you think I'm paying for shit, you've lost your mind. So no, strip clubs not happening. But yes,
but the hookers is a different story.
So you got a black girlfriend.
No.
Allegedly.
So why? I'm just trying to make sense. No. What is this?
Don't put that jacket on him. Don't put that jacket on Brendan.
All he's saying is he occasionally smashes black women or some bed wenches. Go ahead.
I was asked a question. And I would like.
Yeah, let them answer. Go ahead, Brendan. You got it.
The question asked was, am I prejudiced? Am I racist? And the answer is a resounding no. In fact, I believe, and I was kind of kidding, but I was dead serious. When I was talking to B-Eazy on Twitter, I told him, I said, I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks, brother. I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. I did not grow up in a black neighborhood.
You grew up with black people.
I grew up in one of the blackest parts of my city. And
So do you season your food?
Why we gotta be the wrong side of the tracks? That's racist right there. Damn.
Yeah, that wasn't strong bigotry though.
Hey, he sound like Trump. I'm the least racist person I know.
You know,
the least you gotta say you like black women or something.
And I don't know why you play dumb. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I mean, but
Brendan, I didn't know we lived on the wrong side of the tracks. Like I live on a golf course. I live on a golf course.
I'm not stupid. I understand what you're saying.
Hey, Travion live on some acres, so I don't really know what the other side like. We don't live in shanty towns, Brendan.
I haven't even used the golf course yet.
I understand what he's saying because talking about crime, drugs, prostitution, all that. But majority of the times we know that happens to be black, and when y'all using stereotypes like that, it's black. So I understand the fact part of it, but we know the general consensus of in our society, wrong side of the tracks. Oh, it must be where the black or the brown people at. So, honestly, man, you got a little. Look, I'm gonna end it like this. You got a little prejudice in you, man. Just accept it. It's all right. You got a little bit in you.
Hey, but I want to add this. There's nothing wrong with being racist. It's how you use your racism. When you put "ist" on the end of something, it means you're really good at it or you love it. So, like for example, a professional piano player would be a pianist, violinist, etc. Right? So there's nothing wrong with loving your people and wanting to succeed and win. But when you add the prejudice and the hate to it, that turns it into something totally different. So
yeah,
no, that, hey, look,
that was a good point because I don't think he hates. I don't think he hates anybody. I think he do got some prejudice, but he don't hate people.
Fully public. I have been nothing but, well, except for the crazy lady. She kind of put me off, but I've been nothing.
Come on, Brandon.
Yeah, she been under your skin. She been under your skin.
Hold on, y'all.
If she was a black girl, he would have got with her.
Hold on,
hey, if you would have stopped telling me I was tap dancing on graves, it might have.
He would have been in your DMs if you was Blackfire.
Like, don't tell my daddy.
Hold on, y'all. Like, I don't want to have to hit y'all, but
my bad, B-Eazy, my bad, man.
Bruh, let him get because it's gonna keep dragging out. It's already been 10 minutes. So, Brendan, finish that answer about. Are you bigoted? Was that everything that you had to say? If not, briefly finish that answer so we can move on to our closing remarks. Go ahead, Brendan, and let him finish, y'all. Go ahead. Or unless you were finished, and then I'll start the round robin. Go ahead, Brendan.
I'm not bigoted. In fact, one of the reasons that I have been so bothered by y'all continuously bringing up race is because I desire to have a conversation that is irrespective of race. I believe that the topics that we're discussing and what we're talking about can easily be discussed with mentioning anybody's race. We could all be purple people for all I care, and still have the same conversation, still reach the same conclusions. So no.
And Charlie probably would not be unalive if he had did the thing.
The thing is,
hold on, Trey. Let him finish, bro. We don't want this to go on any longer than it needs to. Go ahead, Brendan. Finish.
I'm done. Excuse me, I'm finished. The turkey is done in the oven. I'm finished.
Yeah, you was done a long time ago.
Okay, y'all. So now we're gonna start wrapping it up. It seems like y'all having issues with the listening. So I gotta hit y'all again because hold on.
Listen to me, listen to me. Like I do this all the time. Listen. Okay, then what? You're not listening to me. Listen to me. Lick it. If we do something, if you get that out, lick it. Lick it. Lick it.
Okay, so listen, this is the round where we're doing the closing remarks. We don't need to hear your perspective and chime in. We had 5+ hours to hear your opinion. And you know what? Because I got to get up out of here, but some people wanted me to do another one. So, I might even do an encore, just to be a man of the people, man. This has been a very fruitful stream. I want to tip my hats off to Brendan. I wasn't trying to gang up on you, but the truth was ganging up on you, but I do appreciate you sticking around, and you always got an open invite, you know what I mean? Because this is how it's supposed to be done. You have an intellectual battle. You don't need to go and sit on a roof and sniper somebody or drop a bomb or C4. You can intellectually joust and dismantle or destroy one's argument. So I'm gonna go with ladies first, because I gotta give Fire the appropriate time. She has been called crazy lady, but Brendan reduced it from crazy lady. You was calling her crazy cat lady. Now she's just the crazy lady. So I'm gonna let the crazy lady speak and give your closing remarks. Nobody needs to chime in. Nobody needs to interrupt. If she says something that you want to chime in, write it down. Don't come off mute to say this, because it's just going to keep prolonging the stream. These are closing remarks. Nobody needs to ad-lib anything. Your closing remark is your closing remark. It's not it's not me and Fire's closing remark. Fire has her own, Travion, Brendan, etc. Now that we have that clear, Fire, give your uninterrupted closing remarks so we can shut her down. Go ahead.
Hey B, I just want to thank you for letting me come on. I had no idea I was on here that long, but this was a little stressful but enjoyable. And once I took the edge off, and I just felt like universe was telling me to hang in there, because I really do feel like this conversation is bigger than us, and it is always going to be bigger than us, and that's the whole reason we're here. So yeah, thank you for holding this space. And I consider myself a professional space holder, so I do get a little heated sometimes, but mostly when I feel like I'm not being heard or disrespected, or when I'm having to share facts and then share facts again and share facts again and read historical facts again. Did I mention again? And just go in that loop. We have to stop the loop with people. And that starts with just having fundamental education on the topics that we're speaking of. And I know that I'm guilty. Like, you'll see me when we're in call-ins and such like that. There's times where I just go quiet because I'm listening. Sometimes you got to listen more than you talk to really be fully in the conversation. Thank you so much, all of you, to Ozzy and Travion and B. Love y'all. And thank you, Brendan, for being here.
Cool. Thank you. And that was nice and concise. Fire set the lead. That's how we gonna close the remarks. No one interrupted. She was precise, concise, said what she needed to say. So Ozzy, go ahead. Closing remarks. You got the floor. Ozzy Oz, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. No, I was gonna say, because he was saying race. Why does that keep bringing into it? It's just because, I mean, this whole country's built off of race. On your birth certificate, it says race. If they just want to identify people, they would just say, "Oh, what's your skin color?" So we know it's you. But outside of that, racism on applications is everywhere. Brendan, I think what you kind of experienced was, I'm going to end after this, was that Black people, our loved ones are dying by gun violence like every day, and we hear no outcries. There's only been outcries since Trump started storming the cities because he wants to clean them up. But outside of that, with you, like how you felt emotional about Charlie Kirk dying, we feel that every day, but nobody says anything. So condolences to the family. Do I say dance on his grave? No. Do I mourn? No, I don't do either. Like homeboy in the video earlier, inshallah, God willing. But now you just feel what black people feel on a daily basis. So I guess it might be some lesson learned. But again, that's it for me. And thank you, B-Eazy, for having the stream.
Thank you so much for chiming in, Ozzy, and for asking substantive questions. We're going to go to Mr. Brendan. And once again, I got to tip my hats off to Brendan. Salute to him. This started, if y'all seen what me and Brendan was saying on Twitter, it was ugly. It was toxic. Brendan called me a lot of names. He said a lot of disrespectful things to me, and I said some things disrespectful back to him, but he came on here, and for the most part, he was very respectful. He did get a little bit disrespectful. For the most part, he was respectful, so I got to tip my hats off to him. You're welcome anytime. We can have this debate. We have a different perspective on many things, and it's great to be able to hash it out intellectually. So you are up to give your closing uninterrupted final remarks. Brendan, go ahead, take us home. It's on you.
First off, thank you. I think that, and B-Eazy, correct me if I'm wrong, I really don't think that you thought that I would take you up on your offer. And I appreciate you for not only offering, but sticking with it and allowing me this opportunity. My biggest takeaway from all of this, from what we've talked about, from what I've seen lately, is that there is a major arterial disconnect, like at an artery level. There's a disconnect between people that live together in this country. And my hope, my desire is that when it's all said and done, we can collectively look back and be proud of what we've done and said. I am not ashamed, and I've never been ashamed, and I will speak, and all of my profiles are public. I don't have Facebook. I got rid of that years ago, but my Twitter, my YouTube, TikTok, all of that's very public. I'm eager to put myself out there, and I enjoyed the vigorous debate. I think that there should be a bit more good faith involved. B-Eazy, I kind of took offense to the fact that you said I've been fibbing without saying what the fib was. I think that would be better served for another time, another event, is to tell me, Brendan, this is where you lied. Brendan, this is where you didn't give the whole picture. And I'm happy to have that. We need that. We need that back and forth. And so while I may vehemently disagree with just about everything else said, in particular the crazy cat lady, I enjoy it. I'm gonna be tired at work tomorrow because I should have gone to bed hours ago, but this is enthralling. Politics is like my love. Politics is something I've cared deeply about since I was in junior high, youth legislature. I did youth leg for 6 years and National Youth Leadership Convention. This is my bread and butter. That's what I love. And so I'm eager to engage with people that clearly don't feel the same way. Because what's left? All that's left is a bullet, and we don't want to go there. I don't ever want anybody to go there. We didn't even talk about like Malcolm X. Malcolm X was an incredibly influential figure. And I'm from Mississippi. And so Medgar Evers Drive in Mississippi in Jackson is the Medgar Evers. That's where he was assassinated, was at his house in Jackson, Mississippi. So like, I can't stress enough how much this is beyond just, I think gay people should get married. I don't think they should get married. We're beyond that. This is more of just kind of who we are, like as humanity. And so this conversation, while I don't think that it have seen, it's more a testament to the fact that we don't have to go there. We don't have to go there.
All right, cool. And thanks for the final statements. And you know what? I think that you did make a valid point. It's just when I was talking about you fibbing, Brendan, I would be happy to go point by point. We're not going to do it now, but that does make sense, right? If someone's saying, hey, you're doing this, and you don't point exactly out what they're doing, they don't really have a chance to challenge the specific issue that you're calling them out for. It's just, I didn't want to derail the conversation to make it about that. But yeah, you know, that was a jab that I took at you, right? So, you know what I mean? I respect you to say, hey, you took a jab at me or whatever. But see, my jabs, I take them directly. You know, I come straight up the middle with it. And yeah, and I'm being respectful of your time because I didn't know if you were.
I can't believe he lost.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean? Sorry. You was Canelo tonight, and you know you went up against Crawford, but it's all good. You still a legend, man, just like Canelo.
Crawford is a stud. So he's the real deal. I thought Canelo was going to walk.
That's the one honest thing you said all night.
Yeah. So, Brendan, like I said, you know, you seen me on Twitter, you know what I mean? You know, I mean, if you want to give me a follow, because I can't DM you. So for some reason it wasn't allowing me to DM you. Or you can send me a DM so that
I don't DM, so I thought that was a thing. I don't even know the last time I sent a DM, but you said that. I'm like, well, if you don't want to put like private stuff out there, just send it to me personally. But when you said you couldn't DM, I was like, oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, exactly. So what you could do is you could either DM me on Twitter or put your email in the back chat, because next time I come up, I do want you to come up, you know. So, you know, if there's some crazy cat ladies, if there's some trans people, you know what I mean, some unhinged people, you know, they'll be in the chat and on the panel, and, you know, we can kind of duke it out intellectually, you know what I mean? So you have been a good sport, you know what I mean? So like, I do appreciate that, and I do want to be respectful of your time. We're in California, so it's only, I mean, I'm in California, so it's only 9:40 over here.
I was in Sacramento for like last week.
Oh, okay, damn, you know what I mean? I'll see all this stuff I'm saying. All this stuff I'm saying. I'm in the Bay Area, Oakland, San Francisco area. Oh yeah, I would have pulled up to Sacramento. Okay, I would have got you a real beer. I would have bought you a Dos Equis, told you all this stuff to your face. But hey, next time you in Cali, yeah, just let me know. I'll pull up on you, Brendan. So you know we can have this debate face to face.
The woman I'm going to marry lives in Sacramento. Yeah.
Oh, congrats to you, and happy.
Out there,
okay, cool. So y'all gonna be seeing more. Y'all gonna see more of Brendan. Okay, well, salute to you, and
was my birthday yesterday.
And happy belated birthday to you, man. So like I said, we trying to shut it down, and we only got one person to give us.
I just hit you with the follow, so you should be able to
I'll follow you back.
You should.
Got you. I'll follow you back. And in truer words were never spoken by Jackie. He says, we will never fully agree with each other, but we should learn to respect each other. Always tell people, whether it's your mama, your sister, your wife, your spouse, there's no one you agree with 100% of the time, but you still respect respect their opinion and perspective, and we can disagree. It can get heated, it can get vehement. There has been some ad hominems, the crazy cat lady, Brendan has been saying you guys are too stupid. I called Brendan a liar. So there have been some contentious words going back and forth, but it's all it's all tongue in cheek, it's all in the banter, as long as we're not these ad hominems are not leading into threats and then it's seeping into violent action, then I don't mind. Like I said,
I don't want to hurt anybody, man. Come on, that's
no, I can see that Brendan, although he is he has thick skin, I can see he has the heart of a teddy bear, but I do too. I can turn into a beast, but I am a loving person. If y'all seen the thread, like me and Brendan was going at each other, like bro was going at me. He was not letting up. He called me a lot of disgusting names, but I still brought him on here and he didn't really call me no names, because that's how it is, man. We can have these discussions, we can duke it out, but we don't gotta pull out a firearm. We don't gotta pull out a blade or anything. Your mind is a weapon. Battle with that. If you are not formidable enough, then just sit on the sidelines and lead us to the big boys or the big brains. So trying to shut her down, Travion, take us home. Closing remarks, uninterrupted. Nobody needs to chime in. Go ahead, Travion.
All right, yeah, man. I fuck with you the long way, man, Brennan. But you said B-Eazy wasn't pointing out where you were telling lies and fibbing, but I was like literally doing that every time you did it and pointed it out. But we'll save that for another day. But as far as like sowing the or healing the nation politically, socially, we got to start being honest. And I know the truth hurts, but sometimes hearing the truth is what we need. I'm not just like saying it to you, Brennan, but it's what we need as a nation, so that we can actually face the problems that we're dealing with to actually make the country better. When it's just point the finger all the time and never look at what we're doing or the people that we're around is doing or whatever, that's what causes the division. Because we tend to stay in our own circles of people that have their own either ideas or ideologies or whatever, and it sounds good when you say the ideas or the thinking patterns that we have to each other in our echo chambers. Nobody's actually going to be pushback or give the flip side, and that's what we're missing with a lot of the conversations that's going on. And I enjoyed the chat. I enjoyed it. We definitely got to do it again. Fire, man, you was on point, man. I gotta look into what you were saying about Israel again a lot more, because I heard about it, but I really didn't that wasn't my first go-to because it happened in America. Not saying that what you were saying wasn't valid, because I definitely think that you had some points that you were raising. But yeah, I just I feel like we need to do things like this more often. Having thick skin when you're able to conversate is something that we all need, though. Well, I'm looking at the TV, so it's kind of delayed. Brendan, man, just go ahead and tell me what it is you're talking about, man. I see all the gestures. I don't even know. Did I say something wrong, or what did I do?
No. Really, I just thick skin. You just,
I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like I was saying, I end with this.
You gotta have
I end with this.
And I really hate that
Charlie Kirk was very he had thick skin, and he had the tenacity, and he was bold in what he believed in, whether I believed in everything he was saying or not, or I disagree with certain things and stuff like that. And you gotta I'm not gonna say honor, but you gotta respect a man that's willing to go in front of a bunch of people that probably don't have the same opinions as them, and be able to be in a forum where you're at least close enough to even have the conversations that he was having and stuff like that. So I definitely don't think that he deserved what happened to him. I hope it doesn't transpire into other things where we're constantly seeing people who have platforms in fear of their life for the things that they're saying. But at the same time, we also should be mindful of the things that we're saying in the way that we say them. Therefore, we would probably have less of the things like we just experienced on Wednesday happening, you know. But prayers up to his family. I thought about his daughters before I thought about the man. I thought about his kids, because I have children myself. So even though I didn't like what he was saying, for everybody to be able to see what happened in real time, it definitely was disheartening to know that that's going to be the last thing that they seen of their father. Or I don't remember. Oh, okay, but just even being able to pull it up on X or anything, because it was being shown, the blood was being spewed, was squirting out on TikTok. I like literally, you scroll and you see it happen like it's.
I didn't even want to see it, and I saw it by accident, and I lost sleep. It disturbed me so much. The first one I saw was just him from afar, kind of tilt over. And then I saw the other one, and I don't know if I'll ever be the same. I mean, I never wanted to see that. Nobody should see that. And so I appreciate that we can all agree how heinous that is. Like I don't think that that's even really up for debate. There's an incredibly heinous crime. And I just my hope, my wish is that something good comes out of something bad.
Go ahead, Travion. Finish your remark.
Yeah. Like I was saying, I don't have a problem with free speech. My worry is that, and the guy with the video you was posting to sound like Malcolm X, he said it, and he like basically confirmed what I was saying to Brendan, that you know, more people are going to spring up that are going to go way harder because they feel like it's a movement or this and that. And they're missing the point that if that happened to Charlie Kirk, why would you think you aren't capable of it happening to you too? You know, so that's the part that kind of worries me. And it goes for both sides, because you know, violence begets violence, and one person that runs their mouth is going to cause another person to run their mouth on the other side. That's how you get arguments and stuff like that. So, I mean, I just hope everybody keeps it to words, and it doesn't come down to more firearm Second Amendment usage illegally. But yeah, I mute up.
Okay, so that was everybody said they closing remarks, and what we gonna do is I want to thank everybody that's been in the chat. I definitely, like I said, I want to give a special thanks to Brendan, and you know, you kind of did really, and this was very apropos because you did channel in your inner Charlie Kirk. Like for me, I don't like Charlie Kirk. I didn't like him when he was alive, and I'm not going to act like I like him now that he's here. But what I will say is I respected Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk, for the right-wing political spaces, was a legend. You know what I mean? It's very obvious. You know, you see a lot of people that are, you know, suffering from you know, from his demise. And he did have I can't hold Brendan. I can't say it was his he was the only one, but he was an integral part in Trump being reelected, because he did have a lot of money backing him, a lot of dark money backing him, but he did have enough charisma, he did have enough acumen for him to go around and organize. But he would go in the lion's den. Now, you know, I can get into where was he debating formidable people or not. Regardless, I rather marvel at the fact that he was going in rooms with thousands of people. He did have a lot of people that agreed with him, so I think it would probably be equally split, because sometimes people would see these crowds and think everybody was against him. There was a lot of people that was for him, so I think it was like a mixed crowd. Regardless, he would go into hostile territory and be willing to debate
on points, ideas, and perspective. And we do need to get back to more of that. People were bringing up Malcolm X. Malcolm X would debate very people that was openly racist, openly white supremacist, but they would have very cordial, very respectful debates. He would be debating people that believed in the bell curve and thought that he had a lower IQ inherently because of his tiny Negro brain. But he would go in and they would have respectful debates. So regardless if we agree with each other or not, if we respect people as men and women and just as human beings, we can disagree. Like I said, I don't mind the little snickering, the jabs, and hey man, you're a crazy cat lady, and man, your hair is nappy. That's cool because I got thick skin. If you dish it out, I'm gonna dish it back out to you. But ultimately, we got to circle back. Yeah, no, we got to circle back to the crust. hey, that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I think Fire has thick skin, and cat ladies are cool. I like petting kitties. You know what I mean? Different types of kitties.
I love cats.
Like,
are you kidding me?
Yeah,
my friends make fun of me because I like cats.
Kitties too.
Yeah, I like petting pussy, but yeah. So what I'm saying is, like, this has been a great exercise, for people of similar views and differing views to come together and get their point across. So yeah, I'm about to shut her down. And Brendan, since you were the guest and since you were like, you felt like you were outnumbered, I'm gonna play some final. And also too, before y'all leave, I gotta hit y'all with this, because a lot of people, they watch the stream and they appreciate the content, but they don't comment. So after the stream, if you can leave a comment, if you hated it, man, you can put a thumbs down emoji. If you liked it, drop 100, drop a fire in the chat. Make sure that you share, hit the notification bell. I don't have a schedule, but I am going to start going live more frequently. I'm definitely going to go live tomorrow, and I'm going to develop a schedule so that y'all can be consistent. Definitely going to have regular panelists. Fire is always good to come up. Travion is my dog, my bro. Ozzy, one of the solid ones. And Brendan, man, I just got some newfound respect for Brendan. You know what I mean? The disagreement stuff doesn't dictate my respect level for you. So I did earn some respect for you coming in what you would perceive as hostile territory. So I'm gonna hit y'all with this intermission. I think Brendan was itching to say one more thing, and then I'm shutting it down, man, because it's gonna be almost 6 hours. Time for a intermission. We kindly request that you show love to the channel's creator and platform by leaving a like, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with the latest content. Liking posts is completely free and helps the algorithm boost our reach. We want to grow the community larger and larger. So thank you all who take the time to support us. It does mean the world to us and doesn't go unnoticed. So yeah, make sure that y'all hit the like and subscribe button for your boy, Brendan. What's the last thing you want to say before I shut her down?
Well, what I will say is, I mentioned this earlier, I absolutely obsess over politics. It's my true love. My wife coming up, maybe, but politics is something that I'm just a diehard, passionate fan of. I like to engage with those that are most likely to disagree with me. I don't like to just sit in a room and everybody just agree. I prefer this. And so all that I ask, because I told you, literally, I don't know spaces. I have no idea. You said I'm doing YouTube live. I was like, hell yeah, let's go. Like, yeah, let's have a talk. Too many people to actually take that step and have that talk and I was thrilled. So all that I ask is that you let me, when we come back around. I mean, I would like, this was one topic, but this is one topic of an endless supply of topics. Typically, keep it politically centered, and I love it. Big sports fan, also cool. But yeah. All I would say is that I just, I would like to do this again. I think it was very engaging, and I look forward to whatever other topics may be discussed, and hopefully, before too long, you're all of y'all will stop saying Brendan doesn't know what he's talking about, and Brendan's not very smart, because
you're gonna prove us wrong, Brendan.
Prove us wrong, Brendan.
Hey, we rooting for you, Brendan. Hey, and Brendan, like I said, you've been a good sport. You got an open invite, and yeah, and like I said, this just was the trending and reoccurring topic. But yeah, I'm versed.
Right.
I love talking politics, sports, social issues, relations, how we can build together, community outreach, mutual aid. So I'm extremely versed in various topics. So we will definitely talk about different stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and just hit y'all with some of these visuals. Otherwise, it'll keep going on and on. Y'all can hang around, or y'all can feel free to drop down. Because after this, I'll
be able to watch this.
Yeah. That link that I sent you, where you
share this, right?
Yes, exactly. And since you followed me, just send me a DM, and then I'll send this to you, and then you can send it out to whoever you like, Brendan. Cool. So thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Fire. Thanks, Ozzy.
Well, several of my friends were.
Oh, in the chat, yes. I assume. I think T Lad. Yeah, and salute to all of your people that came through too, man. They, that them helping to engage in the chat, even though they was calling trade. Yeah, no, but that's cool. Like I said, we don't mind. We don't mind the ad hominem or the jokes or the satire. It makes for greater entertainment, and it's all part of the intellectual banter. So for me, I don't have no issues with your homies coming through. And even next time, if you want to talk to them, they could come on the panel. You know what I mean? Like, bruh, the link is for anyone.
Oh, they're too shy. They're too shy.
I hear you. Well, you're a strapping young lad. So you showed your face on the camera, and I usually do. It's just I don't have my camera set up right now. But they don't have to come on. All they have to, they can just
saw
talk.
not only my face but my full name. I didn't realize that my YouTube account had my full name, and so I started typing. I'm like, oh well, let's get my full name. All right, well, you now know my name, so you know what?
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I'm not part of the doxing crew. I don't respect that. Yeah, I don't respect that. But shit, you talked to Travion. That all the people up there was using their real name except for me. But if you want to know, my first name is Bernard, so the B stands for Bernard. So there you go. So yeah,
that's so funny because my name is Brendan, but my friends call me Benny and Bernard. That is like I don't know. Nobody knows where Benny and Bernard came from, but Bernard and Benny that's what they call me. I'm like, I have a name, but anyways, yes. So that's kind of funny.
Oh, see,
yeah,
so,
Bernard.
See?
They will straight up Bernard. I'm like, what? Like what?
See, Brendan, I knew it was something. See, I knew it was something that we could agree on. So yeah, now you on the hook for the next debate and discussion. This one wasn't really a debate; it was more a discussion. That's why I like to have discussions with that dude. Within the discussions, we will have disagreements, but a debate, it usually has to be done in a controlled environment. Here, you got 5 minutes, I got 5 minutes. Here's a 10 minutes to rebut. You got 10. So
Lincoln Douglas, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, since we're not doing that, let's just have a discussion, and everyone has ample time to speak, but I can't thank you enough. You've been a great sport. Come back and we'll duke it out again intellectually. Like I said, you can drop down at any time. I'm just going to play some closing visuals, and then we are going to be up out of here. The chat said it was a great show, so a lot of people appreciated your perspective. Your friends came through. Salute to your friends, your family, and happy belated birthday to you. And I'm gonna go ahead and rock out with these visuals so we can get up out of here. If you was in Cali, I would everything I said to you on Twitter, and I'm sure you're the same way, I would say it to your face. But you know what? I'd rather just buy you a beer and we can have this discussion intellectually. That's the type time we on. You can sit down and try to say, hey man, Brendan, you was full of shit. Nah, B-Eazy, you was full of shit, and here's why. I'm all for that. Like, we need to get back to that. We don't need to be triggered, emotional snowflakes where, well, Brendan didn't agree with me. So what? I didn't agree with him either. And we had a respectful dialogue. And even if it was impolite, I'm okay with impoliteness. I'm okay with you saying, oh, you're too stupid. I'm okay with that. It's just, that I'm going to fire back at you. And now that I know that you got thick skin, Brendan has an open invite off top. So let's go ahead and hit these visuals so we can get up on it. Yeah, bring it on.
That's it.
No, that's what I said. I know you up for the challenge.
You're not gonna hurt my feelings. Like I'm not gonna suddenly go like feel the need to cry and step away. No. I thrive on this. I thrive on it. Man, I'm be honest with you, man. I'm really impressed. Like I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know. I've never done anything like this. And yeah, man, I'm okay. So it's it's 10 o'clock, just down 10 o'clock for you. It's midnight for me. And I don't give a shit. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I was like really looking for this. Because I like wanted the link and stuff. And so I've been thrilled. I mean, you have been a hell of a host, man. Clearly wanted to kind of guide and keep composure, and I like that. You had a free will for a little bit because you just kind of wanted to see how things were moving. You got back that, like great composure throughout you handled, the crowd and the audience, and so yeah, I want to do this again. In fact, I would like to plan to do it again. I don't want it to just like wait for it to happen again. I'm like, dude, I'll be there tomorrow. I mean,
actually, I'm gonna go live really tomorrow as well.
So, if you're down, I'm down. Name topic.
Oh yeah, no, I'm
anything other than like I'm down. Operas. Oh, and by the way, I could school you in Jeopardy. I would embarrass you in Jeopardy. Just saying that because that's my thing. But you name the topic, and let's go. Let's go, and I will go, and I just
and cool too because like I said, if you have some topics as well, and just like I said, you follow me, so I'll follow you back.
I do write notes though. I do, so you'll have I'm just rambling. But it was
no, that's okay. So like I said, since you follow me, I'll follow you back, and you can DM me. And then if you have any particular topics, we can hash those out. And like you said, thanks for the compliments. I was impressed with you as well. I was disappointed that you were going to walk off, but I thought you were going to be a poor sport, but you stayed. So that gave me even more respect for you to stay. And, we'll be doing more of this intellectual sparring. And, I could tell that you're a good sport, that you're not super triggered because, bruh, I'm trying to tell y'all.
I'm having to like tap my head because it's fucking itching so bad.
Oh, no, it's okay. So that's why.
You gotta...
Yeah, trust me. I got locks. So, I know about the lock tap.
yeah, absolutely. This was really kind of eye-opening in a lot of ways, but I think that the willingness by all parties was what I valued the most. The willingness of everybody that entered and stayed and continued to listen and speak. Just that alone, like that, they always a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, right? Well, the first step is being willing. Like the first step is just being willing to even be present in the conversation, let alone engage in the conversation. The first step is just entering into the arena of the conversation, and that is huge, and so I think that there's something to be taken away from that. Even if they just showed up and they never said a word, but they were present. They were willing to listen to what other people said. That says a lot. Is Crazy Cat Lady still with us? Fire, what are you doing? Okay, all right. Well,
yeah, she is, man. But we're about to shut it down. But
I follow you.
Just get at me.
You said
so
she
I'm gonna
is?
play this. Yeah, she is, but I think she's about to. She's muted up. So because we're trying to shut it down. So but yeah, I got you, Brendan. Just tap in with me. So I'm gonna hit y'all with these visuals so we can get up out of here. But not only that, hey, if y'all are feeling generous, feel free to hit your boy at Cash App, $Easy Stack. Hey, if it's $1, if it's $1 million, I appreciate it all. But either way, thank everyone that has been in the chat. Fire, the lovely, exquisite Jackie Gaines. We got the lovely, ravishing Sunlight was in the building. John Sinatra. I don't know all of your peoples that came through, but I know T Lad was in here. Salute to T Lad. Ashura, Braxton, salute to them. John Sinatra, Big Rig Slaps was in the building. So we had a very healthy chat. Eric Kwan slid through in the building. There was somebody else that came through for you too as well. I'm trying to see if I could see them in the chat. It's a lot of chats, but if I missed you, I'm saluting this to everyone that is watching this on the replay, that was watching this live and concurrent. This has been an extremely fruitful stream. We have been joined by, prestigious guests. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and send y'all out the right way.
Yeah.
Hey.
B-Eazy, that dude, Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real. To me, that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounces. It's a definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These birds that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line in your pit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Goku. For the cocaine, they go poo-poo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on Chirac and fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
私も地元民。と言っても、さすがです。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ろ。
This promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho, no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread. Forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy, that dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really in me. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
Well, we're waiting.